injured and she was taken to a hospital. Right now her treatment is going on, and if you see in this very case at Adarsh Nagar's police station, a matter has already been registered which comes under the jurisdiction of Northwest district. So right now we haven't got any official version from the DCP of the Northwest district, Mr. Bisham Singh. So for that we'll have to wait and watch that what actually transpired. Was it a case of gang wars which we have been seeing in the recent past, in that several incidents of gang wars have been reported in the national capital? For that we will have to wait and watch for the official confirmation for the Delhi Police Northwest District DCP.
Right, absolutely, Akhil. Thank you very much for sharing those details. We quickly move forward to the other stories that we're tracking, and this one is from the state of Maharashtra. Now, in a big political development ahead of the planned MNS rally in Mira Road, the Thane police have detained Avinash Jadhav, the Thane district chief of Raj Thakre's Maharashtra Navnirman Sena, just hours before the party's protest march. So the rally was being scheduled for 10 a.m. today in areas with a large population of non-Marathi traders. The MNS claims that the protest is against what it calls the growing dominance of non-Marathi business interests in Mira Road. Now, tension is high in the area and police have remained on high alert. So the language war coming out in the open as far as Maharashtra is concerned. This time, the MNS workers on a rampage. First visual is that where after the language debate, there were MNS workers. The first window that you see on your screen are of the MNS workers that just few days back had pelted stones on that of a investor, very popular investor, because over a controversial post that he put up on X about the language debate. Another visual that also surfaced was about how a shopkeeper was assaulted, brutally slapped and thrashed because he could not speak in Marathi, and this again by the MNS workers. And now we learned that just hours before, the MNS worker were about to stage a protest at 10 a.m. today regarding the Marathi versus non-Marathi debate row. The MNS leader has been detained. Satyaprakash is joining me live on the broadcast on that. Satyaprakash, क्या अपडेट है आपका इस रैली के बारे में? कब ये रैली निकलने वाली थी और किस लिए ये रैली निकलने वाली थी? पुलिस ने क्या कोई निर्देश दिए थे उस वक्त?
देखिए तनिषा, आज 10 बजे ये रैली निकलने वाली थी। मन से जो राज ठाकरे की पार्टी है, उनकी पार्टी कार्यकर्ताओं द्वारा रैली निकलने वाली थी। ये रैली इसलिए निकल रही थी कि जो व्यापारियों ने जो हिंदी भाषी व्यापारी के साथ मारपीट किया था, उसके विरोध में उन्होंने बड़ी रैली निकाला था मेरा रोड में, और मेरा रोड बंद किया था। इसके विरोध में आज मनसे पार्टी द्वारा एक रैली का आयोजन किया गया था, और रैली ये हिंदी बनाम मराठी का जो मुद्दा है इसको लेकर था, क्योंकि जिस तरह से व्यापारियों ने उस दिन एकता दिखाया था और भारी संख्या में इकट्ठा हुआ था, इसके विरोध उसी की तरह शक्ति प्रदर्शन मनसे करना चाहती थी। लेकिन कहीं कहीं जो मीरा रोड पुलिस है, उन्होंने मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं को डिटेन किया है। जो अविनाश यादव थाने जिला के प्रमुख हैं, उनको डिटेन कर लिया है, और कई ऐसे कार्यकर्ता हैं जिसको डिटेन किया है। मनसे कहना था कि हम प्रोटेस्ट करने वाले थे, शांति रूप से करने वाले थे, और जो ये मोर्चा निकलने वाला था, जो व्यापारियों का इलाका है, जो हिंदी भाषी इलाका है, वहां पे ये मोर्चा निकलने वाला था। पुलिस को डर था कि अगर ये मोर्चा निकलता तो कहीं कहीं लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का सिचुएशन खराब हो सकता था, इसीलिए जो मनसे के नेता और कार्यकर्ताओं को डिटेन किया है। तनिषा
जी बिल्कुल, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए सत्य प्रकाश, और सारी अपडेट शेयर करने के लिए। मूविंग ऑन टू अ वेरी सिमिलर स्टोरी दैट surfaced last evening, where a shirtless, intoxicated political leader's son was caught on camera abusing a woman in Mumbai. Turns out he is the MNS leader Javed Sheikh's son, Rahil Sheikh. He was hurling abuses, threatening a Marathi language-speaking woman, flaunting his father's political ties. Now, this comes amid the language row in Maharashtra. Here's the full story on all that you need to know about the case.
Intoxicated, shirtless, Maharashtra Navnirman Sena leader's son was caught on camera abusing a Marathi language-speaking woman. In the viral video, Rahil Sheikh, son of MNS leader Javed Sheikh, was seen rabidly abusing the woman Rajeshri More, who confronted him for hitting her vehicle. Heavily intoxicated, he kept threatening, citing his father's political position. An FIR was registered at the Amboli police station, where he was detained for medical examination. His car was also further taken for probe by the Mumbai police. Rajeshri More spoke to Republic about the incident, saying that Rahil Sheikh had used more abusive language, but she had not made those videos public yet.
मैंने वीडियो में आपको पूरी चीज़ें नहीं डाली है, जितनी ज़्यादा और गंदगी हुई है वो मैंने अभी तक वीडियो वायरल नहीं किए हैं। मेरे पास और भी वीडियो है जिसके अंदर वो सरासर बोला जा रहा है कि तुझे मैं देख लूँगा, मैं भी यहीं पे हूँ, तू भी यहीं पे है, मैं तुझे छोड़ूंगा नहीं, तू है कौन, तू राजश्री मोरे, तुझे जानता कौन है तू। हाँ, उसमें तो मैंने ये डाला ही है कि तू थाना में जाके देख मेरा बाप कौन है। एक काम कर, तू राज ठाकरे के घर जा और तेरी गाड़ी का जो नुकसान हुआ है वहाँ से तू अपनी भरपाई लेके आ, बस मेरा नाम बता दे।
This comes amid the language row in Maharashtra where Rajashri More had made her opinion very clear. She said that the local Marathi population could turn worse if the immigrants in the state were forced to move out due to language imposition row. She was apparently targeted by the MNS because of her comments.
मराठी वर्सेस नॉन मराठी जो चल रहा है, जो मैंने मुद्दा उठाया था 2 दिन पहले, मेरे ऊपर इसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ने 200 लोग इकट्ठा करके मुझे टारगेट किया गया, मुझे धमकियां दी कि जो मैं व्यवसाय करती हूँ, मैं बिजनेस करती हूँ, ऑन रोड मेरे स्टूडियोज़ है, उन्होंने मुझे धमकियां दी कि तुम्हारा व्यवसाय हम ख़त्म कर देंगे, हम सब कुछ तोड़ देंगे। वो लोग मुझे धमकियां दे रहे थे ओशिवरा पुलिस स्टेशन में।
Samajwadi Party leader Abu Azmi has said that the MNS leader's son's actions show his lack of love for Marathi.
ऐसा है कि इन लोगों की आदत ही झगड़ा लड़ाई है, इन्हें मराठी से कोई प्यार नहीं है। ये लोग सिर्फ और सिर्फ जनता की आंखों में धूल झोल रहे हैं। अगर इनको मराठी से प्यार होता तो मराठी महिला के साथ इस तरह नहीं करते। और मराठी समाज के लिए कौन सा काम किया इन्होंने आज तक? सिर्फ मराठी और उत्तर भारतीयों को लड़ाना, हिंदी और मराठी के नाम में झगड़ा कराना, यही काम इनका है। मैं नहीं समझता हूँ कि ये लोग मराठी जनता के लिए कोई अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं।
This video has gone viral on social media with leaders demanding Javed Sheikh to be held accountable for his actions.
All right, breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with Bihar businessman Gopal Khekma murder case, where the shooter behind the murder has now been arrested. Sources say that the accused, identified as Umesh, was nabbed by police from Patna in a dramatic encounter. He's accused of opening fire on Khemka, leading to his death. Further investigation in the case is underway to uncover the full conspiracy behind the killing, or what was the actual reason, what was his actual motive. Now, Vikas alias Raja was, remember, an accused in the Gopal Khemka murder case. He was killed in a police encounter. Now, according to details, the accused was involved in manufacturing and selling of illegal weapons. Now, the development came after the special investigation team and a special team of the task force were conducting raids when the accused opened fire at the police as soon as he saw the cops. Now, he was killed in a retaliatory fire is what we know. The police had arrested 2 persons in connection with the case already in regard with the murder of Patna-based industrialist Gopal Khemka, including the man who had pulled the trigger. We learned that another person who was suspected of having hired the contract killer was also detained. There was a statement as well that was given out by the police earlier.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Let's have a quick check of the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 1 minute. Adarsh Nagar police station in the national capital have registered a case of attempt to murder after shots were fired leading to injuries to a minor, and this happened near Azadpur terminal in the national capital. Crime and forensic team was present at the site for investigation. Rainfall has caused waterlogging in parts of Uttar Pradesh's Moradabad. Bholnath colony was one of the areas affected by the waterlogging. A local resident has stated that nearly 15 to 20 houses have been immersed in water. He said that the drain water along with rainwater has caused the waterlogging in the colony. Moradabad Additional Municipal Commissioner Ajit Kumar said that as per the orders of the Municipal Commissioner, they got all the drains cleaned before the 28th of May. He stated that as a result, 90% of the city is not waterlogged. Aerial footage showed the devastating aftermath of the deadly flooding in Kerr County, Texas. The death toll from the catastrophic flooding in Texas over the July 4th weekend has surpassed 100. The number of deaths reached 104 on Monday as a massive search continued for the missing people. Now, as the 17th BRICS summit would close in Rio de Janeiro, Prime Minister Narendra Modi made headlines as he brought terrorism to the global forefront. He also conducted several bilateral meetings on the sidelines of the Rio summit. Here's a lowdown of all that you need to know.
As the Rio BRICS summit drew to a close on Monday, PM Modi stood out as he brought terrorism to the global front and center. Addressing the inaugural session of the event, the PM set the tone for fellow BRICS partners as he battled for urgent structural reforms at the UN and other global institutions. Sending out a terse message to the West, the PM said BRICS has been a victim of double standards. Calling for a global alliance against terror, the PM battled for sanctions against terrorists and the financiers. In the joint resolution, the BRICS partners condemned the Pahalgam massacre while pledging zero tolerance for terror. The BRICS also called on the developed countries to do more to help poor nations meet the climate goals. While the PM held center stage, the BRICS partners also endorsed India's candidacy for hosting the COP33 in 2028. On the sidelines of the Rio event, the PM also sat down for key bilaterals with BRICS partners and other leaders. He met Bolivian President Luis Arce Catacora on the sidelines of the Rio summit, with the two leaders reviewing bilateral cooperation and expressing satisfaction with the progress achieved. With the PM setting the tone and tenor of the Rio summit, the event has yet again reinforced India's standing in a multipolar world.
Moving on, the Karnataka government is stuck between a rock and false promises. Now, this after making tall promises before coming to power. The Congress is finding it tough to make ends meet. In the latest Anna Bhagya scheme, a boon for the poor is stuck without payments. Trucks that transport these grains have stopped their trucks because of a 250 crore rupees payment due. Here's the full story.
Scores of trucks halted. Trucks carrying food grains for ration shops stopped in their tracks. This is the sorry state of affairs in Karnataka. The Federation of Karnataka State Lorry Owners and Agents Association has brought the food grain transportation network to a grinding halt. And the reason is pending dues for 6 long months.
The Karnataka state government was owned by Congress because of they promised the 5 guarantee schemes, out of which Anna Bhagya is also one of the major schemes that they announced. And since the inception of the idea or the guarantee scheme, the lorry associations have supported their complete transportation support to the Karnataka state government to transport the rice from one of the places to various other parts of the state. And Shanmugappa, while talking to the media, has very clearly mentioned that the Karnataka State Lorry Owners Association will not support the Karnataka state government henceforth, because at least 250 crores of amount has been pending since the inception of the scheme, and there have been various other requests placed in front of the government, for which CM Siddaramaiah had previously claimed that the settlement will be done in various other parts and will be made as soon as possible. However, with continued demands, Siddaramaiah has neglected the demands of the lorry association, and in fact this in turn has made at least 3,000 to 4,000 drivers come owners to fall into the street, and this is one of the reasons as to why the transportation of food grains have been stopped immediately. We are waiting for the response from the government as of now.
The Federation President has alleged that the payments for transporting food grains under the Anna Bhagya scheme have not been cleared since February. The Anna Bhagya scheme is one of the Congress government's flagship guarantees in the state of Karnataka. But it is now on the verge of complete collapse as the supply chain stands disrupted. Adding to the controversy, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's economic advisor sparked outrage by saying that the people must now choose between developmental policies or guarantee schemes, as the budget cannot sustain both together. But this is not an isolated crisis. Even the RDPR staff in Karnataka have reportedly not received their salaries for months now. The BJP has launched a scathing attack, calling the Congress governance in Karnataka nothing but jhoot and loot. The opposition is citing unfulfilled promises, skyrocketing prices, and a long list of scams, from the Muda scam to the housing scam, the liquor scam, and the Valmiki Corporation scam. The financial crunch, the protests and the scams are now painting a troubling picture for the Karnataka Congress government.
In a major development in Odisha's battle against Maoist insurgency, 3 hardcore Maoist cadres have surrendered to the authorities. Now, this comes in the heels of the massive success of Operation Black Forest, further signalling the weakening of the Maoist strongholds across the region. The surrender is expected to make a turning point in efforts to restore peace and development.
With the massive success of Operation Black Forest, the crackdown against Red Terror continues. In a significant development, 3 hardcore Maoists laid down their arms in the Kandhamal district of Odisha on Monday. The surrender took place in the presence of top police officials and the commandant of the 127th Battalion. Officers revealed that the continuous anti-Maoist operations, dismantling of camps, seizure of arms and recent encounters have weakened the Maoist strongholds in the Kandhamal district, once considered a bastion of Red Zone. The increased efforts come with the centre taking a hard stance against Maoist terrorism.
31/3/2026 ये देश नक्सलवाद से मुक्त हो जाएगा। और मित्रों, मैं फिर से बात विश्वास के साथ दोहराना चाहता हूं, जिस तरह से सुरक्षा बलों ने पराक्रम किया है, हमारी सूचना एजेंसियों ने सटीक रणनीति बनाई है, हमें लक्ष्य को सिद्ध कर रहेंगे। और आज मैं छत्तीसगढ़ वासियों को कहकर जाता हूं कि हर बार बारिश में नक्सली थोड़ा आराम कर लेते थे, इस बार बारिश में भी हम उनको सोने नहीं देंगे और 31 दिन के लक्ष्य को हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे।
In Kandhamal, the trio reportedly cited mental and physical exploitation, forced extortion and ideological disillusionment as reasons for their surrender. The surrender will now lead to coordination efforts to let them function once again in the mainstream society.
All right, starting with the breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with the Bengaluru Stampede Stadium case, where Karnataka High Court, we learned that today we'll hear multiple petitions seeking to quash the FIR. Now, among the petitioners is Nikhil, who has already secured anticipatory bail. The bench of Justice Krishna Kumar will hear 5 such petitions, including those filed by RCB official Rajesh V and KSCA. All matters will be taken up together today in today's hearing. So a big hearing that's going to take place in the Karnataka High Court today, where the court will be hearing the bail petitions of those who had been arrested. One among them was Nikhil. He was the RCB's marketing head. Other officials also include the RCB official Rajesh V and KSCA members. Now all matters will be taken up together in today's hearing in the court today. Moving on to some other news that we are tracking on the broadcast. Russia's ex-minister has been found dead. Now, this was hours after he was fired. The investigators suspect a suicide. Here's the full story.
Russia's former transport minister was found dead, hours after being dismissed by President Vladimir Putin, in what officials said was an apparent suicide. Roman Starovoyt, years of age, served as Russia's transport minister since May 2024, was fired in a presidential decree earlier in the day that gave no reason for his dismissal. Hours later, Russia's investigative committee, the top state criminal investigation agency, said the body of Starovoyt was found in his car with a gunshot wound. A criminal probe has been launched into the former minister's death, and investigators see suicide as the most likely cause. Russian media have claimed that Starovoyt's dismissal could have been linked to an investigation into the embezzlement of state funds allocated for building fortifications in Kursk region, where he served as governor before being appointed as cabinet member. The alleged embezzlement has been named as one of the reasons behind defiances in Russia's defensive lines that failed to stem a Ukrainian incursion into the Kursk region that was launched in August 2024.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
A quick check of the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 1 minute. A jeweler was killed, another person was injured in an attempted armed robbery at a jewellery showroom in Surat, Gujarat. One of the accused was nabbed by locals. 3 others managed to escape. The younger brother of the shop owner was shot twice in the chest and was later declared dead. Efforts are underway to catch the rest of the accused. Maharashtra Minister Yogesh Kadam stated that the part of Pakistani ship a boy was missing and it drifted in the Indian waters due to sea currents. He said that no one has entered Indian borders. He stated that the Indian Coast Guard security is quite competent and that they are definitely on alert and inquiry is underway. Gujarat DGP Vikas Sahai has stated that externment orders were issued against 1,025 antisocial elements from March 15 to May 31st this year. The police has also invoked the Gujarat Prevention of Antisocial Activities against over 800 people. In the last 15 days, 17 offenders have been detained under the PIT NDPS Act. Time for us to slip into a short break, but after the break is the top story on Donald Trump declaring a tariff war on 14 countries. Also after the break are the inside details of the India and the United States trade deal. Where has he reached before the July 9 deadline nears end?
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho बेफिक्र.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम. रहो बेफिक्र.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
Thank you for staying with Republic. You're watching Live and Breaking at 9:30 a.m. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Yes, the ball is in India's court as far as the trade deal between India and United States are concerned. We have a lot more on that. Breaking news update, all that and much more on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Donald Trump announces tariff on 14 countries, hits Japan, South Korea, Kazakhstan, Malaysia with 25%, South Africa by 30% and 40% on Myanmar. Donald Trump says the United States is very close to making deal with India. Prime Minister Modi says we will redefine BRICS under India's presidency. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath issues stern warning ahead of the Kanwar Yatra, directs officials to ensure foolproof arrangements. FIR registered against cricketer Yash Dayal on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence, mental harassment and cheating. And the top story that we're tracking on today's edition is about the United States President Donald Trump imposing additional 10% tariff on 14 countries. Remember, he has nearly slapped 25% tariff on Japan and South Korea in his first letters to the trading partners ahead of a deadline to reach with a deal with Trump saying that at the weekend, starting from Monday, he would send a first batch of up to 15 letters to countries informing them that he would reimpose harsh tariff that he had proposed in April in near identically wounded letters to the Japanese and South Korean leaders. Now, Trump said that the tariff would apply from August 1st because their trading relationship with Washington were unfortunately far from reciprocal. First up, let's listen into that statement by Donald Trump.
Final offer. Look, we're always subject to negotiate something that's fair, but we've talked to most of the countries, and pretty much they've had their way for many, many decades, as you know. And it was time that we just wanted fairness. This is not really equitable from our standpoint because it's just a small token by comparison to the damage that's been done over the years. But we had no other president that was willing to do this. I did it my first term with China and others. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs. No inflation, the most successful period of time that we've ever had financially in the country. The first term. I think this term is going to be much better, even much better than that. That was the best ever, and this is going to be, I think, substantially better. And we're on the way to doing that. We've already taken in over $100 billion worth of tariffs, and we haven't even started. And all I say to the other countries is, you know, some of them wanted to make a deal and want to be fair. Others perhaps got a little bit spoiled. They were a little bit spoiled because for 30, 40 years, 50 years, they were taking advantage of the country. So we're going to, I would say final, but if they call with a different offer and if I like it, we'll do it. I would say firm. No, I would say firm, but not 100% firm. If they call up and they say, would like to do something a different way, we're going to be open to that. But essentially, that's the way it is right now, yeah.
Mr. President, is your Palestinian relocation plans?
And even as the United States has threatened of 10% tariff and has in fact even sent out letters to 14 nations, it is the White House press secretary that just some time ago issued a statement which said that the BRICS is undermining United States interests, and that's why the additional tariff. Listen in.
Have the signed letters that went out to both South Korea and Japan today. And there will be approximately 12 other countries that will receive notifications and letters directly from the President of the United States. And weeks ago, I stood at this podium and I told all of you that the President was going to create tailor-made trade plans for each and every country on this planet. And that's what this administration continues to be focused on. The President will also sign an executive order today delaying the July 9th deadline to August 1st. So the reciprocal tariff rate or these new rates that will be provided in this correspondence to these foreign leaders will be going out the door within the next month, or deals will be made. And those countries continue to negotiate with the United States. We've seen a lot of positive developments in the right direction, but the administration, the president and his trade team want to cut the best deals for the American people and the American worker. That's what they're focused on. And in the effort of transparency, these letters will continue to be posted to Truth Social, so you can enjoy them yourself.
Ambassador Deepak Vora is joining us today on the Trump tariff showdown. Ambassador Vora, thank you very much for joining us today. A very good morning to you. That's the top story, the top headline. Donald Trump yet again imposing tariff, additional tariff. In fact, India, however, has not yet been in the list. And there is a talk about the mini trade deal being cracked July 9. That is tomorrow is the deadline. Where are you expecting this to go?
Thank you very much, ma'am. Always a pleasure to be with you. I was listening to the magnificent report, and that gives me a lot of information early in the morning. Thank you. Now, what happens to McDonald Trump? You can either, you love him, you hate him, you can't ignore the fellow. If he stays out of the news for more than one day, he then does something that he goes right back into the headlines. Now, he's hit the first two to be hit were his allies, his partners, South Korea and Japan, both developed countries. And he said, all right, guys, you've been doing funny things with me, and so now we are going to hit back. You might recall that about some time ago, he had also said about tariffs. Oh, what a beautiful word. Oh, I love the word tariffs. This is Donald Trump. And then he said that all these BRICS fellows who are doing all funny things, go find another sucker. America is no longer going to be your sucker. Essentially, America, having been the sole superpower, had to behave like a superpower pre-Trump. and that was that you have to be generous with your trading partners. But this guy, being a business person, has said, no, I'm not going to be generous. It has to be, in my opinion, a fair deal. And what is a fair deal? Again, it's my opinion. So I believe, ma'am, that he has now already pushed it back from 9 July to 1st August, the date which the tariffs will come into effect. That also gives other countries a chance to talk to him. We are talking to him, even as I'm on your show, as we are discussing. We are right now talking to these guys and saying, what do you want? India is a huge market. You want to lose the Indian market, then you've got nothing left. Ma'am, the basic issue, you can look at the figures and you can see all the import-export. The basic thing is that if you're talking of reshoring, bringing back American industry to produce in America, you'll have high costs. Where is your market? The Chinese market is close to you. Europe doesn't like you very much. That leaves us. If you want to lose the Indian market also, then MAGA, Make America Great Again, will become MAA, which is Make America Alone Again. I think he's smart enough to realize he doesn't want it. He's going to come to a deal with us. We would like a deal with him so that we don't go through this hiccup anymore. And at least for his term, the remainder of his term as president, it's relatively smooth sailing. I don't think there are big issues. I've looked at it with a fine-tooth comb. I won't go into details, but let me just say there is nothing that can damage the Indian economy severely or the American economy severely if a deal acceptable to both is not crafted within the next few days.
Absolutely, sir. So I request you to stay with me because like you were talking about how nothing can shake the Indian economy. But however, this statement of the Donald Trump, this move of Donald Trump has drawn severe and sharp criticism. This time it's the Brazilian president who has spoken on the tariff and said that he does not want an emperor and that the world does not need an emperor. Listen in.
Presidente da República de país do tamanho dos Estados Unidos ficar ameaçando o mundo através da internet. Não é correto. Sabe? Ele precisa saber que o mundo mudou. Sabe? Não queremos imperador. Nós somos países soberanos. Se ele achar que ele pode taxar, os países têm o direito de taxar também. Presidente da República de país do tamanho dos Estados Unidos ficar ameaçando o mundo através da internet. Não é correto. Sabe? Ele precisa saber que o mundo mudou. Sabe? Não queremos imperador. Nós somos países soberanos. Se ele achar que ele pode taxar, os países têm o direito de taxar também.
All right, that's the warning, Deepak Vora, that the Brazilian president has issued, that if Donald Trump thinks he has the right to impose tariff, then other nations as well. And that's what Trump should be expecting. Do you think Trump is acting as a bully as far as the nations are concerned? Because earlier, remember that visual from the Oval Office where he was seen schooling Zelensky, soon after which there was another visual where he was doing the same with the South African president, insulting leaders, now imposing tariff, taking a sole decision, not walking with the world. What do you think Trump is trying to do?
Basically tell the world that the United States is still the most powerful country in the world. You lump it if you don't believe that. He doesn't like the president whom I've met, Lula da Silva, Inácio Lula da Silva. He doesn't like him at all because the earlier president, a fellow called Jair Bolsonaro, was Trump's darling. And Jair Bolsonaro is now on trial on charges of plotting a coup to stop Lula from assuming the presidency. And so this fellow, Trump, has posted on his social media thing that you guys better not hound the previous fellow. This is a witch hunt that I will not accept. And it's the same term that he had used against his own opponents in the United States. So he doesn't like Lula, and he wants, if he doesn't like anyone, ma'am, like he felt that Zelensky was getting too big for his boots, or the South African or the others, he cuts them down to size. He felt the same with Ping Pong of China. He's done the same. So as far as we are concerned, ma'am, he is a bully, there's no question, but he's also a narcissist. A narcissist is a bully by definition. He loves himself, nobody else loves him. So what he would like to do is tell the world, America is there, America is great, and you guys take into account my own interest, and my own interest is that America's industry should come back, American products should be, and he's talking about reciprocity.
Right,
I
sir.
sell you $10, you buy from me $10. I think he'll get his way, ma'am, but with some countries like India, large countries, he will have to make some concessions, as we will. It'll be a give and take, but we'll reach a deal.
Absolutely, sir. Deepak Vora, it was lovely talking to you. Thank you for that insightful session. We look forward to having you again with us. But for now, we move on to the other stories that we are tracking, and this is in regard with Gopal Khemka murder case that took place just a few days back. Now, the shooter behind the murder of the Bihar businessman Gopal Khemka has been shot dead in an encounter. We learned that the encounter has taken place in Patna, where the accused that was responsible for killing and firing shots at Gopal Khemka has now been killed in an encounter. We learned that the police got a tip-off about the accused, soon after which they had started firing at the accused, and the accused was killed in an retaliatory firing. Shivangi is joining us live from the newsroom on that. Shivangi, what more details do we have about the accused? We learned that the accused has been killed in an encounter and that he was responsible for firing at Gopal Khemka, the businessman from Bihar. We also have initial details about the accused being an arms supplier.
Right, a big update coming in right now, Tanisha. What we're learning is that one of the shooters in the Gopal Khemka case has now been killed in an encounter. Now, I just want to take our viewers through exactly what this is. Gopal Khemka was a very renowned businessman in Patna, and when we saw that he was shot dead right outside his house in Patna. It was a crime which sent shockwaves across the state of Bihar. And what we see right now is that, from what we understand, is that one of the shooters there and the accused who had supplied weapons to the shooter, who has been in fact working behind the scenes as well, has now been killed in an encounter with the Patna police. We are coming to know some more details about the encounter which has taken place. We will of course try to get our viewers more, but remember that this is the shooter, one of the shooters, one of the accused in the Gopal Khemka murder, has now been killed in an encounter. So this is some initial reports coming in. We also know that this is encounter of one of the accused has been reported. We'll put those pictures also coming in on the spot. So the main accused has been shot in an encounter. The pictures are on your screen of the CCTV footage that you see there. So this CCTV footage shows exactly what happened, the incident which took place. One of the shooters, the two main accused here, they were waiting just outside the businessman's residence, and as soon as Khemka approached his house, the shooters opened fire and fled from the scene. So we're still trying to get our viewers more details about what is the exact name of one of the main accused right now, because there were multiple accused and multiple people involved here. But one of the main accused has now been killed in an encounter. Back to you, Tanisha.
Right, Shivangi, thank you for getting us those details. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's time for us to now slip into a short break. But after the break, we're going to get you details of the statement that has been made by the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, Yogi Adityanath, and this is in regard with the Kavod Yatra. Chief Minister Yogi warns rioters, demands strict action against those who try to stall the Kavod Yatra. Also after the break are the details of how an RCB cricketer, Yash Dayal, has been filed on an FIR on charges of sexual exploitation.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Thank you for staying with Republic. We start with the breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the firing that has taken place in the Azadpur terminal, where we learned that a minor has sustained injuries. Now, the firing took place near Delhi's Azadpur terminal. This has sparked panic in the area. Several rounds were reportedly fired late last evening. A minor boy who lives in the nearby MCD colony was shot in the incident. Now, the crime and forensic teams have reached the spot soon after, and an investigation is underway. Remember, police is not ruling out any angle as far as the case is concerned. Ganesh is joining us live from Azadpur from the incident spot. Ganesh, क्या जानकारी है, किस वक्त ये घटना हुई और किस चीज को लेके फायरिंग हुई थी वहां पे?
देखिए, कल ये फिलहाल मैं आदर्श नगर थाने में मौजूद हूँ। उसके इलाके के पास में ये इलाका है जहाँ पर कल देर रात कई राउंड गोलियां चली। अपने विजय निशांत से कहूँगा एक बार दिखाएं घटनास्थल की वो तस्वीर जहाँ पर कई राउंड गोली चलती है और नाबालिग इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में घायल हो जाता है। उसे नज़दीक के अस्पताल में ले जाया जाता है। फिलहाल इस पूरे मामले को लेकर पुलिस के द्वारा तफ्तीश की जा रही है। फॉरेंसिक टीम भी यहाँ पर आई थी, जाँच करने गई, और ये पूरा वो इलाका है जहाँ पर वो नाबालिग बताया जाता है। इसी इलाके के अंदर वो नाबालिग रहता था और देर रात कई राउंड गोली चली है। फिलहाल इस पूरे घटना के बाद नाबालिग को नज़दीकी अस्पताल में इलाज के लिए ले जाया गया है। पुलिस के द्वारा तफ्तीश की जा रही है कि किस वजह से इस तरीके से इस इलाके के अंदर कई राउंड गोली चलती है। गोली चलने की वजह से इस पूरे इलाके में हड़कंप मच जाता है। फिलहाल पुलिस हर एक एंगल से यहाँ पर जांच कर रही है। इलाके में मौजूद सीसीटीवी कैमरे को खंगाल रही है। जी
गणेश, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ सारी जानकारी शेयर करने के लिए। मूविंग ऑन टू द अदर स्टोरीज दैट वी आर ट्रैकिंग नाउ। परमानेंट रिप्रेजेंटेटिव of India to the United Nations in New York, Ambassador Harish, has spoken regarding the UNGA resolution on the situation in Afghanistan at the UN General Assembly meeting. Now, the meeting was held in Germany yesterday. He mentioned the efforts that India has made to provide humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity building initiatives for the Afghan people. He shared that since the August 2021, India has supplied around 50,000 of wheat, over 330 mts of medicines and vaccines, 40,000 liters of pesticide and other materials of other essential items, and this is in support to Afghanistan. Here's the statement.
The permanent representative of India to the UN in New York, Ambassador Parvat Neni Harish, spoke at the UN General Assembly meeting, which was held in Germany yesterday. He spoke at the meeting on the UNGA resolution on the situation in Afghanistan. He stated that India's immediate priorities in Afghanistan include the provision of humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity building initiatives for the Afghan people.
India's immediate priorities in Afghanistan include the provision of humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity-building initiatives for the Afghan people. We have been working closely with UN agencies to support the Afghan people in critical areas such as health, food security, education and sports. India's commitment to Afghanistan's reconstruction is demonstrated through more than 500 development partnerships across all provinces. Since August 2021, India has supplied around 50,000 metric tons of wheat, over 330 metric tons of medicines and vaccines, 40,000 liters of the pesticide malathion, and 58.6 metric tons of other essential items, supporting millions of Afghans in dire need of humanitarian assistance. In partnership with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, we have provided 84 metric tons of assistance and medicines and 32 metric tons of social support items for drug rehabilitation programs.
Ambassador Parvat Neni Harish also stated that India has provided scholarships to Afghani students.
India also continues to offer scholarships and fellowships to Afghan students. Since 2023, we have provided scholarships for undergraduate and postgraduate courses to 2,000 Afghan students, including nearly 600 girls.
Moving on to the other stories that we're tracking, a verbal tiff broke out between Union Minister Kiran Rijiju and All India Majlis-e-Ittihadul-e-Muslimin Chief Asauddin Owaisi after the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders said that India is only the country where minorities are given so many facilities. Now, the AIMIM leader lashed out at Kiran Rijiju, saying that he holds a constitutional post, not a throne, adding that minority rights are fundamental rights, not charity. Rijiju, who is the Minority Affairs Minister, on Friday, remember, had accused the opposition parties of playing politics in the name of minorities, referring to their objection to the special intensive revision of the electoral rolls in Bihar. So that's a huge statement that Asauddin Owaisi has given. This has struck the minority rights debate. It's a face-off between Union Minister Kiran Rijiju and Asauddin Owaisi. Now, this comes after the AIMIM leader lashed out at Kiran Rijiju, saying that he holds a constitutional post and not a throne, adding that the minority rights are fundamental rights and not charity. Rijiju, who is the Minority Affairs Minister, on Friday had accused the opposition parties of playing politics in the name of minorities, referring to their objection to the special intensive revision of the electoral rolls in Bihar. So, minority affairs debate has now struck where Asauddin Owaisi and Union Minister Kiran Rijiju happen to be in a verbal tiff regarding India's minorities. Now, Owaisi on Kiran Rijiju's minority remarks had said that Indian Muslim hostages and not citizens. That's a big statement that Owaisi had claimed, in fact, where he said that Indian Muslims are hostages and not citizens. Moving on to the stories that are making international headlines. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that he has nominated the United States President Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize, personally handing him a copy of the nomination letter during the dinner at the White House. Here's that statement.
In one region after the other. So I want to present to you, Mr. President, the letter I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee. It's nominating you for the Peace Prize, which is well deserved, and you should get it. In one region after the other. So I want to present to you, Mr. President, the letter I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee. It's nominating you for the Peace Prize, which is well deserved, and you should get it. In one region after the other. So I want to present to you, Mr. President, the letter I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee. It's nominating you for the Peace Prize, which is well deserved, and you should get it.
Now, the Nobel Peace Prize offer has been given to Donald Trump. Netanyahu has backed him. This comes after, remember, the United States strike on Iran nuke sites. After United States had openly and officially backed Israel, Israel is now going ahead, returning that favor to Donald Trump, saying that they nominate him for the Nobel Peace Prize. Remains to be seen on how this story pans out. But for now, it's time to wrap up this edition. Coming up next is again live and breaking with more news and updates. It's time for us to slip into a short break for now.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ. डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा. अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ. सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. Donald Trump says he's very close to making a deal with India, but on the other hand, he slapped tariffs on 14 nations. Back-to-back updates coming in right now, but the headlines first. Donald Trump announces tariffs on 14 countries. Hits Japan, South Korea, Kazakhstan, Malaysia with 25%, South Africa by 30%, and 40% on Myanmar.
Spoken to everybody. We know it's all done. I told you, we'll make some deals, but for the most part, we're going to send a letter. We're going to say, welcome to the United States. If you'd like to participate in the greatest, most successful country ever. I mean, we're doing better than ever.
On India and US trade deal, Trump says close to making a deal with India. Prime Minister Modi says we will redefine BRICS under India's presidency. Sources say Pakistan Navy is facing crisis after Operation Sindoor. Pakistan Navy fleet notably absent from strategic waters of Arabian Sea. And Bihar businessman Gopal Khemka shooter killed in encounter in Patna. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath issues a stern warning ahead of the Kanwar Yatra, directs officials to ensure foolproof arrangements. Breaking news coming in. As per sources, Pakistan naval fleet is still facing crisis following Operation Sindoor. Sources say that after India struck Pakistan during Operation Sindoor, Pakistan's naval fleet has been notably absent from the strategic waters of the Arabian Sea. Viewers, this is a big update coming in right now, viewers on Republic TV. From what we understand so far is that sources say following Operation Sindoor, Pakistan's naval fleet has been notably absent from strategic waters of the Arabian Sea. And we have some points for you. Now, what we understand, local tech unavailability, expensive foreign maintenance pushes Pakistan Navy in a limbo, and this is coming post Operation Sindoor. Internal Pakistan Navy assessment reveals 50% of its submarines not combat fit. Limited naval fleet led to inexperienced naval personnel in Pakistan Navy. Remember that Pakistan's Navy is no match to India. I repeat, Pakistan's Navy is no match to India. And key assets of Pakistan, including Gwadar Port, vulnerable as Pakistan Navy fails to prevail. The sea conditions. This was revealed during exercise conducted by Pakistan post Operation Sindoor in last week of May 2025. Back to where it's coming in here on Republic TV viewers, and from what we understand so far is that looks like once again Pakistan is on the back foot. All right, let's go to our guest. We are being joined right now by Major Samar Toor, defense expert, joining us here on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us, Major Toor here. Now, we knew this, and when we were doing extensive coverage during Operation Sindoor, we told our viewers that Pakistan's Navy is no match to Indian Navy at all. Now we see that the Pakistani naval fleet is absent, and it is, in fact, from what we understand, is not being able to do its due diligence on the seas. What do you think is happening there, Major?
You see, from day one, Pakistan's overall fleet is just 121 boats of all different sizes and capabilities, compared to the 293 naval ships that India possesses today. And these are now the difference is that Pakistan has literally been struggling ever since their independence, and majority of the Pakistan naval ships have been the ones which were transferred from the Indian Royal Navy in 1947. So basically they've been thriving on these ships, and it was an eye-opener for them in 1971. And if you see, the Pakistan Navy has just 50 fleet-size vessels compared to 150 vessels of the Indian Navy. Then we possess 15 submarines, which are Kalveri class and Kilo class, whereas Pakistan just has 8 Augusta class and Chinese-built submarines. And you see, there is no reliability of the Chinese equipment that we saw in Op Sindoor. Then you see the surface combatant ships, they have only 4 corvettes compared to our 15 frigates. And we have 10 destroyers, they have only 4 modern frigates. And they don't have any aircraft carrier which is operational. We have INS Vikrant, which is there as an aircraft carrier. So you see, there is a very vast void in terms of everything, including the missile systems. That we have the BrahMos, we have the Barak, we have various indigenous variants of missile systems and delivery systems through submarine, through frigates, through aerial platforms. And as far as the missile system for the Pakistan Navy is concerned, they just have Harpoon and few Chinese-made anti-ship missiles. And as far as the naval bases are concerned, they have basically key bases for Pakistan are Karachi and Ormara naval bases. Whereas as far as India is concerned, we have multiple naval bases because we have a very vast coastline. And other than that, the international collaborators with the Pakistan Navy are just the Chinese and the Turkish. That's it. The Turks are there and the Chinese are there. To some extent, they have the French-made diesel submarines, which are very old, which are more than 15 to 20 years old and are operationally not safe. If they try to go to a depth for testing the depth, probably they all are going to fail the depth test. And they are going to give way. Yes. As far as India is concerned, we are collaborating with the United States, we are collaborating with the French, we are collaborating with the Russians and other ASEAN countries. So our estimated budget is 10 billion annually in terms of budget and funding. And the new corvettes and the ships that we are making, which are 6th generation stealth, they are state of the art. So I think there is actually no comparison. And in Op Sindoor, had there been a situation where a green signal would have been given to the Navy, probably things would have spiraled beyond Pakistan's control and all their seaports would have been destroyed. And their Navy, as it is, was not able to confront the Indian Navy despite it being right at the international waters of Pakistan.
Major, absolutely. And also from what we understand, this is source-based information coming in right now. The reports say that the naval fleet of Pakistan is aging, and they don't even have money to repair them.
I mean, as I said, their fleet is as old as 1970, the last actual war that we fought with them for the liberation of Bangladesh. Since then, their majority of their ships are in use since 1971, and they have not, pondered upon or they have not given it a serious thought for the upgrades. So that shows the actual economical turmoil. And as far as I foresee presently, only China is going to come to a certain extent to rescue them and to provide them the naval ships. Otherwise, it is very unlikely that they can afford any European country naval ships or even submarines for that matter. And if they do, the matters will only get more and more tense. Like, for example, PNS Ghazi was the one which was collecting information and doing surveillance in Recce, and it was eventually shot down by our Indian Navy. So you see, the competence of the Pakistan Navy is always questionable. It's doubtful. Operationally, they do not have much experience. And recently, 2 months back, they had a joint naval exercise at an international level where approximately 60, so claimed by Pakistan that 60 countries all around the world had participated in their joint naval exercise, which I do not foresee that any major military power was involved in these exercises. So it is evidently clear that the Pakistan Navy is in deep waters, is in trouble, and they should just pray that they shouldn't do any misadventure against the Indian forces, because I am very positive that now the second time Navy is definitely going to come into the picture for operations.
Okay, thank you for joining us there. Major Tour joining us as we keep reporting on the state of Pakistan's Navy. All right, breaking news coming in. We move ahead. BJP claims that Congress chief Kharge has insulted President Draupadi Murmu. That is right. BJP says Kharge has called President a land grabber. Okay, huge update coming in, viewers. Not the first time that we have heard the Congress leaders make these kind of statements against the president. We'll go across. We have a guest joining us right now on the phone line. We have with us BJP leader and spokesperson RP Singh joining us. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Singh. Very, very obvious that the Congress continues making these statements, has refused to apologize. Now the BJP says that Kharge has called the president a land grabber. Yes, can you hear me? Okay, we will connect. We'll connect right back. We'll connect right back to the BJP leader and national spokesperson RP Singh in a moment from now. But the Congress chief once again making these comments, and like we were telling our viewers, it's a history of Congress leaders. Even Rahul Gandhi making very, very questionable remarks against President Murmu and other leaders. So BJP says the Congress chief has this time made a comment calling President Murmu a land grabber, viewers. That is right. Back-to-back is coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers. Remember that there has been a string of comments which have been made, by the Congress leaders. We have seen how Congress has repeatedly made comments on President Murmu. Let's not forget, few months ago, Sonia Gandhi made a poor thing remark comment to President Murmu. Let's go and play out the reactions.
तो बड़े बोलेंगे मुर्मू जी को हम प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया बनाए,
कोविंद को हमने प्रेसिडेंट बनाया। हाँ भाई बनाए, कई के लिए बनाए? हमारी संपत्ति छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारे जंगल छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारा जल रोकने के लिए बनाए, हमारी जमीन खींचने के लिए कर रहे। तो बड़े बोलेंगे मुर्मू जी को हम प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया बनाए, कोविंद को हमने प्रेसिडेंट बनाया। हाँ भाई बनाए, कई के लिए बनाए? हमारी संपत्ति छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारे जंगल छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारा जल रोकने के लिए बनाए, हमारी जमीन खींचने के लिए कर रहे।
All right, viewers. So you heard what Mallikarjun Kharge has said, calling President Murmu a land grabber. That's what the BJP is saying. That once again, Kharge has insulted the President of India, Draupadi Murmu. That is right. And let's also take you through the string of comments. Let's not forget there was a complaint which was filed against Sonia Gandhi because she had used two words, "poor thing" remark on President. This happened around a few months ago. A complaint was filed against Sonia Gandhi in Bihar court for remarks against President Draupadi Murmu. We have seen multiple times how Rahul Gandhi has also made similar remarks. And now we are learning that once again the Congress chief Mallikarjun Kharge has made remarks on President Murmu after back-to-back incidents of the same nature. The BJP leaders have demanded apology every time from the Congress leaders for this comment. Okay, let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking right now. Breaking news coming in. Cricketer Yash Dayal has been booked in an alleged sexual exploitation case under the pretext of marriage. FIR has been registered against a cricketer in Ghaziabad. This comes days after a woman from Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh, who claimed to have been in a 5-year long relationship with the cricketer, filed a complaint alleging emotional and mental and physical abuse. Dayal has been booked under Section 69 of the BNS, which deals with sexual acts carried out through deceit or false promises of marriage. The offence is punishable by up to 10 years in prison along with a fine. The FIR was lodged at Indirapuram police station following a preliminary inquiry. Okay, so back-to-back is coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV, where we see that fresh trouble coming in for Yash Dayal, the cricketer. I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us right now. We have with us Akil. Akil, FIR has been registered and there are multiple sections, including Section 69 of the BNS on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence, mental harassment and cheating by making false promises of marriage. Akil.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. If you see in this very case, a case has already been registered, a formal FIR has already been registered against cricketer Yash Dayal. And he, as we all know, that he plays for RCB. Apart from that, he also plays for the Uttar Pradesh cricket team as well. So in this case, I just spoke a few moments back to the victim as well. She's reluctant to come on camera at this point in time, and she's saying that she's trying to build up her case legally. So that's why she has filed an FIR with the Indirapuram police station as of now. And what we have seen that under Section 69 of the BNS, an FIR has already been registered. And while I was speaking to her, she said that she has confessed that she was not only sexually exploited by the accused in connection with the case, and she was also financially and mentally tortured by Yash Dayal. So this is a very concerning news that is coming. And at this point in time, what we have seen that we also tried to reach out to Yash Dayal as well, but he has not responded to our call as of now.
That is right. Oh, thank you, Akil, for getting us those details. I will be coming back to you for more as we see that FIR has been registered. I really have to move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking. Next is Bharat in 1 minute. Let's get started.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
And viewers, getting some updates, a jeweler was killed and another person was injured in an attempted armed robbery at a jewellery showroom in Surat of Gujarat. One of the accused was nabbed by the locals. 3 others managed to escape. The younger brother of the shop owner was shot twice in the chest and was later declared dead. Efforts are underway to catch the rest of the accused. Maharashtra Minister Yogesh Kadam stated that a part of the Pakistani ship was missing and it drifted into the Indian waters due to sea currents. He said that no one has entered Indian waters, stated that Indian Coast Guard security is quite competent and they are definitely alert. An inquiry is underway. Gujarat DGP Vikas Sahai stated that the externment orders were issued against 1,025 anti-social elements from March 15 to May 31st this year. The police has also invoked the Gujarat Prevention of Anti-Social Activities Act against over 800 people. In the last 15 days, the 17 offenders have been detained under the PIT, NDPS and this act. Alright, let's move ahead. LOP Rahul Gandhi amid Bihar Bandh called on July 9th over Election Commission's special intensive revision. He will lead the Bandh or the Chakka Jam tomorrow in Patna. The Bandh call has been made by the opposition in the state to implement special intensive revision of the voters list, which will go to polls in a few months.
कार्रवाई हो रही है, पुलिस पूरी लगी है, डीजीपी लगी हुई है। मैं इतना ही कहूँगा कि अपनी राजनीति के लिए इस तरह के कार्यक्रम करते हैं तो तनाव बढ़ाते हैं, ये भी देखना पड़ेगा। अभी बिहार में शांति की जरूरत है और बाकी तो चुनाव आ रहा है, चुनाव में सब दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाएगा।
हमारे कांग्रेस के पीसीसी ने कहा है कि 9 तारीख को जो भारतवर्ष में जो ट्रेड यूनियन का ऐलान है चक्का जाम का, उसका तो समर्थन हम लोग कर ही रहे हैं। साथ में जो बिहार के गरीब मतदाताओं के साथ जो नाइंसाफ़ी हो रही है, वोटर लिस्ट से नाम काटने की तैयारी हो रही है, उन गरीब मतदाताओं की रक्षा के लिए हम सब लोग, राहुल गांधी जी भी आ रहे हैं, सब लोग मिलकर के पटना में हम लोग चक्का जाम करने का काम करेंगे। और ये पूरा कार्यक्रम केवल पटना में तो हम लोग उपस्थित रहेंगे, लेकिन पूरे बिहार में हमारे ट्रेड यूनियन के जितने लोग हैं और हमारे महागठबंधन इंडिया अलायंस के हमारी जितनी पार्टी के लोग हैं, सभी लोग जो है चक्का जाम करेंगे। और इलेक्शन कमीशन और जो सरकार जो है, उन लोगों को होश ठिकाने लगे, इसके लिए ये कार्यक्रम हम लोगों का है और बड़ी मजबूती के साथ हम लोग जो है इस काम को पूरा करेंगे।
Viewers, getting you some updates coming. The shooter behind the murder of Bihar businessman Gopal Khemka has been shot dead in the encounter. Viewers, that is right. Big update coming in right now. One of the accused, the main accused in the Gopal Khemka murder has been killed. This is coming in from Bihar. Let's tell you that Gopal Khemka was a very well-known businessman who was shot dead right outside his residence in Patna. And the latest coming in, we also have on the right hand of your screen. This is coming. This is the encounter visuals from the spot. And we're coming to know the shooter behind the murder of Bihar businessman Gopal Khemka has now been shot dead a short while back. So this is the latest update in the story. The murder of Gopal Khemka sent shockwaves, I repeat, sent shockwaves across the state of Bihar. This accused was shot dead in a police encounter. In fact, there were two main accused here. There are two main accused here. We'll come to know more about this accused from Prakash Singh, our editor of special projects. There were two main accused in this case, Prakash. The shooter behind the murder of Bihar businessman Gopal Khemka has been shot dead in that encounter. This was a murder of a businessman which had sent shockwaves all across Bihar.
Well, yes, it had shocked the people of Bihar as well as the establishment of Bihar, including Bihar government and different officials. And now that in an encounter late last night, yesterday, when the police was trying to raid at certain hideouts of the culprits on a tip-off provided by some of the accused who have been arrested already in custody. And police tried to raid one of the hideouts in a brick lane in Malsalami area of Patna city, where I am on the way, and there the encounter took place between the police and the concerned accused called Bikas Urf Raja, and he had supplied the arms and ammunition to the shooter. That's what we are told. And he tried to flee away and also he shot at the policeman. In return, the police also retaliated and he was gunned down. Now his body is lying in the post-mortem room of the NMCH. Whereas one more accused, Umesh Yadav, is in custody. He is supposed to be the shooter who is being captured in the CCTV footage on the day of the killing. And he ran away in a nearby apartment. And on the basis of the raids that were conducted in the Beoud Patna jail, there were certain tip-offs, and on the basis of CCTV footage across Patna and on the adjoining and areas of Patna, police corroborated evidences, and on the basis of raids conducted in the jail and investigation and interrogation of certain gangsters in the Patna Central Jail, the police got a tip-off and then they were able to arrest one of the accused. Now, we are told that at 5 p.m. today, DGP Bihar would be holding a press conference and all the elements of this entire killing would be uncovered at 5 p.m. Back to you.
Yes, Prakash. Okay, thank you for getting those details. Now we know which is one of the main accused who has been killed in that encounter in the Gopal Khemka murder case. We're getting some more updates coming in. Now, this incident is horrific and it's very disturbing, viewers. It's coming in from Purnia. 5 people from the same family were brutally killed, allegedly due to witchcraft accusations. The police have arrested 3 in connection with this horrific crime. Watch this report for more.
Shock and grief gripped the Tedgama village in Purnia of Bihar after 5 members of the same family were burnt alive on allegations of witchcraft. They were brutally beaten, burnt, and then their bodies were thrown in the water. The suspicion that the family was practicing occult rituals grew so strong amongst the villagers that it drove them to this brutality. This horrific incident stemmed from the death of a boy who died 3 days ago during a local exorcism ritual. The villagers linked recent deaths in the area to this family, suspecting them of being responsible. The deceased have been identified as Babu Lal Oraon, Sita Devi, Manjit Oraon, Rania Devi, and Tapto Masomat, all belonging to the same family. This gruesome murder has sent shockwaves. Police is actively searching for all the accused. One person, Nakul Kumar, has been arrested in connection with the case. Nakul is accused of instigating the villagers to burn the victims alive. A child from the family who survived narrated the horrific incident to the police.
2 बजे हमको कॉल किया मेरा भाई, बताया भैया भाभी को मम्मी को जला रहा है, आप कहाँ पे हैं, आओ। आए, सुबह में पता चला हमको, तो आए तो कंप्लेन करने आए। मेरा फादर था, मेरा मम्मी था, मेरा भाभी था, मेरा भैया था, मेरा दादी, गांव का लोग मिलके।
किस आरोप में जलाया? क्या
मामला था, यानी कि डैन का ही मामला था। हम बाहर में थे, काम करने गए।
On the complaint of the boy, the police patrolled in the area along with the dog squad. Out of 5, 4 charred bodies were recovered from a nearby pond.
सोनू नाम का एक लड़का है जिसकी 16 वर्ष की आयु होगी, उनके द्वारा बताया गया कि उरांव लोग ही, मतलब ये मैक्सिमम पॉपुलेशन वहाँ आदिवासी उरांव की ही है, उन लोगों ने जादू टोना कह सकते हैं या डाइन के नाम पर जो उनके परिवार के 5 लोगों की हत्या कर दिया। ठीक है, पुणे पुलिस तत्काल पहुंची है और सामने 5 बॉडी रिकवर हो गई है, चली हुई है, गिरफ्तारी भी 3 की हो गई।
Meanwhile, RJD leader questioned the law and order situation in Bihar. He also questioned Nitish Kumar-led NDA government over this horrific crime. The charred remains of the family members continue to serve as a grim symbol of unchecked superstition. Will society act now to extinguish this darkness?
Viewers, much for coming right up. Donald Trump announces tariffs on 14 countries. Hits Japan, South Korea, Kazakhstan, Malaysia by 25%, South Africa by 30%, 40% on Myanmar. After BRICS summit in Rio, PM Modi arrives in Brasilia for state visit where he has gone ahead and is holding very important meetings, emphasizing India's vision for the global cooperation. Stay tuned, we are live and breaking.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। MDH का जल जीरा सिप। MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Viewers, top headlines we're tracking right now. Donald Trump announces tariffs on 14 countries, hits Japan, South Korea, Kazakhstan, Malaysia with 25%, South Africa by 30%, and 40% on Myanmar.
Look at everybody. We know it's all done. I told you, we'll make some deals, but for the most part, we're going to send a letter. We're going to say, welcome to the United States. If you'd like to participate in the greatest, most successful country ever. I mean, we're doing better than ever.
On India and US trade deal, Trump says close to making deal with India. After BRICS summit in Rio, PM Modi arrives in Brasilia for the state visit, where he held key bilateral meetings and emphasized India's vision for global cooperation. A verbal tiff broke out between Union Minister Kiren Rijiju and AIMIM Chief Asudin Owaisi after Rijiju says India is the only country where minorities are given so many facilities. Bihar businessman Gopal Khemka shooter killed in an encounter in Patna. UP CM Yogi Adityanath issues a stern warning. Kavod Yatra directs officials to ensure foolproof arrangements. We are live and breaking. Big update coming in. Shooter behind the murder of Bihar businessman Gopal Khemka has now been shot dead in an encounter. Viewers, we will go. I repeat, we will go to the encounter spot right now. And we'll tell you exactly what is happening. This is the case, the Gopal Khemka murder case. Gopal Khemka, a very renowned businessman, was shot dead right outside his residence in Patna. Let's go across to Prakash.
पुलिस ने प्रेस रिलीज जारी किया है। यहाँ पर विकास उर्फ राजा जो हथियार सप्लायर थे यहाँ पर भागने की कोशिश कर रहे थे और ये मार्किंग है, ये पत्थर पर लिखा गया है ए, फिर दूसरा है बी, सी, डी और ई, मतलब 5 राउंड गोलियां चली है और ये मार्किंग है इस इलाका में, जो कि विकास उर्फ राजा जिसको बताया जाता है कि ये हथियार का सप्लायर था और इसकी निशानदेही हुई उमेश यादव के कहने पर, जिसकी शॉट्स दिखाई आप, उमेश यादव के कहने पर, जिसने कबूला कि विकास उर्फ राजा ने हथियार सप्लाई किया था पटना सिटी माल सलामी एरिया का। ये पुराना पटना का इलाका है, जब पाटलिपुत्र राजधानी हुआ करती थी मगध साम्राज्य की, तब का ये पटना है। और यहाँ पर ये आप देख रख सकते हैं ईंट भट्टा है और यहाँ पर इसी इलाके में उसने अपनी पनाह ले रखी थी, छिपा हुआ था और उसके बाद ये घटना को अंजाम दिया गया। यहाँ पर बॉडी पोस्टमार्टम के लिए रखा गया है। अब दूसरा आरोपी जो है गिरफ्त में है वो उमेश यादव, जो कि मुख्य अभियुक्त है, शूटर है वो, जिसकी तस्वीरें हमने सीसीटीवी में भी देखी है और उसको लेकर बातें सामने आ रही है कि वो अजय वर्मा गैंग का है, जो गैंगस्टर पटना के बेउर जेल में है और बेउर जेल में भी लगातार 2-3 दिन से छापेमारी चल रही थी। सीसीटीवी फुटेजेस आए, उसके बाद सीडीआर कॉल डंपिंग से निकाला गया और तमाम सीसीटीवी फुटेज सड़कों की आई है। उसके निशानदेही पर पटना पुलिस ने पहले उमेश यादव को गिरफ्तार किया, उसके बाद उसके निशानदेही पर विकास उर्फ राजा को गिरफ्त में लेकर उसको पकड़ने की कोशिश की। उस दौरान उसकी मौत हो गई जब वो जवाबी हमला कर रहा था। बॉडी पोस्टमार्टम में है अभी। एक बार फिर से आप तस्वीरें दिखाइए जहां पर मार्किंग की गई है, 5 राउंड गोलियों से उसको छलनी कर दिया गया और ये जगह है डी, ई, बी और ए। अब शाम को 5 बजे इस पूरे मामले पर प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया जाएगा डीजीपी विनय कुमार के द्वारा। और जिस तरीके से बिहार पुलिस की साख गिरती जा रही थी और नीतीश कुमार का कानून व्यवस्था का यूएसपी था, जो जब 2005 में वो सरकार में आए थे, उसके बाद से ये पहली बार है 1-2 साल में जब से नीतीश कुमार की स्वास्थ्य में गिरावट आई है और तब से परसेप्शन खराब हुआ है 2-4 महीनों में और उसको लेकर पुलिस सजग हुई, सतर्क हुई और ये एक तरीके से एक मॉडल को अपनाया गया और आज मार गिराया गया। पुलिस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बताएगी पूरी प्रक्रिया को कि कैसे ये सब किया गया और कौन कौन लोग थे। आप इधर आइए, कौन कौन लोग थे जो इसमें शामिल थे। और यहाँ पर बड़ी संख्या में पुलिसकर्मी भी मौजूद हैं, यहाँ पर थाना के लोग मौजूद हैं। यहाँ पर देखिए, वहाँ पर ये हाईवे है, गंगा पथ, वहाँ पर लोग दर्शक जो हैं बड़ी संख्या में हैं, वो देख रहे हैं और हम कोशिश करेंगे कुछ लोगों से बात करने के लिए। ये बताइए रोशन जी, ये घटना जो हुई है यहाँ पर क्या हुआ है? रात में घटना हुई है, आप लोग क्या यहाँ पर?
नहीं, हम
है? क्या बाद में बताएंगे। क्या बताइए ना
अभी
है? तो ये कितने बजे घटना हुई है? 2:30 बजे है?
आप यहाँ आए, बताइए ना किस काम के लिए आए, इतना ही बता दीजिए ना।
2:30 बजे एनकाउंटर हुआ, 3 बजे कर ही दिए एनकाउंटर, तो बताने में क्या दिक्कत है? ये 2:30 बजे एनकाउंटर हुआ क्या?
हमको जानकारी
है। आप क्या यहाँ पेट्रोलिंग के लिए हैं?
सर नो कमेंट्स।
पुलिस वाले नहीं बोलना चाहते हैं। बहरहाल ये पूरा इलाका जो है ईंट भट्टे का है। देखिए चारों तरफ ईंट भट्टा है, सुनसान इलाका है, बगल में गंगा नदी है। इधर कैमरामैन को बताऊंगा तो ये दियर इलाका है, सुनसान इलाका। रात में यहाँ पर छुपे हुए थे, जैसा कि पुलिस बता रही है। 2:30 बजे के करीब एक घटना हुई। आप इधर आइए अनुपम। और अब सबसे बड़ी बात है कि क्या राज खुलने वाला है, क्या अदावत थी उमेश यादव की जो उसने शूट किया, किसके कहने पर किया, या ये सुपारी किलिंग है। सब भेद 5 बजे शाम को डीजीपी विनय कुमार के द्वारा खोला जाएगा। वहाँ पर पटना के एसएसपी और तमाम पुलिस अधिकारी मौजूद रहेंगे और उसके बाद कानूनी कार्रवाई करके जो भी अपराधी गिरफ्त में है उनको जेल भेजा जाएगा कोर्ट में प्रोड्यूस करके। तो एक तरीके से बिहार पुलिस ने राहत की सांस ली होगी। जो गिरती हुई शाख थी, बिहार पुलिस की इज्जत चली गई, क्योंकि रात में जैसे हत्या की गई, पूरे पुलिसिया व्यवस्था पर सवाल उठ रहा था, कानून व्यवस्था पर सवाल उठ रहा था। और तेजस्वी यादव ने भी लगातार प्रहार करना शुरू कर दिया था कि नीतीश कुमार अचेत अवस्था में है और उनसे कानून व्यवस्था संभल नहीं रहा है।
Well, that was our reporter Prakash, who was live from the encounter spot where the accused had been shot down. Remember, what we're talking about here is the Gopal Khemka murder case. A top businessman from Bihar who had been shot dead under the broad daylight just few weeks back. Today, the accused had been killed in an encounter. In fact, Prakash is reporting live from the encounter spot. Let's listen in.
कहने पर किया, जेल से हुई ये वारदात। ये सब वारदात जो है, अगर कोई अपराधी जेल में है तो जेल में रेड हुई थी 2-3 दिन पहले, तो वो सब की परतें जो हैं शाम को 5 बजे खुलेंगी। पुलिस के सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं कि पुलिस ने इस पूरे केस को क्रैक कर लिया है और परतें जो है शाम को 5 बजे खोलेंगी पुलिस, जब डीजीपी विनय कुमार, जो बिहार पुलिस के डीजीपी हैं, वो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करेंगे।
Well, Prakash, thank you very much for getting us those details. So the DGP press conference is awaited at 5 p.m. tonight, when they will be giving out the details on what was the modus operandi behind killing of Bihar's top businessman Gopal Khemka. He was shot dead at point blank range and it happened under the broad daylight. Today, the accused has been killed in a retaliatory fire in an encounter, and many of them have also been detained. Moving on to other breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the RCB that's in another huge controversy, where the RCB's cricketer Yash Dayal has been booked in alleged case of sexual exploitation under the pretext of marriage. An FIR was registered against the cricketer in Ghaziabad. Now, this comes days after a woman from Ghaziabad in Uttar Pradesh, who claimed to have been in a 5-year relationship with the cricketer, filed a complaint alleging emotional, mental and physical abuse. Now, the RCB cricketer Yash Dayal has been booked under Section 69 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, which deals with sexual acts carried out through deceit or false promises of marriage. The offence is punishable by up to 10 years in prison along with a fine. Now, the FIR was lodged at the Indirapuram police station following a preliminary inquiry. Akhil, my colleague, is joining me live on the broadcast on that. Akhil, these are very serious allegations that have been levelled by this woman in Ghaziabad who claims to have been in a relationship with the RCB cricketer. The RCB cricketer, however, has not responded to the allegations yet. What are the other details that you're picking up in the story? All right, we seem to have dropped that call with Akhil, but we'll try getting him back on the line with us. These are huge allegations, remember, ladies and gentlemen, against an RCB cricketer. His name is Yash Dayal. He has been booked. An FIR has been registered at the Indirapuram police station in Uttar Pradesh, and these are by allegations of alleged act of sexual exploitation, mental harassment and physical violence on the pretext of marriage. Akhil is back with us on the phone line. Akhil, I believe RCB has not issued a statement yet, and neither has Yash Dayal, the RCB cricketer, who is in the eye of the storm right now. But these are some very serious allegations that this woman in Ghaziabad, who claimed to have been in a relationship, has levelled on the RCB cricketer. What more details are you picking up?
Well, absolutely, Tanisha. If you see, in this case, we also tried to speak to Yash Dayal as well. But as of now, we have not got any official response from Yash Dayal's team. Apart from that, if you see, we haven't got any response from the RCB team as well. But certainly, the victim in this case, who has been dating Yash Dayal for the last 5 years, she came up to the forefront, and she has spoken to the Republic TV. While speaking to me, she has confirmed this, that she was in relationship with Yash Dayal since 2020. And then what has happened, that even if you see for the last 4 years they were in sexual relationship as well. This is what the victim is claiming right now. So we'll have to wait and what that in this incident, that what is the official confirmation from the police direction comes, because right now she will also be taken for the medical examination in connection with the case. Earlier, if you see, she has also confirmed this to us, that she visited several places with Yash Dayal. Apart from that, she has also said that when she was in a relationship. She also visited not only several places, she also went for watching IPL matches as well. So these are the claims made by the victims, and we have also recovered some chats details that took place between Yash Dayal and his girlfriend, ex-girlfriend. So at this point in time, the official version we'll have to wait and watch to get from Yash Dayal. But in this case, what we have seen that under section 69 of the BNS, Ghaziabad police team has already registered an FIR in connection with the case.
Right, absolutely, Akhil. Thank you very much for getting us those details. Time for us to move on to the other stories that we're tracking now. A verbal tiff broke out between Union Minister Kiran Rijiju and All India Majlis-e-Ittihad-ul-Muslimin Chief Asauddin Owaisi after the Bharatiya Janata Party leader said that India is only the country where minorities are given so many facilities. Now, the AIMIM chief lashed out at Kiran Rijiju, saying that minorities in this country are nothing but hostages. They are not citizens, but they are hostages, is what AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi had to say. Meanwhile, the BJP has hit out at the AIMIM chief for spreading hate. Listen in. All right, before we go to that statement of the BJP spokesperson, let's also go across to Vinod Bansal, the VHP spokesperson, joining us on the phone line. Vinod Bansal ji, बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया आपका हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. The minority debate has been reignited yet again, and this is after OAC gave a statement saying that Muslims in India are not citizens but hostages.
Muslims in India? Sorry?
Sir, AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi has gone ahead to say that Muslims in India are hostages and not citizens. He said this while he was responding to an interview by the Union Minister Kiran Rijiju.
Actually, the thing is that the facilities and the emoluments being given to the minority, or what you call, say, the so-called the second largest community of the country in the name of minority had never been given by any of the country of the world. आप देखिए कि सभी माइनॉरिटी को कम से कम 4 तरह के आरक्षण मिले हुए हैं. एसटी का हो, ओबीसी का हो, ईडब्ल्यूएस का हो, और माइनॉरिटी में ना माइनॉरिटी संस्थानों में उनको 50% आरक्षण है. आप देखिए माइनॉरिटी अफेयर्स के लिए अलग से मंत्रालय बना हुआ है, उसका अलग से 3,500 करोड़ के करीब बजट है. पिछले साल भी उसमें 5% की बढ़ोतरी हुई. नेशनल माइनॉरिटी कमीशन को इतने व्यापक अधिकार दिए गए जो किसी को नहीं है. मुसलमानों को सिविल सर्विसेज में जो पर्सनल कोड है वो इनके लिए अलग से बना हुआ है, हिंदुओं के लिए नहीं है. 4 शादी करने का इनको अधिकार है. लड़कियों की शादी की कोई उम्र नहीं है. आप देखिए कि जो सिविल जो सूट्स होते हैं, उन सूट्स में इनके ऊपर भारत के कई सारे कानून लागू नहीं होते. कमाल की बात है. माइनॉरिटी जो कम्युनिटी द्वारा चलाए जाने वाले जो एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, अदर इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, उनके लिए आर्टिकल 29-30 में स्पेशल प्रोविजन है जो मेजोरिटी कम्युनिटी के लिए भी नहीं है. आप सोचिए कि ऐसे और जो इनको जो फैसिलिटीज हैं वो भारत के SC, ST और ओबीसी और ईडब्ल्यूएस कैटेगरी के लोगों के लिए भी नहीं अवेलेबल है. आप देखिए कि इनके पसंद के टीचर स्टाफ, तो ऐसे अनेक तरह के जो स्पेशल प्रिविलेजेस मिले हुए हैं तो दुनिया के किसी कंट्री में नहीं. और मोर ओवर आई कैन से कि आउट ऑफ द टोटल 5-6 टाइप ऑफ माइनॉरिटीज, वो जो रियल माइनॉरिटी है देश की, उन्होंने तो आज तक कोई क्वेश्चन रेज नहीं किया, कोई डिमांड नहीं करी. लेकिन जो सेकंड लार्जेस्ट कम्युनिटी ऑफ द कंट्री है वो हमेशा हर तरह के फैसिलिटीज को भी गेन कर रही है, सरकारी सुविधाओं का लाभ ले रही है, और ऊपर से सरकारों को और देश को गाली भी देती है. चाहे मुहर्रम का त्योहार हो या ताजिया निकल रहे हो, कुछ और हो, उन्होंने उत्पात बचाना ही बचाना है. इतना कुछ फैसिलिटीज और इन सब को देखते हुए लगता है कि भाई आप देखिए कि इनकी जो ग्रोथ रेट है, अगर आसपास के देशों की माइनॉरिटी की ग्रोथ रेट की बात करो.
Absolutely. Vinod Bansal ji, I'm really sure I have to cut you short on there because we are running short on time, but appreciate your views on the topic. We are also getting in a reaction from the BJP spokesperson Shahzad Poonawalla. Let's also listen to that.
कि दरअसल ओवैसी साहब खुद हॉस्टेज है वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स के, और इसीलिए भड़काना, बहकाना और चिल्लाना ये BBC बन चुके हैं ओवैसी. और ओवैसी साहब ने CA के समय पर भी बोला था कि मुसलमानों की नागरिकता छीन जाएगी. कितनों की नागरिकता छीनी. अब वक्फ का मामला आया है तो बोलते हैं मस्जिदें छीन जाएगी, कब्रिस्तान छीन जाएंगे. तो भड़काना और बहकाना और चिल्लाना ये ओवैसी साहब वोट बैंक के हॉस्टेज बनकर, वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स के हॉस्टेज बनकर इस प्रकार की बातें करते हैं। पर मैं ओवैसी साहब से पूछना चाहता हूं कि यदि आप सच में मानते हैं कि भारत के मुसलमान बंदी है, बंधक है, तो फिर सीए में आप वकालत क्यों कर रहे थे कि अफगानिस्तान और पाकिस्तान के मुसलमानों को भी यहाँ पर आने दिया जाए? मतलब अगर भारत के मुसलमानों की इतनी दयनीय स्थिति है आपके हिसाब से, तो और मुसलमानों को बुलाने की पेशकश क्यों कर रहे थे आप सीए कानून में? ये दिखाता है कि इनको केवल और केवल भड़काना है, वोट बैंक की दुकान चलाना है, और इसीलिए इस प्रकार के बयान जो है वो लगातार करवाना है।
Permanent representative of India to the United Nations in New York, Ambassador Harish, has spoken regarding the UNGA resolution on the situation in Afghanistan at the UN General Assembly meeting. Now, the meeting was held in Germany yesterday. He mentioned that the efforts that India has made to provide humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity building initiatives for the Afghan people are necessary. Here's more on the story.
The permanent representative of India to the UN in New York, Ambassador Parvat Neni Harish, spoke at the UN General Assembly meeting, which was held in Germany yesterday. He spoke at the meeting on the UNGA resolution on the situation in Afghanistan. He stated that India's immediate priorities in Afghanistan include the provision of humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity building initiatives for the Afghan people.
India's immediate priorities in Afghanistan include the provision of humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity building initiatives for the Afghan people. We have been working closely with UN agencies to support the Afghan people in critical areas such as health, food security, education and sports. India's commitment to Afghanistan's reconstruction is demonstrated through more than 500 development partnerships across all provinces. Since August 2021, India has supplied around 50,000 metric tons of wheat, over 330 metric tons of medicines and vaccines, 40,000 liters of the pesticide malathion, and 58.6 metric tons of other essential items, supporting millions of Afghans in dire need of humanitarian assistance. In partnership with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, we have provided 84 metric tons of assistance and medicines and 32 metric tons of social support items for drug rehabilitation programs.
Ambassador Parvat Neni Harish also stated that India has provided scholarships to Afghani students.
India also continues to offer scholarships and fellowships to Afghan students. Since 2023, we have provided scholarships for undergraduate and postgraduate courses to 2,000 Afghan students, including nearly 600 girls.
Breaking news coming in, all the MNS party workers who were gathering to take out a rally in Mira Road have been detained by the police. Now, this rally was regarding the Marathi language debate, which the MNS workers tried taking out at Mira Road. This was slated to be held at 10 a.m. However, just before they could stage a protest regarding the language debate that's raging in the state of Maharashtra, all of them have now been detained. These are the live visuals that we're getting from Mira Road in Mumbai, where just moments before the MNS workers were about to take out a protest rally regarding the Marathi versus non-Marathi debate. They have already been detained by the police. Satya Prakash is joining me live from Mumbai on that. Satya Prakash, MNS workers जो प्रोटेस्ट करने वाले थे मराठी लैंग्वेज राव के अगेंस्ट, अब उन सबको गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया, उनको डिटेन कर लिया गया है। कौन कौन है उसमें जो ऑलरेडी डिटेन हो चुके हैं?
देखिए, मीरा रोड में मनसे कार्यकर्ता आज प्रोटेस्ट करने वाले थे 10 बजे और इसी को लेकर मनसे कार्यकर्ता मीरा रोड में पहुंचे थे, लेकिन उसके पहले ही मीरा रोड पुलिस ने उनको हिरासत में लिया है। हिरासत में इसलिए लिया है क्योंकि जो मोर्चा निकलने वाला था उसका परमिशन नहीं मिला था, और परमिशन इसलिए नहीं दिया गया था क्योंकि अगर उस मोर्चा निकलता और उस इलाके से गुजरता, क्योंकि वहाँ पे व्यापारी और हिंदी भाषी लोग हैं, तो लाइन ऑर्डर का सिचुएशन ख़राब हो सकता था। इसीलिए मीरा रोड पुलिस ने परमिशन नहीं दिया था और इसको लेकर जो मनसे कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे थे उनको हिरासत में ले लिया है। देर रात अविनाश यादव मनसे के नेता हैं और जिला प्रमुख हैं, उनको हिरासत में ले लिया है। कई ऐसे नेता हैं जो लोकल वहां मीरा रोड और भाईंदर के नेता हैं, उनको हिरासत में मीरा रोड पुलिस ले ली है। फिलहाल जो लोग वहां
तर मुंबईत त्यांच्याशी चर्चा होऊन रूट ठरला होता की कुठला रूट असणार आहे। त्यामुळे मला असं वाटतं की मोर्चा काढायला कोणालाही ना नाही आहे, पण एखाद्या मोर्चाने जर कायदा सुव्यवस्थेत काही गडबड होणार असेल किंवा अशा मार्गाने तो जाणार असेल की नेणं कठीण आहे, पोलिसांना कायदा सुव्यवस्था ठेवणं कठीण आहे किंवा ट्रॅफिक कंट्रोल करणं कठीण आहे। आता तो रेल्वे स्टेशन,
लेकिन कानून व्यवस्था को बनाए रखते हुए पुलिस प्रशासन,
रेल्वे स्टेशनची काय परिस्थिती असते, त्यामुळे पोलिसांनी सातत्याने त्यांना विनंती केली की तुम्ही हा रूट
रेलवे स्टेशन के आसपास मोर्चा निकालना क्या परिस्थिति है वहाँ पे?
मोर्चे को इजाजत नहीं दी गई। देखिए
वहाँ पे परमिशन नहीं दिया जा सकता।
किसी भी मोर्चे को इजाजत है, ये लोकतांत्रिक राज्य है, वो भी मोर्चा निकालना चाहे तो परमिशन लेकर निकाल सकता है, लेकिन जब कोई परमिशन लेता है तो उसका रूट किस प्रकार से होना चाहिए। अगर रूट में कई ट्रैफिक के प्रॉब्लम्स है, अगर रूट में कोई ऐसी जगह है कि जहाँ पर स्टैम्पिड जैसी अवस्था हो सकती है, कुछ ऐसी चीजें होगी तो पुलिस रूट चेंज करने को कहती है। तो मैंने जब पुलिस कमिश्नर से पूछा तो पुलिस कमिश्नर ने मुझे कहा कि हमने उनको रूट चेंज करने के लिए कहा था, लेकिन वो एडमेंट थे कि हमको ये रूट लेना है, इसलिए पुलिस ने उसको नकारा है।
प्रयोगशाला के तौर पर देखा जा रहा है क्या? मीरा रोड जो है, जो राजनीति की नई प्रयोगशाला के तौर पर देखा जा रहा है क्या?
देखिए, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं महाराष्ट्र के मिजाज को जानता हूं। महाराष्ट्र का मिजाज ऐसा है कि इस प्रकार के प्रयोग यहां चलेंगे नहीं। जो मराठी आदमी है वो बड़े दिल का है, क्योंकि भारत पर जब आक्रमण हुआ तो मराठी आदमी ने केवल महाराष्ट्र का विचार नहीं किया, पूरे भारत का विचार किया। इसलिए मराठी आदमी कभी छोटा सोच नहीं सकता, कभी संकुचित सोच नहीं सकता, इसलिए कोई प्रयोग करने की कोशिश भी करे तो नहीं हो पाएगा। पहिली गोष्ट तर अशी आहे की निशिकांत दुबे यांचं जर तुम्ही पूर्ण ऐकलं तर ते संघटनेच्या संदर्भात बोलले आहेत। ते मराठी माणसाला त्यांनी सरसकट त्या ठिकाणी म्हटलेलं नाही। तथापि माझं मत असं आहे,
निशिकांत दुबे ने जो कहा है,
कारण त्याचे जे अर्थ निघतात,
मराठी आदमी
हे लोकांच्या मनात संभ्रम तयार करतात। मी पुन्हा एकदा सांगतो की मराठी माणसाचं,
निशिकांत दुबे ने जो कहा है, मराठी माणूस के मन में अलग भ्रम पैदा हो रहा है,
प्रचंड मोठा आहे। आणि आपल्याला कल्पना आहे की ज्यावेळी
मराठी लोगों का योगदान महाराष्ट्र में प्रचंड योगदान है।
संस्कृती संपवण्याचा प्रयत्न केला होता, त्यावेळेस ती जिवंत ठेवण्याचं काम हे छत्रपती शिवरायांनी केलं, छत्रपती संभाजी महाराजांनी केलं आणि त्यानंतर मराठ्यांनी संपूर्ण भारतामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी आपली संस्कृती जिवंत ठेवण्याकरता परकीय आक्रमकांच्या विरुद्ध लढाई केली। आपल्याला माहिती आहे की पानिपतची लढाई देखील मराठे जे लढले होते, अहमदच्या स्पष्टपणे तहाचं पत्र दिलं होतं की मला जो पाकिस्तानमध्ये आता पंजाब आहे, तो पंजाब पासून पेशावर पर्यंत हा मुलूक आम्हाला देऊन टाका, बलुचिस्तान आम्हाला देऊन टाका आणि उर्वरित भारत हा मराठ्यांचा असं आम्ही मान्य करू। पण मराठ्यांनी ते मान्य केलं नाही। मराठे तोही मुलूक अखंड भारत वाचवण्याकरता त्या ठिकाणी पानिपतच्या लढाईला गेले होते। त्यामुळे हा मराठ्यांचा इतिहास आहे आणि आजही देशाच्या जीडीपी मध्ये सर्वात जास्त कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन देणारा आमचा महाराष्ट्र आहे। त्यामुळे मला असं वाटतं की महाराष्ट्र आणि मराठी माणसाचं कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन या देशाच्या इतिहासामध्ये आणि या देशाच्या वर्तमानामध्ये कोणीच नाकारू शकत नाही, आणि जर कोणी नाकारत असेल तर ते अत्यंत चुकीचं आहे।
पुन्हा एकदा विरोधी पक्ष अध्यक्षांना पत्र लिहितंय आणि स्मरणपत्र म्हणून देते की विरोधी पक्ष नेत्याची नेमणूक करा, सरकार मात्र यासाठी आग्रही नाही असं त्यांचं म्हणणं आहे।
हा सरकारचा विषयच नाही, हा विषय अध्यक्षांचा आहे। ते अध्यक्षांना पत्र लिहितील, अध्यक्ष जे नियमात आहे ते करतील। त्यामुळे यात सरकार येतं कुठे? सरकारचा काही संबंध नाही याच्याशी। हा मुद्दा माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय आणि ते जे काही विरोधी पक्ष त्यांच्यामध्ये आहे। चला, माझा पहिला
That's a very, very strong worded statement that's coming in from the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister, Maharashtra Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis, where he has said that strict action will be taken against those perpetrators who try to create chaos in the name of language debate in the state. A very strong statement from the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, where he has gone ahead to say, in regard with the MNS protest, that perpetrators will not be spared, and that he's spoken to the Commissioner of Police over the protests that were going to be held, and that democracy is supreme in the state of Maharashtra.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for staying with Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking this Tuesday with me, Oyana Mitra. The minority rights debate, ladies and gentlemen, is back in focus. And this time it's AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi and Union Minister Kiran Rijiju who have been locked in a war of words. Now we'll get you all the political reactions on that and a lot more, but first the headlines at 11 a.m. Donald Trump announces tariffs on 14 countries, hits Japan, South Korea, Kazakhstan, Malaysia with 25%, South Africa by 30% and 40% on Myanmar.
But for the most part, we're going to send a letter. We're going to say, welcome to the United States. If you'd like to participate in the greatest, most successful country ever. I mean, we're doing better than ever.
On India and United States trade deal, Trump says close to making deal with India. After BRICS summit in Rio, Prime Minister Modi arrives in Brasilia for state visit, where he held key bilateral meetings and emphasized on India's vision for global cooperation. Verbal tiff breaks out between Union Minister Kiran Rijiju and AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi after Rijiju says that India is the only country where minorities are given so many facilities. Bihar businessman Gopal Khemka's shooter killed in an encounter in Patna. FIR registered against cricketer Yash Dayal on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence, mental harassment and cheating. Sources say Pakistan Navy is facing crisis after Operation Sindoor. Pak Navy fleet notably absent from the strategic waters of the Arabian Sea. All right, and we cut across straight to visuals coming in from Thane's Meera Road, where the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena, that is the Raj Thackeray-led MNS, is staging a protest over the language row. And the visuals of that are now on your screens. In fact, just a short while ago, it was Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis who came and gave us a statement on the raging debate in his state. And currently in Meera Road, Thane, from where we are getting you these visuals, MNS workers, we are learning, have been detained. There's high drama on the streets of Thane. The MNS workers are staging a protest. They have clashed with the locals and the police over there. You can see there's heavy police barricading at the spot. And we're also learning that some of the MNS leaders have been detained. And there's a massive showdown that is happening on the streets of Thane between the MNS workers and the police. And this comes just days after a shopkeeper in Thane's Meera Road was assaulted over the language row. And it is now the MNS leaders who are staging a protest. In fact, we're getting in some reactions. Let's quickly listen in to that statement that came in earlier from Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis.
कि महाराष्ट्र में किसी भी मोर्चे को इजाजत है, ये लोकतांत्रिक राज्य है, कोई भी मोर्चा निकालना चाहे तो परमिशन लेकर निकाल सकता है, लेकिन जब कोई परमिशन लेता है तो उसका रूट किस प्रकार से होना चाहिए। अगर रूट में कई ट्रैफिक के प्रॉब्लम्स है, अगर रूट में कोई ऐसी जगह है कि जहां पर स्टैम्पिड जैसी अवस्था हो सकती है, कुछ ऐसी चीजें होगी तो पुलिस रूट चेंज करने को कहती है। तो मैंने जब पुलिस कमिश्नर से पूछा तो पुलिस कमिश्नर ने मुझे कहा कि हमने उनको रूट चेंज करने के लिए कहा था, लेकिन वो एडमेंट थे कि हमको ये रूट लेना है, इसलिए पुलिस ने उसको नकारा है।
प्रयोगशाला के तौर पर देखा जा रहा है क्या? मीरा रोड जो है, जो राजनीति की नई प्रयोगशाला के तौर पर देखा जा रहा है क्या?
देखिए, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं महाराष्ट्र के मिजाज को जानता हूं। महाराष्ट्र का मिजाज ऐसा है कि इस प्रकार के प्रयोग यहां चलेंगे नहीं। जो मराठी आदमी है वो बड़े दिल का है, क्योंकि भारत पर जब आक्रमण हुआ तो मराठी आदमी ने केवल महाराष्ट्र का विचार नहीं किया, पूरे भारत का विचार किया। इसलिए मराठी आदमी कभी छोटा सोच नहीं सकता, कभी संकुचित सोच नहीं सकता। इसलिए कोई प्रयोग करने की कोशिश भी करे तो नहीं हो पाएगा।
All right, my colleague Satyaprakash joins me live. Satyaprakash, we see some MNS workers को वहाँ पे डिटेन किया गया है थाने में जहाँ पे वो प्रोटेस्ट करे. क्या चल रहा है अभी ऑन ग्राउंड? हमको थोड़ा डिटेल्स दीजिए और क्या कहाँ पे जा रही है प्रोटेस्ट? क्योंकि MNS वर्कर्स कुछ दिन पहले उन्हीं के अगेंस्ट एलिगेशन थी कि उन्होंने एक लोकल शॉपकीपर को मारा है ओवर द लैंग्वेज. और अभी वही लोग जाके वहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं. क्या चल रहा है, हमको थोड़ा डिटेल में बताइए.
देखिए, मीरा रोड स्टेशन पास से मनसे के जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वहाँ इकट्ठा हो रहे थे. उसी समय मीरा रोड पुलिस पहुंची और सभी लोग को डिटेन किया क्योंकि परमिशन नहीं दिया था. मीरा रोड पुलिस ने परमिशन नहीं दिया था. परमिशन इसलिए नहीं दिया था क्योंकि पुलिस को डर है कि अगर मनसे मतलब राज ठाकरे के पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता अगर वहाँ इकट्ठा होंगे और जो हिंदी भाषी इलाका है वहाँ पर अगर मोर्चा निकालते हैं कहीं कहीं लॉ एंड ऑर्डर कानून व्यवस्था बिगड़ सकता है. इसलिए मीरा रोड पुलिस ने उनको परमिशन नहीं दिया था. और मीरा रोड पुलिस ने देर रात के ही कई ऐसे मनसे के नेता हैं जैसे अविनाश यादव के अलावा कई ऐसे नेता हैं जिनको डिटेन किया था, हिरासत में लिया था और उनको पुलिस स्टेशन ला के रखा था. फिलहाल जो मनसे कार्यकर्ता सुबह 10 बजे क्योंकि मोर्चा निकलने वाला था, सुबह जो इकट्ठा हो रहे थे उनको हटाया गया है. वहाँ पे जो भीड़ इकट्ठा हो रही थी उनको हटाया गया और कुछ लोग को डिटेन किया गया है. फिलहाल जिस तरह से मीरा रोड पुलिस कहना है कि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का सिचुएशन खराब हो सकता है क्योंकि वहाँ पे जो मराठी बनाम हिंदी का विवाद चल रहा है. जिस तरह से व्यापारी हिंदी भाषी जो राजस्थानी व्यापारी उसको मारा गया था, उसी इलाके में वो मोर्चा निकलने वाला था क्योंकि जो व्यापारी संघ था और जो राजस्थानी लोग थे वो मोर्चा निकाले थे और उसी के विरोध में कहीं कहीं मनसे पार्टी कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पे मोर्चा निकालने वाले थे. फिलहाल जो है स्थिति शांत है. जो मोर्चा निकालने के लिए आए थे उनको डिटेन करके पुलिस स्टेशन लेके जाया गया है. लेकिन जो मराठी लोग हैं, मनसे कार्यकर्ता हैं, उनका साफ तौर से कहना है कि जिस तरह से राजस्थान के लोग और जिस तरह व्यापारी लोग मोर्चा निकाले थे तो हमें क्यों नहीं परमिशन दिया जा रहा है मोर्चा निकालने के लिए. वहीं महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री ने साफ तौर से कहा है कि जिस जगह पे ये मोर्चा निकालने वाले थे वहाँ पे मीरा रोड पुलिस ने परमिशन नहीं दिया था क्योंकि वहाँ लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन खराब हो सकता है, इसलिए परमिशन नहीं दिया गया. रेलवे स्टेशन पास में था, कोई भी मोर्चा निकाल सकता है लेकिन लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन और पुलिस के परमिशन के बाद ही निकाल सकता है. फिलहाल वहाँ पे सिचुएशन शांत है. जो मनसे कार्यकर्ता उनको डिटेन किया गया है और जो मनसे कार्यकर्ता हैं कि हम कह रहे हैं कि हमें परमिशन देना चाहिए था क्योंकि जब व्यापारी संघ निकाल सकता है, हिंदी भाषी निकाल सकते हैं तो मराठी मानुस क्यों नहीं निकाल सकता. जी.
All right, Satyaprakash, thank you for giving us those details as we track those visuals from Thane very, very closely. But for the moment, viewers, we move on because we have more breaking news coming in. There's a complete shutdown that has been reported in the Panchkor area of Balochistan against atrocities on Baloch people by the Pakistani army forces. Now, people of Balochistan are observing a complete shutdown and protest for the last couple of days over the recent killing of 2 students. Now, the family and the locals allege that the 2 students were abducted by Counter-Terrorism Department wing of the police of Pakistan, and several protesters have also been detained by the police on the Panchkor area who came to the streets to protest against the atrocities. Those are the visuals on your screen from Balochistan's Panchkor area where there's a complete shutdown right now, and then the locals are completely up in arms against the Pakistani army, viewers. Visuals from Meera Road in Thane. This is over the language row where MNS workers, is the Raj Thakre-led Maharashtra Nav Nirman Sena workers who are staging a protest in Thane over the alleged imposition of Hindi, as they claim. And they have been very vocally advocating for the rights of the Marathi people and the Marathi language. And in the process of this protest, several workers have been detained since this morning when they took out a march to counter the protests against the Slapgate incident which took place in Meera Road a couple of days ago. And to bring you a bit more context, viewers, a few days ago, the MNS workers allegedly assaulted a food stall owner for not speaking Marathi, after which protests broke out against the MNS for their act of oppression against the food stall owner. And now this morning, the MNS workers in turn started staging a protest on that very same road, that is the Meera Road in Thane. And in the process of that, there was a heavy showdown between the police and the locals and the MNS workers. And as you can see on your screen, several of those party workers were paraded in police vans. They were detained and then they were taken away. And very dramatic visuals coming in from Thane, where the MNS workers hit the streets and the cops caught them and put them in police vans. The police are saying that they did not permit today's protests, and while being detained, several of these MNS workers even questioned why the traders were allowed to protest against the Slapgate incident, but their protests were being blocked. And meanwhile, we also had Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis given a statement just a short while back. He has said that he has spoken to the police commissioner over the MNS protest march, and he has also gone on to condemn the incident and said that the state of Maharashtra, the government of Maharashtra and the people of his state will not accept any unlawful activity, neither such protests by the MNS workers. And we have Shaina NC of the Shiv Sena joining me on the phone line. Shaina, thank you for speaking to Republic TV this morning. Your first response on this heavy showdown that is going on in Thane between the MNS workers and the local police.
Well, let me please say and reiterate what our Honorable Chief Minister and Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis has said, that no lawlessness will be allowed in a state like Maharashtra. We pride ourselves in our Marathi Asmita, our Matra Bhasha, which is Marathi. But for all those MNS goons who have taken law into their hands, 7 have been accused amid the process from local traders. I think, a week down, we can completely deliberate politically on multiple issues. But for workers not speaking Marathi, the Kashmira police have filed a charge sheet and proposed preventive action against all the 7 accused. I think the public outrage in the city and the protest by the local traders is one part. We do want to encourage people to speak Marathi, learn the language, know the language, because this is the state that traders have benefited from. But to take law into your hands, the 48-year-old Babulal Chaudhary, the owner of Jodhpur Sweets at Meera Road, was beaten so mercilessly just for not speaking or conversing in Hindi. Now, as much as we want people to speak, we cannot be taking law into our hands. And the accused, I think that couple of people, one is Karan Vijay, one is Pramod Nilekar, Akshay Salvi, Mol Patil, Sachin Kumar, and Sachin Vishnu, and Avinash, and Radhakrishna Shirsad. They were all booked under this Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, which are the sections 115, voluntary causing hurt, 191(2) for rioting, 351 for criminal intimidation, and 352 for intentional insult and provoking a breach of peace. So the Maharashtra government has done what it needs to do and will continue to champion the cause of the common citizen and the law-abiding citizen. You have had the senior inspector, who is Rajendra Kamble, on record saying that they have promised action to the traders. But I think the court will decide here on what should be the process. As far as we are concerned, our leader Eknath Ji Shinde and the Shiv Sena is absolutely for the Marathi Manus and for people learning Marathi. But slapping, beating people is not the solution. It has to be a concerted effort, and that's what our party champions as a cause.
Right. Absolutely, Shaina, thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV with your perspective over there. And viewers, that was the first Shiv Sena reaction on Republic TV over this showdown that is currently underway in Thane's Meera Road between the MNS workers who have now been detained, the locals and the police over there over the Marathi language row. In fact, just a short while ago, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, in fact, gave us a statement, and he said that in Maharashtra, everybody has the right to take out a protest march and anybody can do so after taking police permission. But those who take law and order into their hands will not be pardoned. And on that note, we also have my colleague Satya Prakash joining me live. Satya Prakash, What is happening on the ground? Several MNS workers, as we understand, has been detained right now. Where do you see this going? How do you assess the ground situation?
देखिए, मीरा रोड में जिस तरह से मनसे कार्यकर्ता मोर्चा निकालने वाले थे, प्रोटेस्ट करने वाले थे, मीरा रोड पुलिस ने उनको डिटेन कर लिया, हिरासत में लेके जा चुकी है। वहाँ पे सिचुएशन शांत है, लेकिन मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं का कहना है कि जब व्यापारी और हिंदी भाषी प्रोटेस्ट कर सकते हैं तो मराठी मानुस क्यों नहीं कर सकता है। मैं इस समय अंबोली पुलिस स्टेशन में हूँ और यहाँ पर राष्ट्रीय पहुंची हुई है, जो कि मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने जो रविवार के दिन जो मनसे नेता जावेद शेख का बेटा राहिल शेख ने जिस तरह से कार को टक्कर मारा था और जिस तरह से हंगामा हुआ था और जिस तरह से गाली गलौज किया था, राहिल शेख ने राष्ट्रीय मोरे और शिवसेना नेता संजय निरुपम अंबोली पुलिस स्टेशन पहुंचे हुए हैं। अंबोली पुलिस स्टेशन से इस मांग करेंगे कि जो कार्रवाई किया है वो कहीं न कहीं पुख्ता नहीं किया है, संतुष्ट नहीं है, इसीलिए यहाँ पे अंबोली पुलिस स्टेशन पहुंचे हुए हैं। राष्ट्रीय मोरे जो कि रविवार के दिन घर से जा रही थी, उसी समय मनसे नेता जावेद शेख का बेटा जो राहिल शेख है और गाड़ी को टक्कर मारता है और काफ़ी बदतमीजी से बात करता है, गाली देता है। उसके बाद इसी अंबोली पुलिस स्टेशन में मामला दर्ज हुआ था और संजय निरुपम शिवसेना नेता और राष्ट्रीय मोरे पहुंची हुई हैं सीनियर से मिलने के लिए, पुलिस अधिकारियों से मिलने के लिए और मांग करेंगी कि जो आरोपी है, जो राहिल शेख है, उसके ऊपर कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई किया जाए। फिलहाल अंदर गए हुए हैं, लेकिन जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में मराठी बनाम हिंदी का मुद्दा चल रहा है, जहां मीरा रोड में मनसे कार्यकर्ता प्रोटेस्ट करने वाले थे, वहीं राहिल शेख के मामले को लेकर कहीं कहीं यहाँ पे राष्ट्रीय मोरे पहुंची हुई है और मांग कर रही है कि उनके ऊपर कड़ी कार्रवाई किया जाए। जी
राइट Satyaprakash, we also understand that the accused Rahil Sheikh, who's the son of MNS leader Javed Sheikh, has in fact admitted that he was drunk and he was abusive towards the woman, and all of this is essentially a fallout, as we see, of the language row, because he had abused and harassed this woman, Rajshri More, over speaking in Marathi, and now we see this massive showdown that is happening. So there's a lot of escalation of this language row that we are seeing in the state of Maharashtra.
देखिए, जो मामला था, जिस तरह से विवाद हुआ, इसके बाद का जो पुलिस ने उसको पूछताछ किया था, पूछताछ में कहीं कहीं राहिल शेख ने अंबोली पुलिस को बताया था कि जब ये विवाद हुआ उस समय कहीं कहीं ड्रंक किया था, शराब पिया था और नशे में गाली दिया है। तो राहिल ने कबूल किया है कि जो घटना हुई, जो राष्ट्रीय मोरे आरोप लगा रही हैं, कहीं न कहीं सच है। फिलहाल पुलिस स्टेशन में यहाँ पर संजय निरुपम, जो कि शिवसेना नेता हैं, और राष्ट्रीय मोरे अंदर गई हुई हैं और ये डिमांड करेंगे, क्योंकि उस दिन लाया गया था, मेडिकल कराया गया राहिल का और फिर इसके बाद छोड़ दिया गया, तो कहीं कहीं डिमांड है कि उस राहिल जो आरोपी है उसको तुरंत डिटेन किया जाए, उसको गिरफ्तार किया जाए। इसी मांग को लेकर राष्ट्रीय मोरे पहुंची हुई है अंबोली पुलिस स्टेशन में और मांग करेंगे कि राहिल जिस तरह से वहां पर गाड़ी को टक्कर मारा और जिस तरह से गाली गलौज किया, जिस तरह से बदतमीजी किया और जिस तरह से वह हंगामा किया, राहिल शेख को तुरंत गिरफ्तार किया जाए। फिलहाल अंदर जो है संजय निरुपम के साथ राष्ट्रीय मोरे पहुंची हुई है और लगातार ये विवाद कहीं कहीं बढ़ता जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र में जिस तरह से मराठी बनाम हिंदी का मुद्दा चल रहा है, महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा में इसकी गूंज है, महाराष्ट्र विधानसभा में चर्चा हो रही है और जो भी नेता है वो कहीं न कहीं जिस तरह से हिंदी भाषियों को पीटा गया उसका कहीं न कहीं ये विरोध जता रहे हैं, लेकिन कह रहे हैं कि मराठी की इज्जत किया जाना चाहिए, अब मराठी का अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए, हिंदी भाषी को मारा नहीं जाना चाहिए, हिंदी भाषा का अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए, लेकिन कहीं कहीं विवाद महाराष्ट्र में बढ़ता जा रहा है। फिलहाल मैं अंबोली पुलिस स्टेशन में हूँ और यहाँ पर राष्ट्रीय मोरे पहुँची हुई है, अंदर गई हैं, पुलिस स्टेशन के अंदर गई हैं, पुलिस के अधिकारियों से मिलने के लिए संजय निरुपम अंदर गए हुए हैं और उनके कार्यकर्ता गए हुए हैं और एक ही डिमांड है कि जो राहिल शेख जो आरोपी है, जिस तरह से राष्ट्रीय मोरे के ऊपर अटैक किया, कार से टक्कर मारा और जिस तरह से हंगामा किया, गाली गलौज किया और एक कहीं न कहीं दादागिरी करने की कोशिश किया कि हमारे जो पिता हैं वो कहीं न कहीं मनसे के बड़े नेता हैं और हमारा कुछ नहीं कर सकते, कहीं न कहीं इसके बाद यहाँ पे लाया गया था, मेडिकल कराया गया और उसका छोड़ दिया गया। फिलहाल
उन्हें सुबह ही हिरासत में ले लिया गया है। अब आगे की क्या कानूनन कार्रवाई उन पर होगी, कब तक उन्हें हिरासत में रखा जाएगा?
कानूनन कार्रवाई वो तो प्रिवेंटिव डिटेंशन है।
All right, that was a reaction that was coming in from the local police officer, and this is in the case where MNS leader, I beg your pardon, Javed Sheikh's son Rahil Sheikh was caught in a massive controversy just a day ago where he was seen abusing a woman, an influencer who goes by the name of Rajshri More. on the streets of Mumbai for speaking in Marathi. And he has been embroiled in a massive controversy, and those are the visuals on your screens. First, from day one, where MNS workers vandalize a sweet shop. Then you have an MNS worker's son who's seen harassing and abusing a woman. And now the streets from the latest shots from Thane, where the MNS workers who have been staging a protest since this morning have been detained and taken away by the police. Satya Prakash, my colleague, continues to be with me as we stay live on this story, viewers. Satya Prakash, tell us more about this traders' protest that was supposed to be staged, because we understand that the MNS is essentially staging this protest in opposition to the traders' protest, which was supposed to be carried out after the fallout of the MNS workers allegedly assaulting a shopkeeper over the language row.
देखिए, जिस तरह से राजस्थानी जो व्यापारी था मीरा रोड में, जिस तरह से मनसे के नेताओं ने मारा था, उसके बाद कहीं कहीं जो राजस्थान के लोग थे, जो व्यापारी थे, जो मारवाड़ी थे, पूरी तरह इकट्ठा हुए थे और पूरा मीरा रोड बंद किया था और पूरी तरह से वहाँ पे विरोध प्रदर्शन किया था, सड़क पर उतर गए थे। और ये मोर्चा इसलिए निकाला गया था जिस तरह से कैमरे के सामने मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने एक राजस्थानी व्यापारी को, जिस तरह से हिंदी भाषी को पीटा था, उसके विरोध में पूरा व्यापारी संघ इकट्ठा हुआ था और मोर्चा निकाला था। आज मनसे कार्यकर्ता इसी खिलाफ मोर्चा निकालने वाले थे कि अगर राजस्थानी और हिंदी भाषी मोर्चा निकाल सकते तो मराठी और मनसे कार्यकर्ता क्यों नहीं निकाल सकता, इसी को लेकर। लेकिन पुलिस कहना है कि हमने परमिशन इसलिए नहीं दिया क्योंकि अगर जिस इलाके में मोर्चा निकालने वाले वहाँ काफ़ी भीड़ होता है, वहाँ स्टेशन बगल में है और साथ ही जिस रास्ते में गुजरने वाले थे वहाँ पे हिंदी भाषी लोग हैं, तो अगर वहाँ पे नारेबाजी होता है, कुछ भी हंगामा होता है तो उसका जिम्मेदार कौन होगा, इसी के लिए उनको परमिशन नहीं दिया गया। फिलहाल कहेंगे सुबह कुछ मनसे कार्यकर्ता इकट्ठा हुए थे और सभी को डिटेन कर लिया गया है और बीती रात मनसे के नेता अविनाश यादव के साथ साथ कई ऐसे नेता हैं जिनको डिटेन किया गया था। मनसे के नेताओं का कहना है कि यहाँ पर इनको हिंदी भाषी को मोर्चा निकालने दिया जा रहा है लेकिन मराठी आदमी को नहीं दिया जा रहा। लेकिन सरकार का साफ तौर से कहना है कि कोई भी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का सिचुएशन खराब किया रहेगा तो उसको छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा, उस पर कड़ी कार्रवाई किया जाएगा। और जो परमिशन मनसे को नहीं दिया गया है, इसी वजह से नहीं दिया गया, कानून व्यवस्था बिगड़ सकता है। जी
Right. In fact, Satya Prakash, even talk to us about the politics that is erupting over this entire matter. You have the MNS, which is of course alleging the imposition of Hindi by the state government, and then you have the opposition. All right, Satya Prakash, I'll come back to you, but we have Krishna Hegre of the Shiv Sena joining me on the phone line on the matter. So your first reaction on everything that is unfolding on the streets of Thane and on Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis's very strong stance, where he has said that protests are of course a democratic right of every citizen of this country, but one cannot simply take law and order into their hands.
No, definitely the CM has said the right thing. It is a democratic right for any group to protest, but you cannot take law and order into your own hands and damage public property and cause, trouble or problems to thousands of people who are commuting on the road. And therefore, several of these Manse workers have been detained. However, let me reiterate that Marathi is of utmost importance to us. Marathi is the language of the state. Marathi is the language where all the procedures of the state go, and I think everyone should learn Marathi, know Marathi, and speak Marathi. And, even those who do not know Marathi should not defy locals in a manner which hurts the sentiment of the local people. And therefore, I think that though MNS has a right to protest, they should have taken the proper police permission and then protested. Now that several of them have been detained, I'm sure that it's an appeal to both sections, whether it is the traders or the MNS, to cut down their protests and work in harmony towards the development of the state.
Right. All right, Krishna Hegre, thank you for speaking to Republic TV and for giving us your perspective on this matter. Satya Prakash, my colleague, continues to be with us as we stay with those live visuals coming in from Thane viewers. Satyaprakash, we were talking earlier about the political reactions, the statements that are coming in and the fallout of this entire controversy that has hit the state of Maharashtra. Talk to us about how the BJP is viewing this and essentially the Congress, more importantly the Congress, which is in opposition in the state, has absolutely maintained stark silence over how MNS workers have been on a rampage, how they've assaulted a shopkeeper over the language row, and more importantly about what unfolded yesterday, wherein an MNS leader's son was openly seen, drunk on power and harassing and abusing a woman.
आप लो जो वहां से ले देखिए, जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति बात किया जाए तो देखिए जिस तरह से मराठी बनाम हिंदी के मुद्दे को लेकर जिस तरह से शिवसेना और राज ठाकरे की पार्टी मनसे ने साफ तरह से कहीं न कहीं मराठी के मुद्दे पर मैदान में उतर गई है, वहीं कहीं न कहीं बीजेपी ने जिस तरह से हिंदी भाषियों को पीटा गया है उसके विरोध में खड़ी है। लेकिन कांग्रेस ऐसी पार्टी है जो कि कुछ भी नहीं बोल रही है, वो ना मराठी के साथ में है ना हिंदी के साथ में, कुछ भी बोल नहीं रही। उनके नेता ने साफ तौर से कहा ना किसी को मारना गलत है, लेकिन मराठी भाषा को लेकर भी कहीं न कहीं दोनों तरफ से चुप्पी कांग्रेस पार्टी साधी हुई है। लेकिन कहीं न कहीं जो फिलहाल ये विवाद लगातार बढ़ता जा रहा है। महाराष्ट्र में अलग अलग जगहों पर प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे हैं और जिस तरह से मीरा रोड में हो रहा है, कहीं न कहीं सरकार भी साफ तौर से कह दिया है कि इस मुद्दे को लेकर जो राजनीति हो रही है वो राजनीति नहीं करनी चाहिए। अगर कोई कानून व्यवस्था हाथ में लेता है तो कहीं न कहीं उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
On the other side, we are going to continue to track those live visuals from Thane, where there's a massive showdown between MNS workers and the police. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we bring you more.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
MNS stages protest in Maharashtra's Thane over their claim of growing dominance of non-Marathas in the area. MNS leaders detained by the police. Donald Trump announces tariffs on 14 countries, hits Japan, South Korea, Kazakhstan, Malaysia with 25%, South Africa by 30% and 40% on Myanmar.
Talking to everybody, we know it's all done. I told you, we'll make some deals, but for the most part, we're going to send a letter. We're going to say, welcome to the United States. If you'd like to participate in the greatest, most successful country ever. I mean, we're doing better than ever.
On India and US trade deal, Donald Trump says close to making deal with India. Verbal tiff broke out between Union Minister Kiren Rijiju and AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi over Rijiju's statement saying that India is the only country where minorities are given so many facilities. But viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in after blocking the videos of Guru Patwant Singh Pannu, Goldie Brar and other anti-national elements. The NIA has taken a big action. Big preparations have been made to take action against those who make such anti-national content viral. In this regard, the National Investigating Agency is making a joint strategy with other intelligence agencies of the country. Social media platforms will also be informed about it. Under this policy, social media platforms will have to keep an eye on such anti-national and misleading content through their mechanism and stop them. NIA is now cracking down on anti-national content by working in tandem with multiple intelligence agencies and also social media platforms. And the message is loud and clear to not allow such anti-national content go on social media unchecked. The NIA will be keeping an eye on such anti-national and misleading content through their mechanism and stop them. That's their whole goal, to not give a free pass to the anti-national content posted by Khalistani extremists and other radicals. We have Akanksha joining us live. Akanksha, this is a big step that's coming in from the NIA. NIA is working with the social media teams and also several other intelligence agencies to crack down on such content making its way to the internet.
Well, absolutely, Deepak, what we're learning is that National Investigation Agency, along with other agencies, in fact, will be keeping a sharp eye on the anti-national content on social media. In fact, the other thing is that, as per the sources, these social media platforms will have to inform the government about the content against which the action will be taken during the interval of that time. And this has come after several videos of Goldie Brar and other such anti-national elements were blocked from social media. But there will be now a proper crackdown on such anti-national element. National Investigation Agency, along with other agencies, will be leading this. They will be keeping a sharp eye on all these elements on social media. In fact, social media platforms will have to inform the government regarding such elements as well.
Right, Akanksha, thank you for joining me with those details. Now let's shift our focus to more breaking news that's coming in. Complete shutdown in Panjgur area of Balochistan against atrocities on Baloch people by Pakistani forces. The people of Balochistan are observing a shutdown, and they are protesting for the last couple of days over the recent killings of 2 students. Family and locals allege that the 2 students were abducted by counter-terrorism department wing of the police. Several protesters have also been detained by police on the Panjgur area who came to streets against the authorities. Now, what we understand is that the Balochistan people are staging a protest against the atrocities being meted out by Pakistani forces. Gursimran is joining us live. Gursimran, tell us about this complete shutdown in the Panjgur area. What exactly led to this, and what are the reactions that are coming in from the locals?
Deepak, the death of Zishan and Pazir in the Panjgur area of Balochistan has sparked widespread protest in the region. The reason being that the locals are saying that they were abducted by the counter-terrorism department, which is a wing of the police in Balochistan, and they have been known for their wrongdoings, the forced abduction of the women and the children and the students who have raised their voice against the atrocities being done to the people of Balochistan. What we are picking up that in last 1 week there have been widespread shutdowns and protests that have taken place in the Panjgur, and many of the activists that rose the voice against the atrocities of the counter-terror department of Pakistan, they have also been detained by the local police. What all happened that it was Zahir, who was a university student, and Zishan Zahir, who was a university student. He was abducted by the counter-terror department, and also same was the case with Pazir Ahmed, who happens to be a 14-year school cemetery student who was abducted by the counter-terror department, and then their bodies were found lifeless, after which the locals came onto the streets. They said that it is the atrocities that are being committed, and it is the state, that is the Pakistani administration and the Baloch government, that is behind this. They have been protesting for long because forced disappearances in the Balochistan have been one of the key issues, apart from the Pakistani federal government using their resources, the resources of Balochistan, for their own benefit and treating the people of Balochistan as the 4th-class citizen. But now the people are up in arms, and there have been widespread protests, and the shutdown call that have been given by the multiple civil society groups, they all have come together, and now they are saying that till the time the justice is not given, the justice is not in.
We have some pictures coming in from across Uttar Pradesh, where you can see bulldozers are now cracking down on illegal structures. Bulldozer action is currently underway, and this after an illegal conversion racket was busted, and now the bulldozers roll on the premises where this conversion was going on. Now let me give you a background, because this is the case of illegal conversion in Uttar Pradesh, and this time the center is Changur Baba alias Jalaluddin, who calls himself a saint whose truth has created a stir in the entire state as soon as it came to light, because he was operating under the name of Changur Baba, but his real name is Jalaluddin. And shortly after the ATS arrested Jalaluddin on charges of running an illegal conversion racket, the things that came to light during the initial investigation were shocking, as they are now becoming even more serious in the investigation of financial transactions. Now, the detailed report of the ATS has revealed that Jalaluddin was not the face of an organization running under the guise of a small thug or a religious leader, but he turned out to be the owner of assets and transactions worth more than 100 crore rupees. So now, bulldozers run on Changur Baba's house, that is Jalaluddin's house. 50 lakh rupees have been given in the account of Changur's advisor, अब्दुल महबूद रज़ी।
मेरी पुलिस प्रशासन से बात हुई, उन्होंने कहा कि जांच जारी है, हर पहलुओं पे जांच जारी है। धीरे धीरे राजस्व की टीम हर बिंदुओं पर जांच करेगी, और जब राजस्व को ये ज़मीनें जब गलत पाई जाएंगी, आवास अंदर वाला भी अगर गलत पाया जाएगा, तो वो पुलिस को इतला करेंगे और उसको गिराने के लिए वो रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे, तो पुलिस यहाँ पर खुद अपने सुरक्षा के बीच में बुलडोजर से वो कार्रवाई कराएगी। लेकिन जो जैसा कि मैंने आपको दिखाया कि देखिए सीलिंग फैन लगा हुआ है अंदर। अब मैंने कहा ना कि पहले और भी मैंने कई जगह पे बुलडोजर चलते देखा है, लोगों ने जी, मैंने यह भी देखा है कि कहीं और भी जब बुलडोजर चलता था तो लोग अपने सामान को निकालते थे, सामान को वहाँ से उठाते थे, चाहे घर में जो वो चाहे बिस्तर हो, पंखे हो, बर्तन हो, तमाम चीज़ों को हटाया जाता था। लेकिन यहाँ पे मौका नहीं मिला है। यहाँ पर सोचिए फैन तक निकालने का मौका नहीं मिला है, और मौका क्या नहीं मिला, कोई निकालने वाला ही नहीं है, कोई निकालने के लिए आया ही नहीं, क्योंकि छांगुर बाबा का जो अवैध साम्राज्य है उसमें कौन अपनी दावेदारी पेश करे। जो दावेदारी करेगा उसको हिसाब देना पड़ेगा और जेल जाएगा, तो इस डर से कोई आया नहीं। और आप देखिए पंखे लगे हुए हैं और इस पर क्या कहते हैं कि बुलडोजर चल रहा है। साथ ही यहाँ पर पूरा जो कैंपस है, कहें तो मैं आपको बाहर से कुछ दिखाने की कोशिश करूँ। आइए दीपक आगे चलते हैं, कुछ आगे फ्रंट पे दिखाता हूँ कि इस कैंपस के अलावा भी और क्या कुछ है और किस तरह से इसको बनाया गया जहां बुलडोजर चल रहा है। आप देख सकते हैं कि ये कितना आलीशान है। देखिए बड़ी सी यहाँ पे पानी की एक टंकी भी नीचे ही रखी है। देखिए पंखे किस तरह से लगे हैं। आइए कुछ मैं बहुत ही आपको ऐसे शॉट्स दिखाता हूँ जो वाकई में जाना चाहिए, दिखना चाहिए। अब ये देखिए यहाँ पर जो पंखे हैं वो लगातार कई पंखे हैं, आप गिनती करिए, फोकस करिए कितने पंखे हैं यहाँ पर। देख सकते हैं कम से कम 100 से 150 सीलिंग फैन लगातार लगे हुए हैं। आप देखिए लग्जरी सुविधाओं की अगर बात करिए तो आप देख सकते हैं कि एक रो में कितने फैन हैं। देखा जाए तो 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11, एक रो में तो हमको 11 फैन दिख रहे हैं, और 11 22 23, यानी कि सोचिए कि यहाँ पर एक फ्लोर में सैकड़ों पंखे लगाए गए हैं। अगर हर रूम में देखा जाए, हाँ, इतनी बिजली का बिल कौन देता था? ये बिजली का बिल कहाँ से आता था? कभी दिया? देखिए क्रॉस के निशान भी आपको दिखाऊंगा। जिस घर पर बुलडोजर चल रहा है मैं कहूँगा तो जूम करके दिखाएं वहाँ किस तरह से क्रॉस के निशान लगाए गए हैं। ये क्रॉस के वही निशान होते हैं जिसको राजस्व टीम लगाती है कि ये अवैध है, ये गलत है, अब इसको तोड़ा जाए। क्योंकि इसके पहले मैंने बहुत सारे कार्रवाई में ये चीज़ें मैंने दिखाई हैं। ये मैंने दिखाया है कि क्रॉस निशान का मतलब क्या होता है। जब लाल क्रॉस किसी भी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे हो जाता है, किसी भी घर या दुकान मकान चीज़ों पे हो जाता है, तो वहाँ बुलडोजर चलता ही चलता है, क्योंकि सारे प्रोसेस को पूरा कर लिया जाता है और उसके बाद इस तरह की कार्रवाई होती है। अब देखिए यहाँ पर गेट पर कितनी भारी संख्या में पुलिस लगे। देखिए मीटर काटा जा रहा है। आप देखिए यहाँ पे देखिए कि ये जो अब बिजली है, बिजली का शायद कनेक्शन भी यहाँ से काटा जा रहा है। आप देख सकते हैं ये तो बड़ी सी दीवार है, दीवार के ऊपर जेल जैसा तार लगाया हुआ है। आप देख सकते हैं कि कोई एक सामान्य घरों में ये सब चीज़ें नहीं होती हैं। आप देखिए यहाँ पर भाई साहब क्या कर रहे हैं, बिजली काट रहे हैं, क्या तोड़ रहे हैं, क्या कर रहे हैं भाई साहब?
डाटा लिया जा रहा है, इसका डाटा लिया जा रहा है। डाटा बिजली कट चुकी है पूरी। बिजली यहाँ की सारी सप्लाई कटवा दी जा चुकी है।
पहले कटवा रहे हैं, अब आप डाटा नोट कर रहे हैं। भाई साहब यहाँ पंखे हैं, सैकड़ों संख्या पंखे लगे, बिल कितना आता होगा, कुछ जानकारी है?
ये अभी हम लोग को जानकारी, उच्च अधिकारियों को जानकारी होगी।
देखिए यहाँ पर इलेक्ट्रिक मैन जो हैं वो आ चुके हैं, वो अपना काम पूरा कर रहे हैं। आइए मैं कुछ और सोचिए, एक बड़ी चीज़ देखिए कि घर के अंदर आप देखिए ये इतना बड़ा जनरेटर का सेट आप देख सकते हैं। ये जनरेटर का सेट कैंपस के अंदर लगाया गया है कि यानी अगर बिजली नहीं है तो कैसे काम होगा। आप देख सकते हैं ये जनरेटर सिर्फ कॉमर्शियल एक्टिविटीज़ में लगाया जाता है। कोई व्यक्ति अपने घरों में इतना बड़ा जनरेटर सेट नहीं लगाता है, हाँ इन्वर्टर ज़रूर लगा लेता है, लेकिन आप देखिए इतना बड़ा जनरेटर का ये सेट लगाया गया है। यहाँ पे आप देखिए कि किस तरह से ये तैयार किया गया है। ये पूरा का पूरा गांव इससे बिजली ले सकता है, इतना बड़ा ये है। आप देखिए ये सब एक्सक्लूसिव ग्राउंड जीरो की ये जो तस्वीरें हैं, ये जो वीडियोस हैं, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। ये गवाही देते हैं कि किस तरह से छांगुर बाबा का साम्राज्य था। और आइए मैं आपको कुछ दिखाना चाहता हूँ। आपने देखा कि घर के अंदर में क्या शान शौकत थी और यहाँ के घर के चारों तरफ बाहर की क्या स्थिति है। मैं आपको सब दिखाना चाहता हूँ, एक एक करके दिखाना चाहता हूँ। आप दूर से देखिए, यहाँ पर आप देखिए कि गांव के अगल बगल के लोग भी यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं। क्योंकि जिस तरह से बुलडोजर चल रहा है सबके मन में उत्सुकता है, तो गांव भर के जो अगल बगल के लोग हैं, देखो खेतों में खड़े होके ये छांगुर बाबा का जो ये बड़ा ये जो ध्वस्त, जो पूरा किला जो ध्वस्त हो रहा है उसको लोग अपनी आंखों से देख रहे हैं। सीधा लाइव तस्वीरें, लोग उत्सुकता है इनके अंदर, जो लोग पहुंच रहे हैं, दूर दूर से लोग पहुंच रहे हैं और इसको यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं। छांगुर बाबा ने देखिए अपने घर तक, ये घर के नज़दीक तक आरसीसी सड़क बनी है। ये जो सीमेंटेड सड़क है, आरसीसी सड़क देखिए आप, मैं आपको ले चलता हूँ। ये आरसीसी की जो सड़क है, ये देखिए किस तरह से इसको देखो बनाया गया है। आप देख रहे हैं ना, घर से सटा हुआ पूरा आरसीसी सड़क है। ये अंदर से लाया गया है, मार्केट से, उतरौला मार्केट से ये आरसीसी सड़क छांगुर बाबा के ये पूरे किले तक जाता है। अंदर जहाँ पर मस्जिद है, जहाँ पर मदरसे हैं, बाहर से देखिए कितना बड़ा लग रहा है। चारों तरफ पुलिस है, देखिए उस कोने पर भी पुलिस है। आप देखिए उस कोने पर भी पुलिस है। मैं आपको दूसरे तरफ भी ले जाना चाहता हूँ, दिखाता हूँ कि आपको कैसे ये बीचों बीच इसने अपने किले को मजबूत किया है। कैसे इसने खेतों के बीचों बीच खेत ले करके, खरीद करके, हिंदुओं का खेत ले करके इसने अपना साम्राज्य बनाया है। ये आप देखिए, यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं कितनी ऊंची बाउंड्री है और बाउंड्री के ऊपर भी ये खतरनाक कटीले तार, यानी कोई चाहकर भी अंदर नहीं प्रवेश कर सकता है। आप देख सकते हैं ये 3 महले का ये मकान, पीछे से देखिए किस तरह से खेतों के बीचों बीच और चारों तरफ से ये जो आरसीसी की जो सड़क है ये भी बनाई गई है। और उधर जैसा कि मैंने कहा कि मदरसा है, 2 मस्जिदें हैं। वहाँ पर जो अरबी भाषा है उसको बच्चों को बताता था, उसमें ना उर्दू थी ना हिंदी थी। चूँकि इसके पहले भी मैं जाके वहाँ रिपोर्ट कर चुका हूँ, मैंने बच्चों से बात भी किया था, तो बोले कि अरबी यहाँ सिखाई जाती है। तो आप देख सकते हैं कि उस बाग में भी पुलिस चारों तरफ से, यानी कि चारों तरफ यहाँ चप्पे चप्पे पर पुलिस तैनात है यहाँ पर। और इस पूरे मकान के चारों तरफ बिजली का कनेक्शन देखिए, बड़े बड़े केबलों को, इतनी मोटी मोटी केबलें हैं, देखिए कनेक्शन को काट दिया गया है। बिजली के कनेक्शन को पहले से ही काट दिया गया है। आप देखिए किस तरह से बिजली के कनेक्शन को यहाँ से काट दिया गया है। कितने खंभे लगे हैं इसके घर में। आप देखिए इलेक्ट्रिक के पोल देखिए, ये देखिए इलेक्ट्रिक का पोल, एक खंभा यहाँ पर, दूसरा खंभा उसके घर के अंदर। अब सोच रही कि बिजली विभाग का खंभा, सरकारी जो खंभा होता है जो बिजली विभाग का, वो उसके घर के अंदर लगा है। आप देख सकते हैं कि उसके घर के प्रांगण में कोई अपने घर के अंदर खंभा लगवा सकता है क्या? सरकारी सड़क पे होता है, बाहर होता है, लेकिन उसका रसूख था उसने।
Well, moving on, viewers, let's tell you about Donald Trump's tariff rampage, because US President Donald Trump said he was slapping 25% tariffs on Japan and South Korea in his first letters to trading partners ahead of the deadline to reach a deal with Washington. Donald Trump has said at the weekend that starting from Monday, he would send a first batch of up to 15 letters to countries informing them that he would reimpose harsh levies that he had postponed in April in near identically worded letters to the Japanese as well as the South Korean leaders. Trump said the tariffs would apply from August 1st because their trading relationships with Washington were unfortunately far from reciprocal. Listen in.
More or less final offer. Look, we're always subject to negotiate something that's fair, but we've talked to most of the countries, and pretty much they've had their way for many, many decades, as you know. And it was time that we just wanted fairness. This is not really equitable from our standpoint because it's just a small token by comparison to the damage that's been done over the years. But we had no other president that was willing to do this. I did it in my first term with China and others. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars of tariffs. No inflation, the most successful period of time that we've ever had financially in the country. The first term. I think this term is going to be much better, even much better than that. That was the best ever, and this is going to be, I think, substantially better. And we're on the way to doing that. We've already taken in over $100 billion worth of tariffs, and we haven't even started. And all I say to the other countries is, you know, some of them wanted to make a deal and want to be fair. Others perhaps got a little bit spoiled. They were a little bit spoiled because for 30, 40 years, 50 years, they were taking advantage of the country. So we're going to, I would say final, but if they call with a different offer and if I like it, we'll do it. I would say firm. No, I would say firm, but not 100% firm. If they call up and they say, would like to do something a different way, we're going to be open to that. But essentially, that's the way it is right now. Yeah.
Mr. President, is your Palestinian relocation plans?
Well, that's not all, viewers. US has also threatened of 10% tariffs on nations supporting BRICS summit and anti-America policies. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says that BRICS is undermining the United States' interests. Listen in.
I have the signed letters that went out to both South Korea and Japan today, and there will be approximately 12 other countries that will receive notifications and letters directly from the President of the United States. And weeks ago, I stood at this podium and I told all of you that the President was going to create tailor-made trade plans for each and every country on this planet, and that's what this administration continues to be focused on. The President will also sign an executive order today delaying the July 9th deadline to August 1st. So the reciprocal tariff rate or these new rates that will be provided in this correspondence to these foreign leaders will be going out the door within the next month, or deals will be made. And those countries continue to negotiate with the United States. We've seen a lot of positive developments in the right direction, but the administration, the President and his trade team want to cut the best deals for the American people and the American worker. That's what they're focused on. And in the effort of transparency, these letters will continue to be posted to Truth Social, so you can enjoy them yourself.
Viewers, BRICS nations have also responded. First, coming in from Brazilian President, he has also spoken on the tariffs and said that they don't treat US as an emperor, and they said that we need a sovereign policy. Listen in.
Presidente da República de país do tamanho dos Estados Unidos ficar ameaçando o mundo através da internet. Não é correto. Sabe? Ele precisa saber que o mundo mudou. Sabe? Não queremos imperador. Nós somos países soberanos. Se ele achar que ele pode taxar, os países têm o direito de taxar também.
Moving on, viewers, permanent representative of India to the UN in New York, Ambassador Parvathaneni Harish, has spoken regarding the UNGA resolution on the situation in Afghanistan at the UNGA meeting. And this was held in Germany yesterday. He mentioned that India is putting in a lot of efforts and has also made arrangements to provide humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity building initiatives for the Afghan people. Here's a quick report on that.
The permanent representative of India to the UN in New York, Ambassador Parvathaneni Harish, spoke at the UN General Assembly meeting, which was held in Germany yesterday. He spoke at the meeting on the UNGA resolution on the situation in Afghanistan. He stated that India's immediate priorities in Afghanistan include the provision of humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity building initiatives for the Afghan people.
India's immediate priorities in Afghanistan include the provision of humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity building initiatives for the Afghan people. We have been working closely with UN agencies to support the Afghan people in critical areas such as health, food security, education and sports. India's commitment to Afghanistan's reconstruction is demonstrated through more than 500 development partnerships across all provinces. Since August 2021, India has supplied around 50,000 metric tons of wheat, over 330 metric tons of medicines and vaccines, 40,000 liters of the pesticide malathion, and 58.6 metric tons of other essential items, supporting millions of Afghans in dire need of humanitarian assistance. In partnership with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, we have provided 84 metric tons of assistance and medicines and 32 metric tons of social support items for drug rehabilitation programs.
Ambassador Parvat Neni Harish also stated that India has provided scholarships to Afghani students.
India also continues to offer scholarships and fellowships to Afghan students. Since 2023, we have provided scholarships for undergraduate and postgraduate courses to 2,000 Afghan students, including nearly 600 girls.
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you about the FIR that has been registered against RCB speedster Yash Dayal on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence and mental harassment and cheating. Along with that, we'll also tell you about credible intel that is telling us that Pakistan Navy is facing crisis after Operation Sindoor. The naval fleet notably absent from strategic waters of Arabian Sea. Stay tuned for more.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
A jeweler was killed and another person was injured in an attempted armed robbery at a jewellery showroom in Surat of Gujarat. One of the accused was nabbed by the locals. 3 others managed to escape. The younger brother of the shop owner was shot twice in the chest and was later declared dead at the hospital. Efforts are underway to catch the rest of the accused. Maharashtra Minister Yogesh Kadam stated that a part of the Pakistani ship, a boy, was missing and it drifted into the Indian waters due to sea currents. He said that no one has entered Indian borders. He also stated that Indian Coast Guard security is quite competent and they are definitely alert and inquiry is underway. Gujarat DGP Vikas Sahai has stated that externment or Taripar orders were issued against 1,025 antisocial elements from March 15 to May 31st this year. The police has also invoked the Gujarat Prevention of Antisocial Activities Act against over 800 people. In the last 15 days, 17 offenders have been detained under PIT NDPS, that is Prevention of Illicit Trafficking in Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act. On that note, viewers, we'll slip into a short break. Donald Trump has announced tariffs on 14 countries. It's Japan, South Korea, Kazakhstan, Malaysia with 25%, South Africa with 30%, and Myanmar faces 40% tariffs. Along with that, India and US trade deal. Donald Trump says India and US are close to making a trade deal. We'll get you all the details after a short break. Stay tuned.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Welcome back, viewers. Russia's ex-minister has been found dead after being fired from his position, and the investigators suspect that this is a case of suicide. Here's a quick report.
Russia's former transport minister was found dead, hours after being dismissed by President Vladimir Putin, in what officials said was an apparent suicide. Roman Starovoyt, years of age, served as Russia's transport minister since May 2024, was fired in a presidential decree earlier in the day that gave no reason for his dismissal. Hours later, Russia's investigative committee, the top state criminal investigation agency, said the body of Starovoyt was found in his car with a gunshot wound. A criminal probe has been launched into the former minister's death, and investigators see suicide as the most likely cause. Russian media have claimed that Starovoyt's dismissal could have been linked to an investigation into the embezzlement of state funds allocated for building fortifications in Kursk region, where he served as governor before being appointed as cabinet member. The alleged embezzlement has been named as one of the reasons behind defiances in Russia's defensive lines that failed to stem a Ukrainian incursion into the Kursk region that was launched in August 2024.
For a quick break, viewers, on the other side, we'll tell you about the FIR that has been registered against Yash Dayal on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence, mental harassment and cheating. Along with that, we'll also tell you about Pakistan's Navy now vanishing from the strategic waters of Arabian Sea after Operation Sindoor. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Over the next half an hour, we'll tell you how Donald Trump has imposed a tariff on 14 countries. Deal with India will be coming soon. We'll tell you about these details. The headlines first. MNS stages protest in Maharashtra's Thane over their claim of growing dominance of non-Marathis in the area. MNS leaders detained by the police. Donald Trump has announced tariff on 14 countries: Japan, South Korea, Kazakhstan, Malaysia with 25% tariff, South Africa by 30% and 40% on Myanmar.
Spoken to everybody. We know it's all done. I told you, we'll make some deals, but for the most part, we're going to send a letter. We're going to say, welcome to the United States. If you'd like to participate in the greatest, most successful country ever. I mean, we're doing better than ever.
On India and US trade deal, Donald Trump says that the both countries are close to making a deal on this. A verbal tiff has broken out between Union Minister Kiren Rijiju and AIMIM Chief Owaisi after Rijiju said India is the only country where minorities are given so many facilities. Bihar businessman Gopal Khemska shooter has been killed in the encounter in Patna. FIR has been registered against cricketer Yash Dayal on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence and mental harassment and cheating. Starting the show with the breaking news that is coming in from the national capital. The Parliamentary Affairs Committee of the Lok Sabha has begun a short while ago with the recent Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad likely to feature prominently in the discussion. What we're learning is that officials from the Ministry of Civil Aviation and the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, that is DGCA, along with the representatives from the key aviation bodies, including the Airport Economic Regulatory Authority of India, that is AERA, Airports Authority of India, Civil Aviation, Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, BCAS, airport operators and airlines will also be present in this very crucial meeting that has started. Air India CEO is also in attendance. And while the primary agenda includes regulation of the fees, tariffs and other user charges in the aviation sector, the committee is also expected to hear oral evidence regarding the crash that took place last month. So this parliamentary committee has, in fact, the meeting has begun, and what we're learning is that Ahmedabad plane crash will also be discussed. Let me go across to my colleague Harsha, who joins us with more details. Harsha, tell us about what the parliamentary panel is going to discuss today, a very crucial meeting that you have reported that has started shortly.
Yes, Akanksha, you rightly pointed out this is a parliamentary committee meeting of the public accounts. KC Venugopal is the chairman. And today for deposition, the Airports Authority of India, Civil Aviation Ministry officials and also the officials from DGCA, AAI and the Cargo and AERA have been called. And one very interesting summon which has been done by the committee is of the Air India chairperson, CEO Campbell Wilson, and along with them the Air India other officials are also present. And in this entire meeting, all will be discussed about passenger safety, airport infrastructure, and also how airlines are taking care of the passenger safety after what has happened in the AI-171 crash. The entire overall evidence of Campbell Wilson, the CEO of Air India, will be taken. The questions will be raised by all the MPs from all the parties from the ruling and from the opposition as well. And also Secretary Aviation will be giving a whole deposition regarding what till now has been done after the AI-171 crash, till now what has been done regarding the regulatory body and regarding the passenger security and infrastructure enhancement at the airport. The detailed report will be presented in front of the committee because keeping in light what happened after the crash, Akanksha, it's very important that the passenger safety should be ensured. Technical snacks were found in several airlines and aircraft of Air India as well. what Air India is doing right now to ensure that nothing of that sort happens again. That is to be kept in mind, and therefore the meeting is going to take place for almost 4 to 5 hours. We are expecting that Kimball Wilson will be responding to each and every question of the member of parliament in this entire committee meeting. Today is the Public Accounts Committee, and after that, tomorrow again, Air India officials have to be present in front of the Transport Committee meeting as well. Back to you.
Absolutely. Keep tracking those details. Harsha, we'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus to the state of Punjab, in a major breakthrough, Punjab Police Counter-Intelligence Unit in Jalandhar has foiled a target-killing plot orchestrated by Lawrence Bishnoi gang and arrested key operative Himanshu Sood from Fagwara, Kapurthala. And the investigation has revealed that Sood was acting on the instruction of Namit Sharma, a close aide of Bishnoi based in Dubai. Sood, along with his associates, had recently opened fire at a hotelier in Haridwar in Uttarakhand, is what we are learning, and he was assigned to eliminate 2 more targets in Madhya Pradesh and Haryana as well. Now, in a crackdown today, the police has recovered 2 pistols, a 30-bore PX3 with 4 live cartridges and a 0.32 pistol with 3 live cartridges as well from his possession. So this is in fact a big crackdown by the Punjab police right there, that you can see on the screen, that the operation that was conducted by the Punjab police. Let me go across to my colleague Lalit, who joins us with more on this. Lalit, tell us about, because what we're learning is that this is a major breakthrough by the Punjab police counter-intelligence team. Give us more details about this crackdown.
It's a major breakthrough which the counter-intelligence of Jalandhar police have got. The primary accused, Himanshu Sood, has been arrested from the Fagwara, Kapurthala. He was the key aide member of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and he was acting on the directions of Namit Sharma, who is right now based in Dubai, UAE, and he is a very close aide of Lawrence Bishnoi. So some months ago, he fired to a hotelier in Haridwar with his other gang members, and he was also given target killings, one in Madhya Pradesh and one in Kapurthala. So before that target killing could be achieved, before that only the counter-intelligence Jalandhar police have foiled this, and he has been arrested. Apart from that, if we talk about, the Jalandhar police have also recovered 2 pistols and 7 live cartridges from him. So right now the police is undergoing the investigation. The case has been registered in Amritsar under the Special Intelligence Act. So right now police is further investigating this whole case.
Absolutely. A targeted killing plot has been busted. Thank you for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this.
महिला सब आज निंदा कर रही हैं मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे और कांग्रेस पार्टी की। मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी कहते हैं, बातें तो बड़ी बोलते हैं मुर्मा जी, ध्यान दीजिएगा, आदरणीय नहीं, द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी नहीं, बातें तो बड़ी बोलते हैं मुर्मा जी को हमने प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया बनाया। रामनाथ कोविंद जी नहीं, कहते हैं कोविड। रामनाथ कोविंद जी को कोविड बुला रहे हैं। हमने प्रेसिडेंट बनाया। हां, वही बनाए, काहे के लिए बनाए? हमारे लिए बनाए, हमारी संपत्ति छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारे जंगल छीनने के लिए बनाए। मैं कुछ बड़े प्रश्न यहां से उठाना चाहता हूं। पहला प्रश्न राहुल गांधी जी के लिए है। मैं ये नहीं कहूंगा राउल, मैं नहीं कहूंगा। हमारे समाज की प्रथम जो मूल मंत्र है वो ये है कि आप अपने विरोधी को सम्मान देंगे, और हम तो यहां पे भारत के उच्च संवैधानिक पद की बात कर रहे हैं, राष्ट्रपति जी की बात कर रहे हैं। आप मुर्मा जी बुलाते हैं, आप उनके प्रथम नाम से उन्हें संबोधित करते हैं, कोई आदरणीय नहीं, माननीय नहीं, और उसके बाद उनको भूमाफिया बता देते हैं। कहते हैं हमारी संपत्ति छीनने के लिए राष्ट्रपति जी बनी है, हमारे जंगल छीनने के लिए राष्ट्रपति जी बनी है। मैं सबसे पहले पूछना चाहूंगा, राहुल गांधी के इशारे पर मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी जो इस तरह के आदिवासी समाज विरोधी बयान दे रहे हैं, दलित विरोधी बयान दे रहे हैं, महिला विरोधी बयान दे रहे हैं, संविधान विरोधी बयान दे रहे हैं, इस पे पूरा देश आज थू-थू कर रहा है। हम पूछना चाहते हैं, राहुल गांधी जी, राजनीति में आप ऐसा विष क्यों घोल रहे हैं? क्या इससे संविधान तार-तार नहीं हो रहा है? दूसरी बात, आप राष्ट्रपति जी के लिए कहते हैं कि उनकी सहभागिता दलितों की, आदिवासी समाज के जो लोग हैं उनकी जमीन हड़पने के लिए है। तो मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, इस तरह के आरोप अगर आप उच्च संवैधानिक पदों पे बैठे हुए व्यक्तियों के खिलाफ लगाते हैं, बिना तथ्यों के, बिना प्रमाण के, यह किस तरह का जहर उगला जा रहा है? ऐसे आप भारत को मजबूत करेंगे? क्या राहुल गांधी नेता प्रतिपक्ष की भूमिका ऐसे निभाएंगे? और हां, अगर भूमाफियाओं की आप बात करते हैं, पूरा भारत जानता है अगर कोई परिवार भूमाफिया है तो वो नकली गांधी परिवार, जिस परिवार में रॉबर्ट वाड्रा आते हैं जो किसानों की जमीन भी हड़प लेते हैं। मैं इसके साथ आपको कुछ पुराने वक्तव्य जो कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेताओं ने दिए हैं, माननीय द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी के खिलाफ और पूर्व राष्ट्रपति रामनाथ कोविंद जी के खिलाफ, वो आपके समक्ष रख रहा हूं, जो दिखाएगा इनकी जहरीली मानसिकता। उदित राज कहते हैं द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी जैसा राष्ट्रपति किसी देश को ना मिले, चमचागिरी की भी हद है। कहती है 70% लोग गुजरात का नमक खाते हैं, खुद नमक खाकर जिंदगी जिए तो पता चले। उदित राज। इसके बाद अधीर रंजन चौधरी, आप याद करिए, राष्ट्रपति पद के लिए चुनाव चल रहे थे और अधीर रंजन चौधरी की टिप्पणी थी, हिंदुस्तान की राष्ट्रपत्नी जी सबके लिए हैं, हमारे लिए क्यों नहीं? आप सोचिए किस तरह की टिप्पणी, अभद्र टिप्पणी की जा रही है एक महिला के लिए, एक आदिवासी महिला के लिए। हिंदुस्तान की राष्ट्रपत्नी जी सबके लिए है, हमारे लिए क्यों नहीं? और मैं आपको याद दिलाता हूं, सजग पत्रकार वहां खड़े थे, उन्होंने कहा अधीर जी राष्ट्रपत्नी आप कह रहे हैं, राष्ट्रपति कहना चाहिए। कोई आत्मग्लानि उन्हें नहीं हुई। क्यों? क्योंकि बिना रीढ़ की यह हड्डी अगर सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी के सामने झुकती है तो ठीक है, लेकिन अगर कोई मेहनत करके, कर्मठता से, ईमानदारी से, कर्तव्य परायणता से आगे बढ़ के देश के सबसे बड़े संवैधानिक पद तक पहुंचता है तो सबसे ज्यादा ईर्ष्या, जलन होती है तो वो कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेताओं में होती है। उनका यह मानना है केवल नकली गांधी परिवार के सदस्य ही संवैधानिक पदों पे होने चाहिए। इसके बाद अजय कुमार, कांग्रेस नेता, वो इस हद तक चले गए, उन्होंने कहा माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी ईवल माइंडसेट को रिफ्लेक्ट करती है, ईवल माइंडसेट को रिफ्लेक्ट करती हैं। और अब मैं जो आपको दिखा रहा हूं, हम भी तैयारी से आए हैं। अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी पहले तो माफी नहीं मांग रहे थे, जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी और तमाम राजनीतिक दलों ने आपत्ति दर्ज करी ऐसे अशोभनीय टिप्पणी पर, तो 29 जुलाई 2022 को एक माफी मांगी गई जिसमें कहा गया दिस इज अ स्लिप ऑफ टंग। ये पत्र है जो अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी ने राष्ट्रपति जी को लिखा था। लेकिन आज जब मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी अभद्र टिप्पणी करते हैं तो यह स्पष्ट हो गया है, यह स्लिप ऑफ टंग नहीं है, दिस इज वेरी मच इंटेंशनल। एंड द रिमोट कंट्रोल प्रेसिडेंट गवर्न्ड बाय द फेक Gandhi surname family is following the diktats of Rahul Gandhi. And therefore, if Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary in writing apologized, we ask the very same question, would Mallikarjun Kharge also render an written apology for his distasteful and derogatory remark made against the President of India as well as the former President of India, who represent the scheduled tribe community and the scheduled caste community, who are epitome of hard work, who have inspired millions of Indians to work hard to rise to the highest constitutional office. क्या मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी लिखित में अपनी अशोभनीय अभद्र टिप्पणी के लिए भारत की राष्ट्रपति महोदया जी से माफी मांगेंगे? और क्या राहुल गांधी और कांग्रेस के तमाम कार्यकर्ता निंदा करेंगे इस बयान की जो स्वयं उनके राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी ने दिया है? और क्या उन्हें पार्टी से निकाला जाएगा? क्या किसी पार्टी में ऐसे अध्यक्ष की जगह हो सकती है जो देश का संविधान तार तार करे, राष्ट्रपति जी के पद का सम्मान ना करे और जनता की, खासकर दलित समाज और आदिवासी समाज की भावनाओं को आहत करे? यह सवाल आज यहां से जरूर पूछा जाएगा। और इसके साथ यह कहना गलत नहीं होगा, ऐसा कोई संवैधानिक पद बचा नहीं है जिसका अपमान कांग्रेस पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेताओं ने नहीं किया। अगर मैं बात कर रहा हूं राष्ट्रपति पद की, हम सब जानते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी पिछड़े समाज से आते हैं, ओबीसी समाज से आते हैं। अपनी मेहनत से, अपनी लगन, नागरिकों के प्रति जो उनकी निष्ठा है, उसकी वजह से वो 11 साल से देश में नागरिकों की सेवा कर रहे हैं। देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं। चौकीदार चोर है, बिच्छू, सांप, नेवला, मौत का सौदागर। राष्ट्रपति पद का अपमान, प्रधानमंत्री पद का अपमान। उपराष्ट्रपति जी के लिए टीएमसी के सांसद कल्याण बनर्जी मिमिक्री कर रहे थे और उनकी वीडियो कौन बना रहा था? उनकी वीडियो राहुल गांधी नेता प्रतिपक्ष बना रहे थे। उपराष्ट्रपति पद का अपमान। चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया, भारत के मुख्य न्यायाधीश, उनके खिलाफ इंपीचमेंट मोशन इसलिए लाया गया क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी अपनी सहूलियत सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के फैसलों में देख रही थी। मैं बात कर रहा हूं फॉर्मर चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया जस्टिस दीपक मिश्रा की। किस तरह से जुडिशियल कू की जा रही थी, यह दर्शाता है साफ, चाहे वो सीएजी हो, इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया हो, ईडी हो, सीबीआई हो, किसी पर कांग्रेस पार्टी का विश्वास नहीं है। हर संस्था पर आरोप लगाना, भारत के लोकतंत्र को कमजोर करना, यही इनका मुख्य मकसद है। और इसी के साथ यह कहना गलत नहीं होगा, मैं दिखाना चाहता हूं ये जो महाठगबंधन है, इंडी अलायंस, इनके टीएमसी के मंत्री, ममता बनर्जी की सरकार में मंत्री अखिल गिरी, इन्होंने क्या कहा था? वी डोंट केयर अबाउट लुक्स बट हाउ डज योर प्रेसिडेंट लुक। ये टीएमसी। अब आप मुझे बताइए, इस तरह की अशोभनीय टिप्पणी करना, तेजस्वी यादव ने क्या कहा? अगर माननीय द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी राष्ट्रपति बनेंगी तो राष्ट्रपति भवन में एक मूर्ति आ जाएगी जो एक शब्द नहीं बोलेगी। दिस इज आरजेडी, तेजस्वी यादव फॉर यू। ये इनका एक इकोसिस्टम है विशैला, जो संवैधानिक मर्यादा को बार बार तार तार करता है। मैंने बात करी कैसे कांग्रेस की सोच आज जनजातीय समाज के खिलाफ है, दलित समाज की विरोधी है। मैं आपको कुछ तस्वीरों से दिखाना चाहता हूं। राहुल गांधी कुर्सी पे बैठे हैं, डॉक्टर बी आर अंबेडकर साहब जो हमारे लिए भगवान के समान है, उनकी तस्वीर नेताओं के, कांग्रेस के नेता जो हैं उनके पैरों में है। लालू प्रसाद यादव, उनके पैरों में डॉक्टर बी आर अंबेडकर साहब की तस्वीर है। आज तक माफी नहीं मांगी है, ना राहुल गांधी ने, ना लालू प्रसाद यादव ने, ना तेजस्वी यादव ने। समाजवादी पार्टी, गलती, नमाजवादी पार्टी, ये बताना जरूरी है। ये देखिए, नमाजवादी पार्टी अखिलेश यादव की तुलना डॉक्टर बी आर अंबेडकर जी से कर देते हैं। आधी तस्वीर बी आर अंबेडकर साहब की, आधी तस्वीर अखिलेश यादव जी की। और खड़गे जी को हम एक बात जरूर कहना चाहेंगे, आप भी पिछड़े समाज से आते हैं, आज आप अपमान कर रहे हैं देश की राष्ट्रपति जी का। आपका खुद का सम्मान क्या है? ये तस्वीर देखिए। नॉमिनेशन फाइल होना था, प्रथम पंक्ति में कौन कौन है? नकली गांधी परिवार, सोनिया गांधी, प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा, और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष थे मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी, ये दूसरी पंक्ति में है। कहने का तात्पर्य, जिनके इशारों पर मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी आज दलित विरोधी, आदिवासी विरोधी बयान दे रहे हैं, वो इनका खुद का सम्मान नहीं करते हैं। और ये कहने के बाद सिर्फ इतना ही कहूंगा और अंत करूंगा अपनी बात को। तमाम ऐसे और बयान हैं मेरे पास जहां पे कांग्रेस के नेताओं ने हमारी देश की राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी का अपमान किया है। और इसी तरह से जो दलित राष्ट्रपति भारत के रामनाथ कोविंद जी रहे, उदित राज जी का एक बयान है, गूंगा बहरा दलित किसी भी स्थिति में पहुंच सकता है भाजपा में। इसके बाद इसी तरह से अशोक गहलोत जी ने भी बयान दिया था। ये सारे बयान केवल एक बात दर्शाते हैं, आज कांग्रेस पार्टी का लक्ष्य संविधान की हत्या करना है, दलित समाज और आदिवासी समाज का अपमान करना है। लेकिन बिल्कुल स्पष्ट कर दें, भारत की जनता यह सहने वाली नहीं है। और कांग्रेस पार्टी और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे अगर माफी नहीं मांगते हैं तो आप देखिएगा हर नागरिक अपना गुस्सा और जो वो व्यथित है उसको प्रदर्शित करेगा और ये भूल कांग्रेस पार्टी को बहुत महंगी पड़ेगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
प्रश्न सादर आमंत्रित हैं शैलेंद्र, डीडी न्यूज। आपने कांग्रेस के अलावा जो गठबंधन के सहयोगी एनडीए गठबंधन उनके बयानों की
So you heard Bharatiya Janata Party there hitting out at the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, who had recently insulted the current and the former president of the country. Listen in to what Kharge had said.
बोलेंगे मुर्मा जी को हम प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया बनाए, कोविंद को हमने प्रेसिडेंट बनाया। हाँ भाई बनाए, कई के लिए बनाए? हमारी संपत्ति छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारे जंगल छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारा जल रोकने के लिए बनाए, हमारी जमीन खींचने के लिए कर रहे।
Well, with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, MNS staged protests in Maharashtra's Thane over the claim of growing dominance of the non-Marathis in the area. Several leaders have been detained. We'll also tell you about how Bihar businessman Gopal Khenka's shooter has been killed in an encounter in Patna. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी कहते हैं, बातें तो बड़ी बोलते हैं मुर्मा जी, द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी नहीं, रामनाथ कोविंद जी को कोविड बुला रहे हैं। हमारी संपत्ति छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारे जंगल छीनने के लिए बनाए।
Well, the Bharatiya Janata Party has hit out at the Congress party for insulting President Murmu, saying that this was no slip of tongue but a deliberate attempt to abuse the Dalit president. MNS stages protests in Maharashtra's Thane over their claim of growing dominance of the non-Marathis in the area. Several leaders have been detained. Donald Trump announces tariff on 14 countries, hit Japan, South Korea, Kazakhstan, Malaysia with 25%, South Africa by 30% and 40% on Myanmar.
Everybody, we know it's all done. I told you, we'll make some deals, but for the most part, we're going to send a letter. We're going to say, welcome to the United States. If you'd like to participate in the greatest, most successful country ever. I mean, we're doing better than ever.
On India and US trade deal, Donald Trump says close to making a deal with India. A verbal spat broke out between Union Minister Kiren Rijiju and AIMIM Chief Owaisi after Rijiju said that India is the only country where minorities are given so many facilities. FIR has been registered against cricketer Yash Dayal on the charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence and mental harassment. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Several workers of the Raj Thackeray-led Maharashtra Navnirman Sena has been detained in Thane's Mira Road this morning when they took out a march to counter the protests against the Slabgate incident, in which, remember, the MNS workers assaulted a food stall owner for not speaking Marathi last week. Now, dramatic visuals played out as MNS workers hit the streets and cops caught them and put them in the police vans. And meanwhile, a day after MNS leader Javed Sheikh's son Rahil Sheikh was caught on the streets of Mumbai harassing and abusing a woman while drunk, an FIR has been filed in that specific case. Watch this.
सेना नेता संजय निरुपम है, आप अमोली पुलिस स्टेशन आए थे राजश्री मोरे के मुद्दे को लेकर, क्या मांग किया?
राजश्री मोरे जो एक मराठी लड़की है, जो एक सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड लड़की अपने स्टूडियो वगैरह चलाती है, तो उसने पिछले दिनों जो एक मराठी भाषा को लेकर जो विवाद चल रहा था, उस पर अपनी एक भूमिका रख दी कि इस तरीके से लोगों को भाषा के नाम पे मारने पीटने की आवश्यकता नहीं। इसके लिए उसका स्टूडियो तोड़ने के लिए 200 लोग उसके घर पे पहुंच गए।
क्या मांग?
कल परसों रात को शराब के नशे में धुत एक मनसे के नेता, उसके बेटे ने उसकी गाड़ी ठोक दी और उसको गाली गलौज किया। तो अब ऐसी औरतें, ऐसी लड़कियां असुरक्षित न महसूस करें, वो अपने आप वो निडर रहें, और उनके साथ हम सब एक सॉलिडरिटी पेश करने के लिए आज यहाँ पर आए हैं। और हम लोगों ने अमोली पुलिस स्टेशन को यही कहा कि आप इसके खिलाफ जो भी गलतियाँ की गई है, जो भी अपराध किया गया है, उसमें जो भी कड़े सेक्शन होते हैं सारे सेक्शन लगाइए और इस लड़की को पूरी तरह से सुरक्षित रहने का मौका दीजिए।
क्या फिर से धमकियाँ मिल रही है?
हाँ, अभी धमकियाँ मिल रही है, अब नया केस रजिस्टर हो रहा है। क्या लोग उसको धमकी दे रहे हैं कि लातों के भूत बात से नहीं मानते।
क्या गिरफ्तारी की भी मांग किया है?
गिरफ्तारी की मांग कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जो MNS में एक नया सिस्टम है उसके तहत यह है कि 7 साल से कम की सजा तो गिरफ्तारी नहीं होगी। अब मुझे लगता है कि इस पूरे प्रावधान में संशोधन की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन ये संशोधन यहाँ नहीं होगा, पार्लियामेंट में होगा।
जिस तरह से मीरा रोड में हो रहा है, हंगामा हो रहा है, मनसे के जो
देखिए, लोकतंत्र में हर व्यक्ति को, हर संगठन को अपना अपना प्रोटेस्ट करने का अधिकार है और अपने विचारों के आधार पर प्रदर्शन कर सकते हैं, लेकिन इनका ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड इतना खराब है कि पुलिस ने प्रिवेंटिव मेजर लिया। इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि बाद में कभी नहीं कर पाएंगे, बिल्कुल कर पाएंगे और करना चाहिए। मैं भी चाहता हूँ कि उन सबको परमिशन मिलना चाहिए।
लेकिन मराठी भाषा और हिंदी भाषा को लेकर जो वहाँ पे जिस तरह से राजनीति अखाड़ा बनाया जा रहा है मीरा रोड में, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की सिचुएशन खराब हो सकता है।
काय के लिए कर रहे हैं मुझे नहीं मालूम। मीरा रोड भाईंदर में 82% नॉन महाराष्ट्रियन है, काय के लिए तमाशा कर रहे हो?
क्या धमकियाँ आ रही थी आपको?
मुझे सरासर धमकियाँ आ रही है। मराठी में लोग मुझे कॉल कर रहे हैं और बोल रहे हैं कि आप राज ठाकरे का नाम मत लीजिए, माननीय राज ठाकरे का नाम मत लीजिए, अदरवाइज आपको हम देख लेंगे। मैंने यही बोला है कि मैं राज ठाकरे सर का नाम नहीं ले रही हूँ। जो लोग मेरे साथ अत्याचार कर रहे हैं, मैंने उनका नाम लिया है। अगर आज मैंने मनसे पार्टी का नाम लिया है तो अब राज ठाकरे सर उनसे जुड़े हुए हैं, तो मैं उसमें कुछ नहीं कर सकती। राज ठाकरे सर से मेरी यही विनंती है कि सर, मुझे प्रोटेक्ट करना सिर्फ हमारे मुंबई पुलिस का काम नहीं है, आपका भी काम है। मैं भी यहाँ पे रहती हूँ, मैं भी यहाँ की रहवासी हूँ, आपको भी मुझे प्रोटेक्ट करना पड़ेगा।
आप पुलिस अधिकारियों से मिले, उनसे क्या बातें हुई और क्या डिमांड किया कि राहिल को गिरफ्तार किया जाए?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल राहिल को गिरफ्तार किया जाए। अब जो कलम के अंदर बैठता है, जो अभी मेरे इस FIR के अंदर रखा गया है, लिखा गया है उसके ऊपर अभी कार्रवाई होगी। मेरी एडवोकेट यहाँ पे है फाल्गुनी ब्रह्म भट्ट। अब उन्होंने बोला है कि और कुछ उसमें कलम अभी ऐड होंगे, जो कि उस रात को मुझे इतना पता नहीं था कि क्या क्या करना है। तो क्या आप मेरी एडवोकेट से बात करेंगे?
क्या धमकियाँ मिल रही है अभी आपको?
धमकियाँ तो यही मिल रही है कि लातों के भूत बातों से नहीं मानते और आपको हम दिखा देंगे कि कैसे मनवाना चाहिए।
ये धमकी कब आई थी आपको?
ये कल आफ्टरनून से आ रही है। मैंने आफ्टरनून फ़ोन पिक नहीं किए, बट कल रात को मुझे 3 बार मैंने कॉल पिक किया है और तीनों बार मुझे धमकियाँ दी गई है।
करने वाला कौन है, कुछ आइडिया? मन से बोल रहा है, कुछ बोल रहा है?
उसने पार्टी का नाम नहीं लिया है, बट वो उनका कहना ये है कि माननीय राज ठाकरे साहब हमारे दैवत्य है और आप उनके खिलाफ खड़ी हो, हम आपको देख लेंगे।
क्या आप पीछे हटेंगी आप?
जैसे मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी, मैं मराठी मुलगी हूँ, तो मराठी में अगर जैसे बोला जा रहा है कि ये महाराष्ट्र है, यहाँ पे मराठी बहुत ही ज़्यादा पावर है, पावर इन द सेंस उनमें बहुत हिम्मत है। तो मैं भी तो एक मराठी हूँ, मुझ में भी बहुत हिम्मत है। मैं बिल्कुल भी पीछे नहीं हटूंगी।
पीछे नहीं हटेंगे?
ना जी ना, मैं बिल्कुल पीछे नहीं हटूंगी।
Let me go across to my colleague Satya Prakash, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Satya Prakash, tell us, because we saw chaos in the streets of Mumbai yet again. The MNS wanted to carry out a rally, but they were not allowed because they did not take the specified route. Give us more details on this.
देखिए, मीरा रोड में जो मोर्चा मंच से निकलने वाला था वो कहीं न कहीं अब शांत है, लेकिन कहीं न कहीं एक और चीज़ आ रही है सामने कि जो शिवसेना सिंधे गुट के नेता हैं प्रताप सरनाइक भी मीरा रोड पहुंचने वाले हैं। जो मोर्चा में सहभागी होने वाले थे उनसे मिलने वाले वहां स्थान पहुंचने वाले हैं। मंच से कार्यकर्ताओं का कहना है कि अगर जो राजस्थान के लोग हैं, व्यापारी लोग हैं, अगर वो मोर्चा निकाल सकते हैं तो मराठी आदमी क्यों नहीं निकाल सकता। लेकिन पुलिस का कहना है कि अगर ये मनसे पार्टी के नेता और कार्यकर्ता मोर्चा निकालते हैं तो कानून व्यवस्था बिगड़ सकता है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बिगड़ सकता है, वहां सिचुएशन खराब हो सकता है, इसीलिए यहाँ परमिशन नहीं दिए। फिलहाल कहीं न कहीं वहां पे जो है पुलिस का बंदोबस्त बढ़ा दिया गया है और फिलहाल कहीं के मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं को हटा दिया गया है। और बीती रात मनसे कार्यकर्ता, चाहे अविनाश यादव हो, चाहे कई लोग ऐसे नेता हैं जिनको मीरा रोड पुलिस ने डिटेन किया था, हिरासत में लेकर रखा है कि वहाँ पे कानून व्यवस्था बिगड़े ना, क्योंकि जिस तरह से वहाँ पे राजस्थानी व्यापारी को मनसे के नेताओं ने मारा था, उसके बाद कहीं कहीं वहाँ पर लगातार प्रोटेस्ट हो रहे थे। उसके बाद व्यापारियों ने मोर्चा निकाला और आज जो है मनसे पार्टी के द्वारा मोर्चा निकालने जाने वाला था, लेकिन कहीं न कहीं पुलिस परमिशन नहीं दिया और सबको फिलहाल हटा दिया है वहाँ से।
Absolutely. So the situation remains calm on the ground. Thank you so much for all the details. And meanwhile, Maharashtra Chief Minister has issued a statement on the MNS protest, saying that while protesting is a democratic right of every citizens, one cannot take law and order in their own hands. Listen in.
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र में किसी भी मोर्चे को इजाजत है, ये लोकतांत्रिक राज्य है, वो भी मोर्चा निकालना चाहे तो परमिशन लेकर निकाल सकता है। लेकिन जब कोई परमिशन लेता है तो उसका रूट किस प्रकार से होना चाहिए। अगर रूट में कई ट्रैफिक के प्रॉब्लम्स है, अगर रूट में कोई ऐसी जगह है कि जहां पर स्टैम्पिड जैसी अवस्था हो सकती है, कुछ ऐसी चीजें होगी तो पुलिस रूट चेंज करने को कहती है। तो मैंने जब पुलिस कमिश्नर से पूछा तो पुलिस कमिश्नर ने मुझे कहा कि हमने उनको रूट चेंज करने के लिए कहा था, लेकिन वो एडामेंट थे कि हमको यही रूट लेना है, इसलिए पुलिस ने उसको नकारा है।
प्रयोगशाला के तौर पे देखा जा रहा है क्या? मीरा रोड जो है, जो राजनीति की नई प्रयोगशाला के तौर पे देखा जा रहा है क्या?
देखिए, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं महाराष्ट्र के मिजाज को जानता हूं। महाराष्ट्र का मिजाज ऐसा है कि इस प्रकार के प्रयोग यहां चलेंगे नहीं। जो मराठी आदमी है वो बड़े दिल का है, क्योंकि भारत पर जब आक्रमण हुआ तो मराठी आदमी ने केवल महाराष्ट्र का विचार नहीं किया, पूरे भारत का विचार किया। इसलिए मराठी आदमी कभी छोटा सोच नहीं सकता, कभी संकुचित सोच नहीं सकता। इसलिए कोई प्रयोग करने की कोशिश भी करे तो नहीं हो पाएगा।
Now shifting our focus to Haryana, clashes have erupted between the police and a group of youth in Haryana's Hisar, and reports claim that the youth were celebrating a birthday party and playing loud music on the streets, and when police tried to intervene, the situation turned violent. Stone pelting followed, resulting in injuries to both police personnel and those who were involved in this. Here's more on that incident.
A violent clash broke out between police and a group of youths in Hisar's Bharat Nagar area during a birthday celebration. The youths were reportedly playing loud music and singing on the street. When police arrived and asked them to stop, the youths reacted aggressively. In retaliation, several youths climbed onto the roof and began pelting stones at the police. During the commotion, 2 youths jumped from the roof in an attempt to escape. Both sustained serious injuries. 2 police personnel, including the chowki in charge, were also injured during the stone pelting.
We have a big breaking news coming in from the state of Bihar. Just ahead of the election, a major pre-poll announcement has been made aimed at empowering women in Bihar. The government there, led by Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, has declared a 35% reservation for women in all the government jobs across the state. And this move is seen as a major outreach to women voters ahead of this crucial elections in few months, reinforcing the government's commitment to gender inclusion and equal opportunities in the public employment. So this is a big breaking news that we're getting for you just ahead of the elections. A big pre-poll announcement has been made aimed at empowering women. 35% reservation for women in all the government jobs in the state of Bihar if the NDA comes to power in the next elections. In fact, this is a big announcement that has been made by the Bihar government, that is, remember, led by the Chief Minister Nitish Kumar. What we're learning is that 35% reservation will be given to all the women in the government jobs across the state, and this is a major push to the women of the state and a major poll announcement ahead of the elections. And this move is seen as a major outreach to women voters ahead of the upcoming elections, reinforcing the government's commitment to gender inclusion and equal opportunities. And this is a big outreach to the voter base that is women in the state of Bihar as well. So the heat is turning up ahead of the election. Now pre-poll announcements have been made by different parties. This one by the Bihar government, where 35% quota will be given to all the women in all the government jobs across the state. This is, in fact, a major pre-poll announcement. Let me go across to my colleague Tanisha, who joins us live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Tanisha, this is a major pre-poll announcement. 35% reservation to women in all the government jobs. Give us more details.
Kanksha, well, this is being seen as a move to woo the voters, and this comes right ahead of the Bihar elections. Remember, when we talk about the Ladli Behan Yojana of the central government, that resonated in the state of Maharashtra, it resonated in the state of the in the territory of Delhi, and now when we talk about Bihar, Nitish Kumar is actually looking forward to introduce a new scheme, and this one specifically for the voters, where he has announced a whooping 35% reservation as far as it comes to women. And this move specifically coming at a time when elections are knocking at the door is seen as a tactical move by the Nitish government to woo certain voters in Bihar. However, keeping in mind the situation in Bihar, the strong opposition that we have in Bihar, it remains to be seen on how well will this scheme prove for the Nitish Kumar government in the state of Bihar, Akanksha.
Absolutely, a big outreach to the women voter base there in Bihar. 35% reservation in the government job. Thank you so much, Tanisha, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this story that is from Bihar. In fact, this is... In fact, we have more breaking news coming in. 8 attacks by Tehreek-e-Taliban that has been done in several areas is what we are learning. Big breaking news that we are getting for you. Several, in fact, 8 attacks on the Pakistani forces by Tehreek-e-Taliban is something that we can see. We'll also get you visuals from the ground as well, as far as these attacks are concerned at several places across those areas. Huge blast in several areas as well, and these attacks have been carried out by Tehreek-e-Taliban. Taliban, and in a surge of violence, the Tehreek-e-Taliban carried out 8 attacks on Pakistan security forces within the last 24 hours across Khyber, Central Khurram, South Waziristan, Bannu district of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa as well. And the assault included 6 sniper attacks and 2 ambushes, resulting in the deaths of 5 Pakistani soldiers as well. Let me go across to my colleague Gursimran, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Gursimran, tell us about these attacks at different locations in Pakistan. What we're learning is that several soldiers have also been killed.
Yes, Kanksha, if you look into the operational conduct that has been launched and now intensified by the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan has carried out a series of attacks in last 24 hours. There have been 8 attacks that have been carried out on the Pakistani forces that have been carried out in the Central Khurram area. It is in the Khyber area, South Waziristan, and also in the Bannu district of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. These attacks have been carried out. 6 were the sniper attacks these were the aimed attacks that Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan carried out, while 2 attacks were the ambush attacks. What we are picking up that in the Bajor there have been intense clashes between the Pakistani security forces and the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan fighters. But the way these attacks are being intensified, and also the 5 soldiers of the Pakistan that have been killed, these are 4 soldiers and 1 intelligence operative that have been killed in the late last night operations that have been carried out by the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan. And TTP has warned of the intensifying these attacks further, as they say that as part of the Operation Al-Khandak, they are having some vital information with them with regards to the intelligence operative and the movement of the Pakistani forces that they are doing in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, especially the South Waziristan and the Central Khurram. They have been the key target areas where the TTP has now got a stronghold, and they are carrying out the intensified attacks on the Pakistani checkpost establishment as well as at the house of their intelligence operatives, those who are sharing information with the Pakistani army. So what it seems that the TTP in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and the Baluchistan Liberation Army, Baluchistan National Army, Baluchistan Republican Army, they have gone full throttle in the Baluchistan, making it really very difficult for the Pakistan to survive in these 2 provinces.
Absolutely, Gursimran. Keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus to Nepal, what we are learning is that, in fact, 18 people have lost their life after one of the bridges swept away. A river flooded by monsoon rain swept away 18 people in Nepal, and a main bridge connecting China to Nepal has also been swept away. The monsoon continues in that area. In fact, there was a flood that was triggered in Nepal. The bridge in Rasuwa district, 120 kilometers northeast of Kathmandu, was swept away by flooding at around 3:15 a.m. on Tuesday. Dozens of trucks and hundreds of EVs parked for custom inspection were also swept away. But what we're learning is that a river flooded by monsoon rains swept away 18 people, and the main bridge connecting Nepal with China also broke. Now, shifting our focus to the fight that has started between Kiran Rijiju and AIM Chief Owaisi, after Bharatiya Janata Party leader said that India is the only country where minorities are given so many facilities. The AIMM leaders lashed out at Kiran Rijiju, saying that he holds a constitutional post, not a throne, adding that minority rights are fundamental rights, not a charity. The Bharatiya Janata Party leader, in fact, went on to say that Owaisi went on to say that Rijiju, who's the Minority Affairs Minister, on Friday accused the opposition parties of playing politics in the name of minorities. And this is the verbal spat that is broken out between the Union Minister and AIMIM Chief on the spat that continues.
ये नेतृत्व में अगर 11 सालों में देखें तो जो सांप्रदायिक ध्रुवीकरण का छल था उसको समावेशी सशक्तिकरण के बल से ध्वस्त किया गया है, और समाज का हर ज़रूरतमंद व्यक्ति विकास की धारा में शामिल हो, उसके आंखों में खुशी और ज़िंदगी में खुशहाली आए, इसको लेकर के कहीं पर किसी तरह का कन्फ्यूज़न नहीं है। लेकिन जहाँ जब भी चुनाव आता है तो सांप्रदायिक सौदागरी के जो सौदागर हैं उनका संग्राम शुरू हो जाता है, और सांप्रदायिक सौदागरी के इन सौदागरों का जो संग्राम है वो ये कभी इन्होंने जो है वो थोक में तो मुसलमानों का वोट लिया, लेकिन फुटकर में भी उनका विकास कभी नहीं किया। और आज जो है ये वक्त आ गया है, ख़ासतौर से अल्पसंख्यक और विशेष तौर से मुसलमानों को भी सोचना होगा कि ये जो सांप्रदायिक ध्रुवीकरण के छल वाले लोग हैं, इनको छूमंतर करना होगा और जो है विकास के और विश्वास के रास्ते पे चलना होगा।
देखिए, दरअसल ओवैसी साहब खुद हॉस्टेज है वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स के, और इसीलिए भड़काना, बहकाना और चिल्लाना ये बीबीसी बन चुके हैं ओवैसी। और ओवैसी साहब ने सीए के समय पर भी बोला था कि मुसलमानों की नागरिकता छिन जाएगी। कितनों की नागरिकता छिनी? अब वक्फ का मामला आया है तो बोलते हैं मस्जिदें छिन जाएगी, कब्रिस्तान छिन जाएंगे। तो भड़काना और बहकाना और चिल्लाना, ये ओवैसी साहब वोट बैंक के हॉस्टेज बनकर, वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स के हॉस्टेज बनकर इस प्रकार की बातें करते हैं। पर मैं ओवैसी साहब से पूछना चाहता हूं कि यदि आप सच में मानते हैं कि भारत के मुसलमान बंधी है, बंधक है, तो फिर सीए में आप वकालत क्यों कर रहे थे कि अफगानिस्तान और पाकिस्तान के मुसलमानों को भी यहाँ पर आने दिया जाए? मतलब अगर भारत के मुसलमानों की इतनी दयनीय स्थिति है आपके हिसाब से, तो और मुसलमानों को बुलाने की पेशकश क्यों कर रहे थे आप सीए कानून में? ये दिखाता है कि इनको केवल और केवल भड़काना है, वोट बैंक की दुकान चलाना है, और इसीलिए इस प्रकार के बयान जो है वो लगातार करवाना है।
In fact, we have breaking news coming in. As far as the Ahmedabad plane crash is concerned, what we're learning is that the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, that is AAIB, has submitted the initial report on the AI-171 plane crash. And this report has been submitted to the Ministry of Civil Aviation and the concerned authorities as well. The report filed is based on the initial findings of the probe, and it details the findings of the black box as well. The final assessed report will be given on July 11th is what we're learning. But very crucial as far as the Ahmedabad plane crash is concerned, what we're learning that a month after this crash took place now, Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, which remember was also involved in the investigation of this case, and their officials also went to the spot as well. They have submitted their report on the plane crash to the Ministry of Civil Aviation. In fact, it also details what has been recovered from the black box which was recovered from the incident site. So very crucial as far as this case is concerned. Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau has submitted a report to the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Let me go across to my colleague Harsha, who's been tracking this story very closely. Harsha, tell us details about what has been mentioned in this report that has been given to the Ministry of Civil Aviation, because it also contains details on the black box as well.
So yes, Kanksha, we've gotten to know that the AIB has finally submitted its report to Civil Aviation Ministry. The report has been submitted this morning only, and we have gotten to know that the final assessment report will be submitted on 11th of July. But this entire detailed report which AIB has submitted is a detailed access and the findings from the black box, and also the final the recordings from the CVR and from the DFDR as well. We've also gotten to know that this is more than 200 pages of the report which has been submitted to the Civil Aviation Ministry by AIB on the Ahmedabad plane crash. Also, we have got to know that after Civil Aviation Ministry accesses the entire report of AIB, then finally the discussion with the regulatory body and the final will be told to the higher officials, higher authorities as well. But yes, this more than 200-page report which the AIB has submitted today on the Ahmedabad plane crash. Now, finally, the reason behind the Ahmedabad AIB, behind Ahmedabad AI-171 plane crash will come out in public. Exactly what was the reason? But yes, the detailed findings of the black box of the CVA, CVR and DFDR has been mentioned in the report of AAIB, because it's very important to know that exactly what was the reason what transpired in the plane crash of AI-171. And also we have also got to know more that not only this, there were some technical issues in the Boeing 787 as well, which might be mentioned in the AIB report as well, because the thorough access of the 787 Boeing was done depending on the earlier technical snags which were found in the same Boeing 787 in the month of May and the initial days of June as well. And therefore, we have got to know that the detailed investigation also involves the Boeing 787 fleet as well. So this entire report is more than 200 pages. The final mentioning and the details of the report will come out soon because today morning only the report has been submitted to the Civil Aviation Ministry. Back to you.
Well, absolutely. It's very important to find out what really happened and what really led to that crash in Ahmedabad last month. Thank you so much, Harsha, for those details. Keep tracking those details for us. Now, shifting our focus, mounted gun system is a cross-country truck-mounted heavy artillery gun system which exclusively developed mobility and crew protector features in its class. It has been in fact, developed by involving Indian Industries, DPSU, Premier Academia under the leadership of DRDO MGS, and it has high mobility in terms of gradient, slide slope, trench crossing and cross-country capabilities as well. Take a look.
This is a mounted gun system. It is a 155-52 caliber gun. These guns are there for quite long time, but they are on a towed. These are on a towed gun platforms. Towed gun means the gun will be separate and the primer will be separate. This will be towed and then it is deployed, and to either to deploy or to retrieve. It is a cumbersome exercise. It is difficult to in the war scenario because the present day of the surveillance systems, you can easily locate this from where the firing is coming. So it is important to shoot and scoot facility should be there for the guns. So that's what we have given to this for this MGS, where you can quickly go there. In 80 seconds you can deploy, and 85 seconds you can retrieve the gun and get away from that place. So that gives an added advantage to fire also, and also to safeguard yourself. It is totally indigenous, almost 85% of the indigenous content in the as a first prototype itself which achieved 85%. And then it has got a capability to potential to export.
So what will be the impact on the services of this gun? How
they are eagerly waiting for this MGS. They are already looking for this MGS for quite long time. So this is the first prototype where you can actually the army can look at it and evaluate themselves. The RFPs what have been floated by army, and against the GS-square released by them in 2022. So this gun meets the entire GS-square parameters what the army has given.
So if we talk about the cost and what is your plan to make it fast and in future, sir?
No, since we have developed
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
अर्जुन खड़गे जी कहते हैं, बातें तो बड़ी बोलते हैं मुर्मा जी, द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी नहीं, रामनाथ कोविंद जी को कोविड बुला रहे हैं। हमारी संपत्ति छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारे जंगल छीनने के लिए बनाए।
BJP tears apart Congress over insult to President Murmu, says this was no slip of tongue but a deliberate attempt to abuse the Dalit president. MNS stages protests in Maharashtra's Thane over their claim of growing dominance of non-Marathis in the area. MNS leaders later detained by the police. Verbal tiff between Union Minister Kiran Rijiju and AIMIM Chief Asauddin Owaisi after Rijiju said that India is the only country where minorities are given so many facilities. Massive crackdown in Uttar Pradesh's Balrampur, where the government has launched bulldozer action against a foreign-funded conversion racket. The ATS has arrested a leader in the suspected case of love jihad. FIR registered against cricketer Yash Dayal on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence and mental harassment and cheating as well. We start this edition with the top story that's coming in from the state of Uttar Pradesh, where a massive crackdown in Uttar Pradesh's Balrampur is underway, where the government has launched bulldozer action against a foreign-funded conversion racket. Now, the ATS has arrested a man known as Changur Baba in suspected case of love jihad. The racket is known to be estimated to be around rupees 100 crore, with the gang members reportedly visiting an Islamic country nearly 40 times. Here are the details.
बेचने के नाम पर और एक तावीज भी मिली है। मैं सहयोगी से कहूँगा थोड़ा सा इसको दिखाएं जूम करके। आप अगर देख पा रहे हो, समझ पा रहे हो तो देखिए, ये शायद उर्दू में है, फारसी में है, लेकिन ये कुछ और है। ये भारत की संस्कृति नहीं है। ये आप देखिए यहाँ पर, तो इस तरह की बहुत सारी चीज़ें आपको यहाँ देखने को मिलेंगी। साथ ही ये देखिए, ड्रोन, चारों तरफ ड्रोन उड़ाया जा रहा है, चारों तरफ सुरक्षा को देखा जा रहा है। कहाँ क्या कुछ चीज़ें निकल सकती हैं, कुछ चीज़ें मिल सकती हैं, क्या कहीं कोई और भी कुछ चीज़ें यहाँ बरामद हो सकती हैं, उस पर बाकायदे पूरी तरह से निगरानी की जा रही है, पूरी नज़र है। और यहाँ पर ड्रोन से चारों तरफ पैनी नज़र रखा जा रहा है। साथ ही बुलडोजर चल रहा है। और मैं आपको और बता दूँ कि बुलडोजर की संख्या बढ़ा दी गई है। बुलडोजर की संख्या बढ़कर के 5 हो गई है। 3 बुलडोजर, 2 बुलडोजर इस तरफ, 3 बुलडोजर हैं तो 2 बुलडोजर पीछे के साइड में, यानी कि 2 से 3 तरफ से यहाँ पर मकान गिराने का काम चल रहा है। ये ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई चल रही है और 5-5 बुलडोजर इस पर काम कर रहे हैं। अभी मेरी यहाँ जो बलरामपुर के जो कप्तान हैं, उनसे मेरी बात हुई। उन्होंने कहा बाकायदे पूरे प्रोसेस के बाद यह जगह गलत पाई गई है और आदेश के बाद इस पर कार्रवाई हो रही है और यहाँ पर पूरी तरह से सुरक्षा व्यवस्था दिया गया है। अन्य जो मकान है अगर उस पर भी निर्देश आता है, जांच में वो चीजें बढ़कर आती हैं तो उस पर भी कार्रवाई होगी। तो खुद ग्राउंड जीरो पर पहुंचे थे जो जिले के कप्तान हैं, बलरामपुर के जो कप्तान हैं वो यहाँ पर आए हुए थे। उनसे रिपब्लिक भारत ने बातचीत की और उन्होंने खुद रिपब्लिक भारत को जानकारी दी है कि यह पूरी तरह से जो निर्माण है अवैध पाया गया है, यह जांच में अवैध पाया गया है, जिसके बाद यहां पर कानून के तहत इस पर बुलडोजर की प्रक्रिया जारी है, बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई जारी है, ध्वस्तीकरण का काम यहां पर जारी है और वह पूरी तरह से कानूनी तौर तरीके से हो रहा है।
गया था उसको ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है और पूरी प्रक्रिया विधिक रूप से चल रही है और पूरा निस्तारण जो विधिक रूप से कराया गया उसके बाद ये कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
मैं देख रहा था क्रॉस के निशान लगाए थे, नोटिस भी चस्पा हुआ था, उसके बाद ही ये कार्रवाई,
उसके बाद ही कार्रवाई चल रही है।
सर ये वाला जो मकान दिख रहा है जहाँ पे पुलिस फोर्स है उस पर भी कार्रवाई होगी?
अभी फिलहाल इस पे कार्रवाई चल रही है और इसको आज हम लोग पूरा करेंगे।
आज इसको पूरा करेंगे, उसके बाद आगे का चार्ज मिलता है
उसके अलावा जो भी जहाँ भी मिलेगा उस पर कार्रवाई होगी।
जी उस पर भी कार्रवाई होगी।
जी।
Now, even as the crackdown on the anti-conversion racket continues, the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has issued a statement against Jalauddin, the man who was responsible for anti-national and anti-social activities. Now, Yogi has said that his government is committed to protecting the dignity and safety of women, and those disturbing peace will face strict action, including confiscation of property. Here's what the Chief Minister said. All right, Raghavendra, my colleague, is joining me live from Balrampur. On that note, Raghavendra, बलरामपुर में आप वहां थे जहां पर एक्शन हो रहा था, जब बुलडोजर एक्शन चल रहा था। हमें इस केस के बारे में बताइए, कौन है ये व्यक्ति जो अभी गिरफ्तार हो चुका है? ये इलीगल कन्वर्जन रैकेट कहां तक जाता है?
4 बुलडोजर फ्रंट पे काम कर रहे हैं, कुछ बुलडोजर बैक में काम कर रहे हैं और देखिए ये जो अवैध गलत पैसों से यानी कि हवाला के पैसों से जो ये इमारत खड़ी थी, आज इसको जमींदोज किया जा रहा है, आज इस पर बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई जारी है। साथ ही आप देखिए वहाँ पर एक मस्जिद का भी निर्माण चल रहा है, आप देख सकते हैं कि अभी उस पर काम चल ही रहा है। उसके पीछे भी एक मस्जिद है जो पूरी तरह से बनी हुई है, बहुत पहले से बनाई गई है और उसके पीछे एक मदरसा है जहाँ पर छांगुर बाबा यहाँ पर लोगों को अरबी भाषा की पढ़ाई कराता था। उन मदरसों में वहाँ पर उर्दू भी नहीं पढ़ाई जाती थी, हिंदी भी नहीं पढ़ाई जाती थी, सीधा मजहबी उनको शिक्षा दी जाती थी। साथ ही उन मस्जिदों में भी वह धर्मांतरण का काम करता था। एक नई मस्जिद और बनाई जा रही है और यह पूरा जो मकान यह जो बनाया गया है हवाला के पैसे से, गलत गतिविधियों से, लंबे इसमें ट्रांजैक्शन बैंकों के आए हैं सामने, जो कि मैंने खबर को भेजा हुआ है उसको समझने के लिए, जानने के लिए कि एक आरटीजीएस 50 लाख के हुए हैं, 40 लाख के हुए हैं, 2.5 लाख रुपए के हुए हैं, 1 लाख रुपए के हुए हैं। तो ये छांगुर बाबा का जो मैनेजमेंट करता था मोहम्मद अहमद, जो इस समय फरार चल रहा है, उसको यूपी पुलिस ने वारंट भी जारी किया है, लेकिन पुलिस उसके पीछे पड़ी हुई है। देखिए कब तक वह हिरासत में आता है। साथ ही जो छांगुर बाबा का सलाहकार था उसके पास भी 40 लाख रुपए का आरटीजीएस हुई है, उसकी भी पुलिस तलाश कर रही है। साथ ही जो नीतू जो जेल में है, जिसको छांगुर बाबा अपने साथ रखा था, उसकी एक नाबालिग बेटी है, उसको भी अहमद लेकर के भागा हुआ है। तो कहीं न कहीं यह जो जांच है वो आगे भी बढ़ रही है। आने वाले समय में इस पूरे उतरौला में जहाँ भी ये चीज़ें हैं, जहाँ भी अवैध कब्जा है, जहाँ भी अवैध निर्माण है, वहाँ पर बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई देखने को आने वाले समय में आपको मिलेगी, क्योंकि उसने उतरौला मार्केट में छोटे छोटे कॉम्प्लेक्स बनाए हैं, बुटीक बनाया हुआ है, जनरल गारमेंट्स के दुकान हैं वहाँ पर, तो उस पर भी कार्रवाई हो सकती है। साथ ही जो मोहम्मद अहमद है जो फरार है, कहा जाता है कि उतरौला में उसने मंदिर की जमीन कब्जा करके मकान बनाया हुआ है। कोई बोलने वाला नहीं था, कोई उसका विरोध करने वाला नहीं था। ये लोग लोकल प्रशासन को इस तरह से ओबलाइज कर दिए थे कि कोई खुल के आता नहीं था और जो लोग बोलते थे उनके ऊपर गंभीर धाराओं में मुकदमा लिखाता था, मुकदमा लिखा करके उनको पीड़ित बनाता था। तो ऐसे में कोई भी व्यक्ति सामने नहीं आता था। साल भर पहले जब मैं ग्राउंड जीरो रिपोर्ट करने यहाँ आया था तो मुझको सारी बातें समझ में आई, सारी चीज़ें दिखी, लेकिन कोई सामने बोलने वाला नहीं था, कोई बयान देने वाला नहीं था। तो जब कोई बोलने वाला नहीं था, बयान देने वाला नहीं था, तो शायद चीज़ें पूरी तरह से खुलकर नहीं आ सकी। ऐसे में लेकिन अब सारी चीज़ें बाहर आ चुकी हैं, ऐसे में सारी चीज़ें सामने निकल कर आ चुकी हैं। लोग बोलने वाले आ गए, जो पीड़ित थे उनका घर वापसी हो चुका है। लखनऊ के गोमती नगर में जो शिव भोले मंदिर में दर्जन भर लोग, जिसमें महिला पुरुष दोनों थे, उनका वो घर वापसी हो चुका है। वो मुस्लिम से फिर हिंदू परिवार में आ चुके हैं। तो वो सारी चीज़ें अब खुल के आ चुकी हैं। फिर हिंदूवादी जो नेता हैं उन्होंने भी इसमें अपना योगदान दिया और सारी चीज़ें सामने आई। जो गोपाल राय हैं वह भी काफ़ी पीछे पड़े हुए थे, तो वो भी बहुत सारी चीज़ें निकाल कर लाए हैं। तो ऐसे में छांगुर बाबा अब जेल के अंदर पहुंच चुका है, बचने के उसके चांसेस बहुत कम दिख रहे हैं। और भी लोग जो बाहर हैं वहाँ भी पुलिस पहुंचेगी, उन लोगों को भी गिरफ्त में करेगी। और जहाँ जहाँ ये लोग अवैध प्रॉपर्टी बनाए हैं, चाहे वो मुंबई में पुणे की बात हो, चाहे वो उत्तर प्रदेश के कई जिलों की बात हो, चाहे खुद बलरामपुर के उतरौला की बात हो, हर जगह जांच हो रही है। राजस्व की टीमें जांच कर रही हैं। जहाँ जहाँ भी अवैध गतिविधि की बात निकल कर आएगी, अवैध कब्जा नजर आएगा, अवैध मकान बनाने की बात आएगी, उन सब पे बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई होगी। और लगातार ये कार्रवाई जारी भी है। 5 बुलडोजर लगातार ध्वस्तीकरण का काम कर रहे हैं। आने वाले समय में यह कार्रवाई आपको और तेज होती दिखेगी। यहाँ पर कप्तान यानी कि बलरामपुर जिले के जो एसपी हैं वह भी यहाँ पर आए थे, जो जिलाधिकारी हैं वह भी यहाँ पर आए थे, राजस्व के टीम के जो अधिकारी हैं वह भी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। 5 थानों की पुलिस यहाँ पर मौजूद है। साथ ही पीएसी की एक कंपनी यहाँ पर मौजूद है, ताकि किसी तरह की कोई कोताही न हो, कोई चूक न हो सुरक्षा में। तो चप्पे चप्पे पर सुरक्षा यहाँ मौजूद है। घर के चारों तरफ यहाँ पर पुलिस फोर्स तैनात है और उस पुलिस फोर्स के साए में ध्वस्तीकरण का कार्यक्रम जारी है। एक अजीब सा यहाँ का माहौल बनाया हुआ था। छांगुर पीर बाबा, कहने को तो वो छांगुर पीर बाबा था, लेकिन उसने कहीं न कहीं धर्मांतरण का खेल खेला, विदेशों से पैसा मंगाया, करोड़ों रुपए में फंड आए और लालच देकर जातियों में बांटा था। सवर्ण को 16 लाख, ओबीसी का अलग रेट, दलित का अलग रेट, इस तरह से उसने कैटेगरी बनाया हुआ था। सोचिए कि उसका खेल किस गंदे मंसूबे के साथ जारी था और सैकड़ों लोगों को उसने अवैध अपने धर्मांतरण के जाल में फंसाया हुआ था। और आज कहीं न कहीं जब इसका भंडा फूटा है, जब यह चीजें बाहर निकली हैं, तो इस पर कार्रवाई भी हो रही है।
राघवेंद्र, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका हमारे साथ सारी जानकारी शेयर करने के लिए। मूविंग ऑन टू द अदर स्टोरीज दैट वी आर ट्रैकिंग, दिस इज इन रिगार्ड विद द कंट्रोवर्शियल कमेंट ऑफ द बीजेपी एमपी निशिकांत दुबे, वेयर ही सेड इन रिगार्ड विद द लैंग्वेज, राव पटक पटक के मारेंगे। नाउ दीज रिमार्क्स हैव caused a flutter with the Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis reacting to that statement by the BJP MP, completely distancing himself. In fact, this is a fresh row that has erupted in the state of Maharashtra over BJP MP Nishikant Dube's remarks on the Marathi language. Now, it is Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis that has distanced himself from the statement, calling it inappropriate and one that risks creating confusion among people. Listen in to what Nishikant Dube had to say, which created a huge controversy.
हमारे पैसे पर पल रहे हो, तुम कौन सा टैक्स देते हो, कौन सी इंडस्ट्री है तुम्हारे पास? माइंस हमारे पास है, झारखंड के पास है, छत्तीसगढ़ के पास है, मध्य प्रदेश के पास है, उड़ीसा के पास है। आपके पास कौन सी माइंस है? रिफाइनरी यदि रिलायंस ने बैठाई या एसआर ने रिफाइनरी बैठाई तो वो गुजरात में रिफाइनरी बैठाई है। सारी इंडस्ट्री जो है, सेमीकंडक्टर की भी इंडस्ट्री है तो गुजरात में आ रही है। आप जो है लाटसाही कर रहे हो और ऊपर से जो है आप हमारा दोहन करके, शोषण करके टैक्स पेयर करते हो। और यदि आप में ज्यादा हिम्मत है तो आप हिंदी भाषी को मारते हो तो उर्दू भाषी को भी मारो, तमिलियन को भी मारो, आप जो है तेलुगु वाले को भी मारो। आप जो इस तरह की घटिया हरकत कर रहे हो, और मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि जब अपने घर में हो, महाराष्ट्र में हो, यदि बहुत बड़े बॉस हो तो चलो बिहार, चलो उत्तर प्रदेश, चलो तमिलनाडु, तुमको पटक पटक के मारेंगे। ये एनार्की जो है नहीं चलेगी। हमारे पैसे पर पल रहे हो, तुम कौन सा टैक्स देते हो, कौन सी इंडस्ट्री है तुम्हारे पास? माइंस हमारे पास है, झारखंड के पास है, छत्तीसगढ़ के पास है, मध्य प्रदेश के पास है, उड़ीसा के पास है। आपके पास कौन सी माइंस है? रिफाइनरी यदि रिलायंस ने बैठाई या एसआर ने रिफाइनरी बैठाई तो वो गुजरात में रिफाइनरी बैठाई है। सारी इंडस्ट्री जो है सेमीकंडक्टर की भी इंडस्ट्री है तो गुजरात में आ रही है। आप जो है लाटसाही कर रहे हो और ऊपर से जो है आप हमारा दोहन करके शोषण करके टैक्स पेयर करते हो। और यदि आप में ज्यादा हिम्मत है तो आप हिंदी भाषी को मारते हो तो उर्दू भाषी को भी मारो, तमिलियन को भी मारो, आप जो है तेलुगु वाले को भी मारो। आप जो इस तरह की घटिया हरकत कर रहे हो, और मैंने हमेशा कहा है कि जब अपने घर में हो, महाराष्ट्र में हो, यदि बहुत बड़े बॉस हो तो चलो बिहार, चलो उत्तर प्रदेश, चलो तमिलनाडु, तुमको पटक पटक के मारेंगे। ये एनार्की जो है नहीं चलेगी।
News now coming in. Hyderabad City Civil Court has received a bomb threat mail today in the early morning at nearly 3:15 a.m. Now the officials saw it at 11 a.m. and informed us the bomb squad and the other officials are conducting a thorough search of the court premises. So far nothing has been found, and that officials have said that they will be providing more details on the case, but this has certainly created panic among the civil court of Hyderabad. Visuals of that are on your screen. We, however, have no details right now if this was a hoax call or was there any truth to the mail that was received today. But the latest update that we are getting is that the Hyderabad City Civil Court had received a bomb threat, and this was in the wee hours as early as 3:15 a.m. The officials saw the mail at around 11 a.m. and the bomb squad and other officials are conducting a thorough search of the court premises. Aneri, my colleague, is joining me live from Hyderabad on that. Aneri, what is the story all about? Was this a hoax call or was there any reality to it? Has the situation now been controlled?
Well, what we know is that a bomb threat call was given at the City Civil Court in Old City area of Hyderabad, where now the police officials and the bomb squad have vacated the area and vacated the whole of the premises of the court, and now inspection and checking is underway. While the police officials say that they haven't found anything as of now, and further details are awaited into this matter. But yes, an email was received, an unknown email was received at the City Civil Court, and further more details are yet to are awaited into this matter as the investigation and the inspection is underway, whereas we will have to wait and watch. But however, now we see is that the police officials have vacated the complete court premises and have asked everyone to leave from that very place as the checking is underway by the dog squad.
Right. Thank you very much, Aneri, for sharing those details. We quickly move on to the other stories that we are tracking. This is Bharat in 5 minutes. A wall collapse incident has occurred at a local eatery near Bageshwar Dham in Gada village in Chhatarpur of Madhya Pradesh. The wall collapsed following heavy rainfall in the area. As per reports, 1 person has died and 10 have been injured in the incident. Chief Medical and Health Officer of Chhatarpur, R.P. Gupta, has stated that the 10 injured individuals are being treated at the hospital. One person died due to cloudburst in the Loran area of Punch. The deceased has been identified as Ghulam Mohammed, a resident of Khoriwala Bela area of Loran. The incident occurred last evening after the intense rainfall triggered the cloudburst. The cloudburst caused a rise in water levels and landslide-like conditions in the area. The body of the deceased was recovered from around 400 meters away and handed over to the family. Reports say that Ramghat has been submerged as the water level of the river Ganga rises at Uttar Pradesh's Prayagraj. A local stated that the water level in the river has risen and that he believes that the situation will remain the same for the next 2 months.
जैसे कि शाम को हम गए थे तो वहाँ हमारे छप्पर से बाहर जल था 2 हाथ। अब सुबह आए तो सब डूबा हुआ था। हम लोग चौकी फाटा घटा रहे हैं। अब 2 महीना यही निरंतर रहेगा। अभी वो बहुत तेज़ी सुबह से लगभग देखते देखते 1 हाथ से ज़्यादा जो है जल आया। लगभग 1.5 फीट पानी ऊपर आया है सुबह से। इतनी तेज़ स्पीड है। अगर ऐसी स्पीड रहेगी तो 2-4 दिन में हनुमान जी नहा लेंगे, ऐसे आशा है। हम लोग को दिक्कत होती है, अभी चौकी छप्पर से हटाना पड़ेगा, सीधे थोड़ी वहाँ पे ले जाना पड़ेगा। मुझे तकलीफ तो है ही है, क्या करें। गंगा मैया है भाई, बाहर का जल है वो आता ही रहेगा। हर साल का कोई आज का तो है नहीं।
The dead bodies of a 16-year-old minor boy and a girl have been found in suspicious circumstances from the room of the girl's house in Delhi's Nangli area of Dwarka and Najafgarh. Both of them
we learn were partners and that there had been a dispute before, but the families had later sorted it. The family of the deceased boy alleges that the girl's uncle had threatened to kill the boy. The girl's family are now avoiding any statement on the matter. At present, the police is considering this case as a suicide prima facie. The police have stated that the real cause of death will be clear only after the post-mortem reports are out. Student Pankuri Tripathi, who met Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath at Janta Darbar, gets admission back in school after assurance of the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. Her father, Rajiv Kumar Tripathi, stated that his daughter wasn't able to go to school for 4 months. He said that she went to Janta Darbar and met the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, after which she was able to go to school once again. He thanked the Chief Minister for his efforts.
सर, मेरी बच्ची 4 महीने से स्कूल नहीं जा रही थी। आर्थिक तंगी की वजह से स्कूल नहीं भेज पा रहे थे। मेरी बच्ची जनता दरबार में गई, मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी से मिली। योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के ही मेहरबानी से, उनकी कृपा से आज मेरी बच्ची पुनः स्कूल गई है। हम माँ बाप तहे दिल से उनका शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं और बहुत खुश हैं।
कौन से क्लास में पढ़ती है?
7th B में उसका एडमिशन हुआ है। 6th क्लास पास की थी सर इसी स्कूल से।
ASP crime of Gwalior, Krishna Lal Chandani, shared that a robbery took place in the Pichor police station area in Madhya Pradesh. The suspected accused has been identified as Kaushal Gujjar. At the time, an attempt was made to apprehend him. Kaushal opened fire on the police, injuring the one constable. Kushal escaped from the scene in an encounter with the crime branch in the Kampu police station area. We learned that the accused was shot in the leg and he has been admitted to the hospital now. 3 children have been killed and 10 people have been injured after an express train rammed into a school bus. The incident took place near Kudalur of Tamil Nadu at around 7:40 a.m. this morning. The driver has also been injured in the accident and has been admitted to a hospital. The cause of the accident has been identified to be that the railway crossing gate could not close when the train passed. According to reports, the gatekeeper was sleeping when the accident occurred. Eyewitness stated that the train dragged the bus for about nearly 50 meters. Breaking news now coming in. Indigo flight from Indore to Raipur has landed soon after takeoff after a false alarm was sounded. And this happened around 6:50 a.m. All the passengers for now are safe. That's the preliminary report that we are getting, is what the Indore airport manager has said. The Indigo flight that was scheduled to take from Indore to Raipur took off but landed soon after the takeoff. This was after a false alarm was sounded, and this happened at nearly 6:50 a.m. this morning. We learned that all the passengers are safe in the plane and efforts are being made to arrange another flight for them. This is what the Indore airport manager has said. Satya Vijay, my colleague, is joining me live from Bhopal on that. Satya Vijay, what was the reason क्यों फ्लाइट को अचानक से टेक ऑफ करने के बाद लैंड कराया गया? क्या था वो फॉल्स अलार्म?
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, इंदौर से रायपुर जा रही थी इंडिगो की फ्लाइट। सुबह करीब 6:15 बजे ये फ्लाइट टेक ऑफ हुई, लेकिन आधे घंटे हवा में रहने के बाद इमरजेंसी लैंडिंग करनी पड़ी। और इसमें अच्छी बात यह है कि सभी यात्री सुरक्षित हैं, लेकिन यात्रियों का ये कहना है कि उन्हें हल्का सा झटका लगा, जिसके बाद जो पायलट है उसने किसी तरह का रिस्क नहीं लिया और फ्लाइट को लैंड करा दिया गया। तकनीकी खराबी प्रारंभिक तौर पर बताई जा रही है इंडिगो प्रबंधन की तरफ से कि कोई टेक्निकल एरर है, जिस वजह से बिना रिस्क लिए इसको लैंड कराया गया। सभी यात्री सुरक्षित हैं, उनके टिकट के पैसे भी वापस कर दिए गए हैं। लेकिन जो आए दिन इस तरह की जो घटनाएं हो रही है, खासकर जो प्लेन क्रैश हुआ उसके बाद से देखिए 2 पहलू है। एक तो एक ही तकनीकी खराबी आ रही है, तो उसके बाद पायलट किसी तरह का रिस्क नहीं ले रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो नहीं चाहते कि किसी की जान जाए, इसीलिए इमरजेंसी लैंडिंग करा दी जा रही है। दूसरी बात यह कि अब इस पर डिटेल्ड इन्वेस्टिगेशन होगा कि आखिर इंडिगो की इस फ्लाइट में क्या तकनीकी खराबी आई थी।
बिल्कुल सत्य विजय, आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ सारी जानकारी शेयर करने के लिए। Moving on to the other stories that we are tracking now, clashes erupted in Hisar in Haryana between youth and the police. Now, this was after the youth were celebrating a birthday party which went completely violent on the streets. We learned that few people have also been injured. Here's a detailed report on that.
A violent clash broke out between police and a group of youths in Hisar's Bharat Nagar area during a birthday celebration. The youths were reportedly playing loud music and singing on the street. When police arrived and asked them to stop, the youths reacted aggressively. In retaliation, several youths climbed onto the roof and began pelting stones at the police. During the commotion, two youths jumped from the roof in an attempt to escape. Both sustained serious injuries. Two police personnel, including the chowki in charge, were also injured during the stone pelting.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Here's a quick check of the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 1 minute. Counter-intelligence unit of Jalandhar has foiled a target-killing plot orchestrated by Lawrence Bishnoi gang and apprehended a key operative Himanshu Sood from Phagwara of Kapurthala. Preliminary investigation reveals that the arrested accused was acting on directions of Dubai-based Namit Sharma, was close aide of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. Severe waterlogging has been witnessed in several parts of West Bengal's Kolkata. Heavy rainfall has caused waterlogging in the city. Waterlogging has occurred in many areas such as Jodhpur Garden area of the Golf Green area in Kolkata. On MNS workers' protest at Mira Bhayadar, additional CP Datta Shinde has stated that there was a reason to not give permission for the protest. The reason that it was not permitted was due to an accident which occurred there later. He stated that the police are fully alert and taking lawful action to maintain law and order there. He shared that the situation is peaceful and people are not gathering anymore at the location after orders had been passed. It's time for us to now slip into a short break, but after the break we'll get to the details of the huge showdown in Maharashtra over the language debate. Also after the break is the fight between Kiran Rijiju and AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi over the minority rights debate.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Over the next half an hour, we'll tell you about the tariffs that have been imposed by Donald Trump on several countries and the deal with India soon. This and much more, the headlines first.
मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी कहते हैं, बातें तो बड़ी बोलते हैं मुर्मा जी, द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी नहीं, रामनाथ कोविंद जी को कोविड बुला रहे हैं। हमारी संपत्ति छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारे जंगल छीनने के लिए बनाए।
Bharatiya Janata Party tears apart Congress over insult to President Murmu, says that this was no slip of tongue but a deliberate attempt to abuse the Dalit president. MNS stages protest in Maharashtra's Thane over their claim of growing dominance of non-Marathis in the area. MNS leaders detained by the police. A verbal spat broke out between Union Minister Kiren Rijiju and AIMIM Chief Owaisi after Rijiju said India is the only country where minorities are given so many facilities. In fact, we have breaking news coming in. MPs in the parliamentary committee, in fact, meeting have raised Air India's safety issue and have asked that a thorough audit of the regulatory body should also happen. In fact, this is as far as the parliamentary panel is concerned. And today, a crucial meeting is underway. What we're learning is that the MPs in that panel committee meeting have raised serious issues about the safety concerns as far as Air India is concerned, and they have asked for a thorough audit of the regulatory body as well. That should happen. Let me go across to my colleague Harsha, who has been tracking this story very closely. Harsha, tell us about the panel, in fact, the meeting that has been going on. And what we're learning is that the issue regarding the safety of Air India has also been raised in this. Give us more details.
Yes, Akanksha, you rightly pointed out there's a very important meeting in the Parliament NXT which is taking place, and we have got to know update where a few MPs have raised the issue of aviation security, air safety for passengers. In fact, few have been asking Air India and the Ministry of Civil Aviation what's the inquiry report, what's the what's the update on the black box, what has been transpired in the investigation. As we very well know that AIB today morning only has submitted the investigation report to the Ministry of Civil Aviation. So MPs have been asking about that as well. And in fact, not only this, Akanksha, we've gotten to know that few MPs stringently told DGCA and the Civil Aviation Ministry that introspection of the MOCA and regulatory body is very important, because we have seen how DGCA has been sleeping after giving show cause notices to Air India and to times. In fact, there has been times in past where DGCA, the regulatory body, didn't even pull up Air India after the technical snag was founded. And why these things kept on happening? Therefore, they stated MOCA and the DGCA that introspection should be done, and it's high time that there should be a thorough audit, not only of the Aviation Ministry but of the regulatory body DGCA and BCAS both, and the thorough audit of the airline is needed after AI-171 crash. So several issues and concerns were raised by Member of Parliament, not only from the opposition, but there were MPs from the ruling party as well who had raised several concerns regarding the air safety. Some of the MPs have mentioned their personal experience experiencing technical snag when they boarded Air India flight, and those issues have been raised in the committee meeting in front of the CEO Campbell Wilson as well. So Akanksha, what we have seen right now is that the meeting commenced at 11 o'clock. It's almost 2.5 hours to the meeting, and in this meeting several concerns regarding air safety of the passengers and the infrastructure were raised by Member of Parliament. And after this meeting, we expect that a report with the committee members will also be shared of the inquiry and investigation which till now has happened in the AI-171 crash.
Well, absolutely. The meeting has been going since the last 2.5 hours, and what Harsha is telling us that the air safety issues have also been raised. Harsha, keep tracking those details closely. Now we're shifting our focus to the state of Maharashtra. Several workers of the Raj Thackeray-led Maharashtra Navnirman Sena, that is MNS, were detained in Thane's Meera Road today when they took out a march to counter the protests against the Slabgate incident last week, in which MNS workers, if you remember, assaulted a food stall owner for not speaking Marathi. Dramatic visuals that you can see on the screen played out on the streets as MNS workers and cops. In fact, there was a scuffle that was caught on camera. In fact, police detained many MNS leaders and put them in the vans. Well, there in the visuals, you can see from the visuals coming in from Mumbai in Maharashtra, where the protest is underway as far as the slab gate is concerned. But earlier today, MNS staged a dharna. But what the Chief Minister said that they did not take the prescribed route, and hence many leaders were detained there. Let me go across to Satya Prakash, who joins us live on the broadcast with more details. Satya Prakash, we can see that there is a dharna happening behind you on the streets of Mumbai. Give us more details.
देखिए, मनसे पार्टी का यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ कि मीरा रोड स्टेशन के बाहर यहाँ पे मनसे पार्टी कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे हुए हैं। यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट शुरू है। थोड़ी देर पहले ही शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के नेता प्रताप सरनाईक और मंत्री हैं जो कि यहाँ पहुंचे हुए थे, लेकिन मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने उनको जाने के लिए कहा और नारेबाजी किया। इसके बाद प्रताप सरनाईक यहाँ से जा चुके हैं। लेकिन तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे मनसे पार्टी, मतलब राज ठाकरे की पार्टी, मनसे कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पे पहुंचे हुए प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। इनका डिमांड है कि जिस तरह से सुबह जिस तरह से पुलिस ने परमिशन नहीं दिया था, उसके बाद कहीं यहाँ पे इकट्ठा हुए। सामने तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे मीरा रोड पुलिस है और कहीं लाइन ऑर्डर सिचुएशन खराब ना हो, इसको देखते हुए यहाँ पे सुरक्षा व्यवस्था बढ़ा दिया गया। लगातार मनसे के नेता पहुंच रहे हैं। मुंबई से भी कई ऐसे मनसे नेता जो संदीप देशपांडे के अलावा कई ऐसे नेता यहाँ पहुंच रहे हैं और लगातार यहाँ पे मनसे पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता पहुंच रहे हैं और विरोध कर रहे हैं। विरोध इसलिए किया जा रहा है कि जिस तरह से हिंदी भाषी और स्थानीय लोगों को यहाँ पे परमिशन दिया गया था प्रोटेस्ट का, लेकिन कहीं कहीं मराठी लोगों को परमिशन नहीं दिया गया, जिसके बाद कहीं कहीं यहाँ पे लोग उतरे हैं, मनसे कार्यकर्ता उतरे हैं और यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। सामने तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं, मीरा रोड स्टेशन के बाहर ये प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं द्वारा और इनका एक ही डिमांड है कि जिस तरह से हिंदी भाषी राजस्थानियों को यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट करने की परमिशन दिया गया था, आखिर मराठी मानुष को क्यों नहीं दिया गया। तो फिलहाल देख सकते हैं तस्वीरें किस तरह से प्रदर्शन हो रहा है और जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में मराठी बनाम हिंदी का मुद्दा छाया हुआ है, कहीं उसको लेकर यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है और मनसे कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पहुंचे हुए हैं। थोड़ी देर बाद जो मुंबई कई ऐसे मनसे पार्टी के नेता है, संदीप देशपांडे के अलावा कई ऐसे नेता जो लोकल ट्रेन के जरिए यहाँ पे पहुंचने वाले हैं और प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं।
जी, हमने जैसे सुबह देखा कि काफी लीडर्स को वहां से डिटेन किया गया क्योंकि वो प्रोस्क्राइब रूट नहीं ले रहे थे, कोई और रास्ता लिया जा रहा था, इसलिए उनको वहां से डिटेन कर लिया गया। अभी क्या सिचुएशन है ग्राउंड पे? क्या इनके पास परमिशन है यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट करने की?
देखिए, पुलिस ने परमिशन नहीं दिया है, लेकिन मनसे कार्यकर्ता इकट्ठा हो गए। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से यहाँ पे मनसे पार्टी कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पे इकट्ठा हुए हैं। उनका कहना है कि जिस तरह से लोगों को परमिशन, हिंदी भाषी लोगों को परमिशन दिया गया, तो हमें क्यों नहीं दिया जा रहा है। इसीलिए कहीं यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट 10 बजे करने वाले थे, लेकिन कहीं उस समय पुलिस ने मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं को डिटेन कर लिया था। लेकिन अब मनसे कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पहुंचे हुए, नेता पहुंचे हुए। थोड़ी देर बाद मुंबई के कई ऐसे मनसे के नेता यहाँ पहुंच रहे हैं, संदीप देशपांडे पहुंच रहे हैं और लगातार यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट शुरू है। शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के नेता प्रताप सरनाईक थोड़ी देर पहले पहुंचे हुए थे और उनको मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने जाने किस लिए कहा, क्योंकि यहाँ पर जो मुद्दा है मनसे पार्टी ने उठाया है और यहाँ पर जो प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है मनसे पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। लेकिन शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के जो मंत्री हैं, नेता हैं, और यहाँ पहुंचे थे, मराठी मुद्दे को लेकर पहुंचे थे, लेकिन कहीं मनसे के नेताओं और कार्यकर्ताओं ने उनको जाने को कह दिया है। फिलहाल यहाँ से वो जा चुके हैं। जी,
Absolutely. There on the screens, you can see that MNS workers have taken to the streets and they are doing another protest there on the streets of Mumbai. Heightened security there on the ground as well. But as far as water awards is concerned, BJP, in fact, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra has hit out at the MNS saying that they cannot take law and order in their own hands. Satya Prakash, हमें बताइए कि किस तरह से वहाँ दो पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज में फाइट चल रही है। बीजेपी का कहना है कि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर हाथ में नहीं ले सकती, एमएनएस विदाउट परमिशन इस तरह धरना नहीं कर सकती है। एमएनएस का इस पे क्या कहना है?
देखिए एमएनएस का साफ तौर से कहना है कि हमें परमिशन क्यों नहीं मिल सकता। सामने तस्वीरें मैं दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से मीरा रोड स्टेशन के बाहर मन से पार्टी कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पे इकट्ठे हुए हैं और प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। लगातार यहाँ पे नारेबाजी किया जा रहा है और प्रदर्शन इसलिए किया जा रहा है क्योंकि ये मन से पार्टी ने परमिशन मांगा था प्रोटेस्ट करने के लिए, लेकिन पुलिस ने परमिशन नहीं दिया। 10 बजे यहाँ पे कई लोग पहुंचे थे मन से कार्यकर्ता, लेकिन पुलिस ने डिटेन कर लिया और डिटेन करने के बाद कहीं कहीं जैसे लोगों को मन से कार्यकर्ता को और लोगों को पता चला, लोग यहाँ पहुंचे हुए हैं। मन से कई ऐसे नेता जो मुंबई से आ रहे हैं, संदीप देशपांडे के अलावा कई ऐसे नेता यहाँ पहुंचने वाले हैं। यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट शुरू है। शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के नेता प्रताप सरनाईक पहुंचे हुए थे थोड़ी देर पहले और मन से कार्यकर्ताओं ने उनको जाने कह दिया क्योंकि ये जो प्रोटेस्ट है, जो कार्यकर्ता है मन से पार्टी, राज ठाकरे की पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता है और यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी बनाम मराठी का मुद्दा चल रहा है, उसके बाद कहीं कहीं जिस तरह से ये हो रहा है उसको लेकर कहीं कहीं मनसिक जो कार्यकर्ता है वो लगातार पहुंचे। तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे जो मीरा रोड स्टेशन के बाहर यहाँ प्रदर्शन चल रहा है और इनकी एक ही मांग है कि जिस तरह से हिंदी भाषी राजस्थानी लोग को प्रोटेस्ट का परमिशन दिया गया था, उसी तरह से हमें यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट करने का परमिशन दिया जाए।
Absolutely, Satyaprakash. Stay on with us. In fact, Maharashtra Chief Minister issued a statement on the MNS protest saying that while protesting is a democratic right of every citizen, one cannot take law and order into their own hands. Listen in.
ये महाराष्ट्र में किसी भी मोर्चे को इजाजत है, ये लोकतांत्रिक राज्य है, कोई भी मोर्चा निकालना चाहे तो परमिशन लेकर निकाल सकता है, लेकिन जब कोई परमिशन लेता है तो उसका रूट किस प्रकार से होना चाहिए। अगर रूट में कई ट्रैफिक के प्रॉब्लम्स है, अगर रूट में कोई ऐसी जगह है कि जहां पर स्टैम्पिड जैसी अवस्था हो सकती है, कुछ ऐसी चीजें होगी तो पुलिस रूट चेंज करने को कहती है। तो मैंने जब पुलिस कमिश्नर से पूछा तो पुलिस कमिश्नर ने मुझे कहा कि हमने उनको रूट चेंज करने के लिए कहा था, लेकिन वो एडमेंट थे कि हमको ये रूट लेना है, इसलिए पुलिस ने उसको नकारा है।
प्रयोगशाला के तौर पे देखा जा रहा है क्या? मीरा रोड जो है, जो राजनीति की नई प्रयोगशाला के तौर पे देखा जा रहा है क्या?
देखिए, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं महाराष्ट्र के मिजाज को जानता हूं। महाराष्ट्र का मिजाज ऐसा है कि इस प्रकार के प्रयोग यहां चलेंगे नहीं। जो मराठी आदमी है वो बड़े दिल का है, क्योंकि भारत पर जब आक्रमण हुआ तो मराठी आदमी ने केवल महाराष्ट्र का विचार नहीं किया, पूरे भारत का विचार किया। इसलिए मराठी आदमी कभी छोटा सोच नहीं सकता, कभी संकुचित सोच नहीं सकता, इसलिए कोई प्रयोग करने की कोशिश भी करे तो नहीं हो पाएगा।
And the Marathi language row has escalated. In the last few days, we've been seeing an attack on the businessmen, on the vendors as well. Satyaprakash, I want to come to you. मराठी और नॉन मराठी लैंग्वेज पे विवाद काफी छिड़ गया है वहां पे। MNS और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का क्या कुछ कहना है, हमें बताइए। In fact, what we're learning is that as far as this protest is concerned, one of the Maharashtra ministers has said that he will be joining this protest that you saw on the screen, that he will be joining it shortly is what we're learning. We'll just in some time go across to our reporter to ask him about the Maha Minister joining the protest there, the visuals that you can see on the screen. Let me go across to my colleague Satyaprakash. Satyaprakash, हमें बताइए, क्योंकि एक महाराष्ट्र मिनिस्टर का कहना है कि वो भी इस प्रोटेस्ट में आएंगे, इस बारे में हमें डिटेल्स दीजिए। Well, as you can see in the visuals, those are the visuals coming in from Mira Road in Mumbai. Security has been heightened there. MNS protests, workers have launched a protest. They are saying that they've not been given permission, and while on the other hand, during several instances, different leaders are given permission to launch their protest there, then why not them?
पहुंचे हुए हैं और थोड़ी देर बाद यहाँ पे मन से कई ऐसे नेता जो मुंबई से आ रहे हैं, संदीप देशपांडे के अलावा कई ऐसे नेता जो अलग अलग इलाकों में हैं, यहाँ पहुंचने वाले हैं, यहाँ पे मोर्चा में सहभागी होने वाले हैं। फिलहाल तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं कि मीरा रोड स्टेशन के बाहर यहाँ पे पुलिस सुरक्षा के बीच में यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट शुरू है और लगातार मन से कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पहुँच रहे हैं और एक ही डिमांड है कि जिस तरह से हिंदी भाषी और राजस्थानी लोगों को परमिशन दिया गया था, जिस तरह से वो प्रोटेस्ट किए थे, तो हमारा भी अधिकार बनता है कि हम यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट कर सकते हैं। लेकिन कहीं कहीं पुलिस का कहना है कि हमें जो है लगा कि यहाँ पे कानून व्यवस्था बिगड़ सकता है, इसलिए परमिशन नहीं दिया। जो रूट मांगा गया था वो गलत रूट मांगा गया था, जिसकी वजह से हम परमिशन नहीं दिए और सुबह जो मन से कई कार्यकर्ताओं को डिटेन किया गया था, हिरासत में लिया गया था। फिलहाल ये तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं, मीरा रोड स्टेशन के बाहर की तस्वीरें हैं और यहाँ पे सैकड़ों की तादाद में यहाँ पे मनसे की कार्यकर्ता मौजूद है और नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं। थोड़ी देर पहले ही यहाँ पे जो कि शिवसेना नेता शिंदे गुट के प्रताप सरनाईक है, जो कि मंत्री है, परिवहन मंत्री है, वो भी पहुंचे हुए थे और इस मोर्चे में सहभागी होने के आए थे। लेकिन कई मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने उनको जाने के लिए कर दिया, कहा, बार बार नारेबाजी किया है उनके खिलाफ। इसके बाद वो प्रताप सरनाईक यहाँ से जा चुके हैं। लेकिन तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से मनसे कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पे नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं और प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। जी।
Well, there on the screen, we can see how the protest has started there. MNS workers and the leaders there on the ground doing that protest. What we're learning is that Maharashtra cabinet minister and the minister who's, in fact, Minister of Transport there in Maharashtra, Pratap Sarnaik, has arrived at this protest site and he has said that we will speak to Maharashtra Chief Minister. Why no permission given for this rally? I dare the police to arrest me as I will join the protest. So, Shiv Sena minister, Maharashtra minister, has in fact also joined in.
पुलिस ने परमिशन नहीं दिया था, यहाँ पर इकट्ठा होने का परमिशन नहीं दिया था। लेकिन फिलहाल कहीं न कहीं अब मनसे कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे हुए हैं, नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं और एक ही डिमांड है कि जिस तरह से हिंदी भाषी लोग, राजस्थानी लोग प्रोटेस्ट किए थे, वो अपनी मांगों को लेकर प्रोटेस्ट किए थे, हम भी यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट कर सकते हैं। लेकिन कहीं के महाराष्ट्र सरकार और मुंबई यहाँ पे मीरा रोड पुलिस का कहना है कि परमिशन इसलिए नहीं दिया गया कि अगर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन खराब होता है तो उसका जिम्मेदार कौन होगा। फिलहाल कहीं कहीं यहाँ पे मीरा रोड स्टेशन के बाहर प्रोटेस्ट शुरू है, मनसे कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे हुए हैं। कई ऐसे नेता जो मुंबई से आ रहे हैं, संदीप देशपांडे के अलावा कई ऐसे नेता जो लोकल ट्रेन पकड़ के यहाँ पे मुंबई से आ रहे हैं, थोड़ी देर में यहाँ पहुँचने वाले हैं और देख सकते हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे नारेबाजी हो रही है। थोड़ी देर पहले शिवसेना शिंदे
Well, the war of words as far as the language row is concerned has also escalated. But look at those visuals coming in from Mira Road in Mumbai, where this protest has started. Several MNS workers and leaders are there at the spot. And what we're learning is that Shiv Sena MLN, who's the Maharashtra minister as well, Pratap Sarnaik, he's also at the spot. And he said that he will speak to the chief minister. Why no permission was given to the MNS leaders for this big protest? Because remember, earlier today, they tried to do a protest here, but they were detained after the police said that they did not take the prescribed route and hence their leaders, their workers were detained. And now again we are seeing that MNS leaders and workers have hit the streets in Mumbai, and in just some time we are learning more and more leaders are going to join this very crucial protest.
रिस्पेक्ट के लिए खाली कर रहे हैं हम लोग और कुछ नहीं। देखिए यहाँ पे ना
क्या मांग कर रहे हैं आप?
हम लोगों ने कुछ मांगी नहीं किया। क्या मांगी थी? कुछ भी नहीं। ये कहना बहुत सिंपल चीज़ है। आप जो कर्मभूमि पे रहते हो ना, जहाँ पे आप काम करते हो, कर्मभूमि पे जहाँ रहते हो, जहाँ पे आप काम करते हो, वो तो रिस्पेक्ट देना चाहिए ना आपको। वो आपकी मातृभूमि नहीं, वो कर्मभूमि है। तो बस कर्मभूमि के लिए ही बोला हुआ है और कुछ नहीं बोला है। और एक मराठी आदमी आज सब लोग जमा हुए उसके लिए हुए, ना कोई पक्ष दिख रहे तुम्हें, ना कुछ नहीं दिख रहा। उसका सिर्फ यही रीज़न था कि एक मराठी आदमी मराठी के लिए खड़ा हुआ है। खाली क्या वो होता है, इतना ही था ना कि आप जहाँ पे रहते हो सीखो। आप कहाँ भी जाओगे, कोई भी भारत में कोई भी देश में थोड़ा तो बोलते ही ना वहाँ पे लोकल लैंग्वेज को। ऐसा बोलता है आप साउथ में जाइए, क्या बोलेगा वो सुनेगा ही नहीं। आप हिंदी में बोलोगे तो है ना, करते कि नहीं। आप आसाम जाओ, वो क्या बोलेगे आपको। अरुणाचल प्रदेश जाओ, उड़ीसा जाओ, वो लोग उनकी भाषा ही बोलते हैं ना। आप जाओगे तो हिंदी में जवाब देते हैं आपको। मैं हिंदी के लिए
आज पुलिस ने परमिशन नहीं दिया था सुबह जिस तरह से
निकल है ना, वो तो सीधा है। जब भी वो लोग ने निकाला तभी परमिशन नहीं दी तो भी कुछ नहीं हुआ, और हम लोग ने परमिशन देने के बाद भी हमको हुआ। तो समझ में आता ना कौन किसको दबा रहा है।
प्रताप सरनाइक भी पहुंचे हुए थे आप लोग के?
मैंने पहचानता उनको।
अच्छा, ये देख सकते हैं कि मी मराठी टोपी पहन के पहुंचे हुए हैं। इनका कहना कि मराठी लोग मराठी भाषा के लिए पहुंचे हुए हैं और वो प्रोटेस्ट करना उनका अधिकार है, इसीलिए यहाँ पहुंचे हुए हैं। और लगातार यहाँ पे नेता पहुंच रहे हैं, यहाँ पे पहुंचे हुए प्रोटेस्ट करने के लिए। किस लिए?
मराठी में बात।
किस लिए पहुंचे हुए हैं?
मराठी के लिए ही पहुंचे। आप मराठी में बात करोगे तो हम लोग न्यूज़ देंगे ना।
अच्छा, लेकिन सुबह परमिशन नहीं था।
परमिशन नाही था, लेकिन हे मराठीसाठी आहे हे सर्व। तर मराठी लोकांना इथे अन्याय केला जातोय, पूर्ण दडपशाही केलेलं आहे। वरून सर्वांना आतमध्ये घेऊन जातात, बाहेर सोडतात, नंतर मोर्चाला पूर्ण विरोध करतात. पाठीमागच्या 2 दिवसापूर्वी काही मोर्चे झाले तेव्हा सर्व बंद केले आणि आज मराठी लोकांचा मोर्चा है.
देखिए, इनका कहना है कि मराठी लोगों के साथ अन्याय किया जा रहा है, इसलिए हम लोग इकट्ठा हुए हैं. आप भी यहाँ पहुँचे हुए हैं, क्या कहेंगे जो प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है?
देखो, इधर जात पात का कुछ प्रश्न नहीं है, सब लोग मिलजुल के इधर रहेंगे तो बहुत भाईचारे से रह सकते हैं. इन मराठी का सम्मान होना बहुत जरूरी है. हम लोग जिधर गुजरात में हम गुजराती भी सीखेंगे, कहाँ जाए सीखें, लेकिन यहाँ पे मराठी थोड़ा आना जरूरी है. ऐसा नहीं बोले मुझे हिंदी मराठी नहीं आती. आप लोग अपना अपना प्रांत में भाषा का ईमान इज्जत करो, बस वही हमारी ये प्रार्थना है सबसे.
आप भी पहुँचे हुए हैं, यहाँ पे पहुँचे हुए हैं, नहीं बात करेंगे. ये देख सकते हैं कि इनका कहना है कि मराठी भाषा के लिए पहुँचे हुए हैं, अपने सम्मान के लिए पहुँचे हुए हैं और इसलिए पहुँचे हुए हैं कि यहाँ पे हमें विरोध प्रदर्शन नहीं करने दिया जा रहा था, इसलिए हम लोग इकट्ठा हुए हैं. पुलिस ने परमिशन नहीं दिया था लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का बहाना बनाकर, लेकिन अब हमारे लोग पहुँचे हुए हैं. जी.
So the language row in Maharashtra has escalated, as you can see in the visuals. The chaos started on the streets of Mumbai earlier today. In fact, MNS leaders and workers took to the streets. They wanted to launch a protest as far as the Marathi no Marathi language is concerned, but several leaders and workers were detained by the police, as the police said that they diverted from their prescribed route. But again, in the afternoon today, we are seeing the second leg of this protest, and part of this protest is Shiv Sena MLA and Maharashtra minister that you can see on the screen. His name is Pratap Sarnaik. In fact, he has opposed the attack on North Indian shopkeepers by the MNS workers. But in fact, day before yesterday, he had also gone on to say that Marathi language should be taught to people at the Sena Shakha. So he's pro Marathi language, and that is why he has come to this MNS protest. He has also said that he will be speaking to the Chief Minister and ask why no permission was given for this MNS protest that is currently underway. Now, Maharashtra Chief Minister has said that it is the constitutional right of all the people to do protest, but they cannot take law and order in their hands. And this is a statement that had come after several MNS workers and leaders were detained earlier today. Now, what we're learning is that no permission has been given by the police for this specific protest as well. But there on the streets of Maharashtra, we are seeing thousands of MNS workers and leaders who have come there to launch their protest, and they said that permission should be given by the police for the same. In fact, what we're learning is that Maharashtra minister has also joined in this protest that you can see on the screen. That clearly goes on to show BJP Shiv Sena divide over the Marathi issue. In fact, we have breaking news coming in. Maharashtra Cabinet Minister and Shiv Sena MLA have joined MNS protest in Meera Road in Thane. As we were telling you, the name of this Maharashtra Minister is Pratap Sarnaik, who has arrived at Meera Road for this MNS protest. And this clearly goes on to show the divide between Bharatiya Janata Party and Shiv Sena in the state of Maharashtra. On one side, BJP and their Chief Minister have been saying that law and order should not be taken into hand and no such rally would be allowed. On the other hand, Shiv Sena MLA, the Maharashtra minister, the Minister for Transport there, Pratap Sarnaik, is there at the spot, as you can see. Let me go across to Satyaprakash, my colleague, who's been tracking this story very closely. Satyaprakash, do tell us about this divide between BJP and Shiv Sena, because we can see Shiv Sena leader Pratap there on the ground, and we are also learning that he was also heckled by the MNS workers there.
देखिए, प्रताप सरनाइक जो कि शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के नेता है और मंत्री है, थोड़ी देर पहले ही पहुंचे हुए थे. मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूं कि यहाँ पे मनसे के नेता हैं, कार्यकर्ता हैं, और थोड़ी देर बाद यहाँ पे मनसे के कई और नेता, संदीप देशपांडे के अलावा कई ऐसे नेता यहाँ पहुंचने वाले हैं या प्रोटेस्ट करने वाले हैं. सामने तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं कि मीरा रोड स्टेशन के बाहर यहाँ पे लगातार मनसे के कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पे इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं, विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं. इनका कहना है कि हम मराठी भाषा और मराठी हित के लिए इकट्ठा हुए हैं. जिस तरह से सुबह हमें परमिशन नहीं दिया गया, 10 बजे हमारे लोग पहुंचे, मनसे कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे, और जिस तरह से लोगों को डिटेन किया गया, हिरासत में लिया गया उसके खिलाफ उतरे हैं। लगातार यहाँ पर मनसे पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता पहुँच रहे हैं, नेता पहुँच रहे हैं। थोड़ी देर पहले जो मंत्री हैं शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के नेता प्रताप सरनाईक पहुँचे थे, लेकिन उनको यहाँ से मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने निकाल दिया। उनको जाने के लिए बोला, जबरदस्ती जाने के लिए बोला। प्रताप सरनाईक यहाँ से जा चुके हैं। सामने जो तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं, जो गाड़ी खड़ी है, जहाँ मनसे के जो नेता गाड़ियों में बैठे हुए खड़े हुए हैं, वो यहीं पे पहुंचे थे और यहाँ पर जोरदार नारेबाजी हुआ। नारेबाजी होने के बाद कहीं न कहीं प्रताप सरनाईक फिलहाल जा चुके हैं। लेकिन कहीं न कहीं यहाँ पे जिस तरह से प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है, सुबह से यहाँ पे हंगामा हो रहा है, सुबह से ही परमिशन मनसे कार्यकर्ता मांग रहे थे, लेकिन कहीं कहीं पुलिस का कहना था कि अगर परमिशन देते हैं तो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का सिचुएशन खराब हो सकता है, कानून व्यवस्था बिगड़ सकता है, क्योंकि जिस रूट से ये मोर्चा निकलने वाला था, इस रूट से कहीं कहीं यहाँ पे हिंदी भाषी लोग रहते हैं, वहाँ पे हंगामा हो सकता है, कानून व्यवस्था बिगड़ सकता है। महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस ने भी यही कहा कि जिस रूट से ये निकलने वाले थे, प्रोटेस्ट करने वाले थे, वहाँ पे सिचुएशन खराब हो सकता था। इसीलिए कहीं कहीं मीरा रोड पुलिस ने उनको परमिशन नहीं दिया था। लेकिन कहीं कहीं मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं को जो डिटेन किया गया था, उसके खिलाफ अब यहाँ पे लोग उतर गए हैं। बीती रात जो है अविनाश यादव, जो कि मनसे जिला प्रमुख है, उनको डिटेन किया गया। कई ऐसे नेता हैं जो उनको डिटेन किया गया। तो कहीं कहीं ऐसा मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं को लगा कि जिस तरह से डिटेन किया जा रहा है, अब सड़क पर उतरना पड़ेगा। तो अब फिलहाल कहीं कहीं मनसे कार्यकर्ता बिना परमिशन के यहाँ पहुंचे हुए हैं, उनके नेता पहुंच रहे हैं और प्रोटेस्ट शुरू है। जी,
जैसे आप देख पा रहे हैं यहाँ पे, as we can see in the visuals on your screens, you can see massive protest there by the MNS leaders. But as we can see in the visuals, they're still not being allowed to do their protest. सत्य प्रकाश, क्या अभी भी कोई परमिशन नहीं मिल पाई है और परमिशन नहीं मिलेगी इसके बावजूद भी कि क्या यहाँ से आगे प्रोटेस्ट लेके जाया जाएगा MNS के द्वारा?
देखिए, मनसे पार्टियों की जो प्रोटेस्ट है यहीं पर रहने वाला है और यहीं पर जो मनसे के नेता पहुंचने वाले, संदीप देशपांडे के अलावा कई ऐसे नेता जो मुंबई से आ रहे हैं, यहीं पे प्रोटेस्ट होने वाला। देख सकते हैं सामने किस तरह से यहाँ पे नारेबाजी चल रहा है और जिस तरह से सुबह डिटेन किया गया, उसके पुलिस के खिलाफ यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है। और इनका कहना है कि हम मराठी भाषा के लिए, मराठी हित के लिए यहाँ पहुँचे हुए हैं और एक जो लोग इकट्ठा हुए मराठी लोग हैं और कोई राजनीति नहीं है, हम सिर्फ मराठी भाषा के लिए इकट्ठा हुए हैं, मराठी हित के लिए पहुँचे हुए हैं, हमें कोई मनसे के लोगों को नहीं बुलाया है। लेकिन फिलहाल यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट शुरू है और लगातार प्रोटेस्ट शुरू है। थोड़ी देर पहले प्रताप सरनाईक पहुंचे हुए थे और जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में हिंदी बनाम मराठी का मुद्दा लगातार कहीं कहीं तूल पकड़ता जा रहा है, उसके बाद कहीं कहीं यहाँ पर जिस तरह से प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है, क्योंकि यहाँ पर लगभग एक हफ्ते से यहाँ पे इसी तरह से हिंदी बनाम मराठी चल रहा है। जिस तरह से हिंदी व्यापारी को मारा गया, जिस तरह से मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं द्वारा, इसके बाद कहीं कहीं यहाँ पे लगातार तूल पकड़ता गया और जिस तरह से व्यापारियों ने यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट किया, यहाँ पे इकट्ठा हुए और जिस तरह से पुलिस ने कार्रवाई की, उसके खिलाफ कहीं कहीं मनसे कार्यकर्ता उतरे हैं और मीरा रोड रेलवे स्टेशन के बाहर यहाँ पे इकट्ठा हुए हैं। यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट शुरू है। देख सकते हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे थोड़ी देर में यहाँ पे जो मनसे के मुंबई के लीडर है वो पहुंचने वाले हैं, संदीप देशपांडे पहुंचने वाले हैं। उसके लिए मनसे कार्यकर्ता रेलवे स्टेशन करीब जा रहे हैं और यहाँ प्रोटेस्ट शुरू है। जी,
Absolutely, as we can see on the screen, massive protest there by the MNS leaders, and in fact, the Marathi and non-Marathi fight has definitely escalated. Thank you so much, Satya Prakash. Keep tracking that story. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, SFI members enter the premises of Kerala University as they protest against the governor of the state, alleging saffronization of the university. Police is trying to bring the situation under control.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Let's cut across to those pictures coming in from Kerala, where SFI students have now staged a massive protest. And it's dramatic visuals coming in from Thiruvananthapuram, where the SFI, Students Federation of India activists, have stormed the premises in a defiance against the governor, alleging full-blown saffronization of state universities. There you can see, this is the police now cracking down against these SFI cadres who are raising slogans. And these are SFI activists, SFI workers who are being whisked away in the police van. There was no permission given for them. And let's also get you up to speed. Viewers, the Kerala governor, who is also the chancellor of universities, has come under fire from the student groups. And these student groups claim that there is saffronization of universities. And this is what they're calling it. They're calling it a saffron push in higher education appointments, curriculum control, and ideological tilt. And now the SFI workers and activists, there you can see, have barged into the premises of the university, and they're staging a protest. And we're also trying to get some voices from the ground, both from the student leaders and also from our correspondents as well. But what we understand is that the police deployment has been ramped up. Lathi charges have not yet been reported, but there is palpable drama in this particular university campus. And the big worry now is whether this will spiral into a mega student unrest. There you can see the police cracking down on these SFI activists. They're being taken away in police vans. Stay with us as we get you all these pictures. And in fact, we'll also get a voice right now to get us more information on what exactly is happening. But with the pictures on your screens, you can clearly show this is a major face-off between the SFI activists. There you can see that is the dramatic visual of how SFI students have stormed into the premises. In fact, we have Ashwin joining us on the phone line. Ashwin, tell us what's happening, Ashwin. We've seen SFI activists barging into the premises of the university. There's police deployment. There's massive drama unfolding. Tell us about the latest from ground zero.
Well, the fiasco unfolded after the governor decided to suspend the registrar of the Kerala University, K.S. Anil Kumar, because there was earlier a program where Governor Rajendra Vishwanath Arlekar had attended. The registrar had gone ahead to cancel the program after the governor had reached the premises. So the governor, citing disciplinary action, had suspended this registrar. In protest against this, the SFI activists have staged a massive protest inside the university. There were clashes there. The police have detained many of these students, and the primary issue is the issue of Bharat Mata's image, which Governor of Kerala had revered during a function which was held in the Senate Hall of the university last week. So the student outfit and its affiliates, which are close affiliates to the CPM, had staged this protest march to the university headquarters questioning the suspension of the registrar. The police had in fact used water cannons and dispersed the protesters. Their efforts were seen. There was a large number of activists who barged into the administrative block of the university also. And what essentially happened was they were trying to enter the doors of the administrative office, and minutes later, these protesters were raising slogans against the Vice Chancellor. So certainly, we see the clash between the left and the Kerala governor has reached another level where earlier there was a problem with the previous governor also, but now with Vishwanath Arlekar also, we see this clash going on in the university campus of Kerala.
That's right, Ashwin. Tell us how it all started. And this is the latest flashpoint, the left versus right. Tell us how it all started, Ashwin.
Well, the issue began when there was this program of in the Senate Hall of the university where the Rajendra Vishwanath Arlekar, the governor, was invited for the program. And in that, the governor had there was the image of Bharat Mata was there, and he had honored it with flowers. Now, as soon as this incident happened, there was a ruckus that happened, and there was a lot of protest that happened. Meanwhile, the registrar of the university, who was an affiliate to the party itself, of the left party, in fact, when the governor was there at the premises, he had ordered cancellation of this program. A document to this effect was raised, and this particularly angered the Raj Bhavan in Kerala, and they issued a suspension to the registrar. Now, the CPM affiliate, the left-wing student activists, are protesting against this particular suspension, and what we see, the entire fiasco, large number of students trying to destroy the property, barging into the administrative office and raising slogans and against the Vice Chancellor, it was seen over here. A large number of protesters even managed to reach the Vice Chancellor's chamber, bypassing all the security hurdles. So certainly this comes at a time when the VC in charge, Caesar Thomas, who was given additional responsibility just a few days ago by the governor, was not in the office. So even the office of the Vice Chancellor was, they were trying to barge into the office of the Vice Chancellor when the Vice Chancellor itself was not present. So this has led to a big fiasco. The police forces are rushed into the university campus. The situation was brought into control about an hour ago, and the police have detained several of these activists and dispersed them from the administrative block.
Also, Ashwin, tell us about what the students are exactly demanding from the governor. Has there been a formal memorandum or a strategy?
Essentially, the students have been protesting against the governor for some time. In fact, the students didn't. The section of the students, the section of the students who are affiliates of the CPM, they were demanding that the governor cannot honor Bharat Mata in the college campuses. In fact, this had given a large-scale support by the state government missionary as well. In fact, the higher education minister, Dr. R. Bindu, had in fact called out this act of the governor as against the constitution. She went on to even say that the representation of Bharat Mata is an erstwhile image of pre-independent India, which includes many other countries as well, and that do not match with the constitution, which talked about a secular, social democratic country like India. So this was the argument that was put forward by the left, but the entire crux of the issue has been the governor of the state giving onus to pay homage to Bharat Mata and the imagery of Bharat Mata, and certainly that has led to this kind of a vexed conflict between the left and the governor. And what we see is that the acting Vice Chancellor, Caesar Thomas, in fact, was not even there in the office. Her office, they tried to barge into the office and enter, and few activists were even successful in doing so. And certainly a large number of police have been put in this very university, and a complete failure in the police machinery, because certainly it cannot be stated that they didn't see this coming, because all these students had gathered in extremely large numbers. It needs to be seen what the state government will do for for breaking this law and order in the university, how the state government is going to respond to it.
Well, moving on, viewers, let's now cut across to those protest visuals coming in. Several workers of Raj Thackeray-led Maharashtra Navniran Sena were detained in Thane's Mira Road this morning when they took out a massive protest march to counter the protest against the slapcade incident in which MNS workers assaulted a food stall owner for not speaking Marathi. Dramatic visuals played out as MNS workers hit the streets, and also the police caught them and put them in the police vans and whisked them away because there has been no permission that has been granted to these MNS workers and for this protest rally. And despite the lack of permission, lack of approval, we have seen MNS workers mobilizing in large numbers in across Maharashtra. Some of them were detained in Thane, and these are the pictures.
प्रदर्शन में शामिल होने के लिए मुंबई से आए हुए हैं और यहाँ प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। तस्वीरें देखिए किस तरह से सैकड़ों की तादाद में यहाँ पे मन से पार्टी कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे हुए प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। इनका एक ही डिमांड है कि मराठी भाषा सबको आनी चाहिए, मराठी मानुष का अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए, मराठी आदमी को कोई थोपना नहीं चाहिए, हिंदी थोपना नहीं चाहिए। इन्हीं सारी चीज़ों में लेकर यहाँ पे मांग किया जा रहा है। और जो आज प्रदर्शन होने वाला था इसीलिए होने वाला था कि जिस तरह से मीरा रोड में व्यापारी और स्थानीय व्यापारी संघ ने यहाँ पे बंद किया था और जिस तरह से प्रोटेस्ट किया था, अब मनसे पार्टी आज जो है इसको लेकर प्रोटेस्ट करने वाली थी, लेकिन पुलिस ने परमिशन नहीं दिया था। पुलिस ने कहा था कि अगर इनको हम परमिशन देते हैं तो कहीं कहीं कानून व्यवस्था बिगड़ सकता है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बिगड़ सकता है। जिस रूट से जिस रास्ते से ये मोर्चा निकलने वाला था उस रास्ते में कहीं कहीं हिंदी भाषी लोग रहते हैं, कुछ हंगामा हो सकता है, कहीं कहीं परमिशन इसी वजह से नहीं दिया था। लेकिन कहीं कहीं इसके बाद सुबह सुबह कई जो नेता हैं उनको डिटेन किया गया मनसे के। उसके बाद कहीं कहीं लोग यहाँ पे मनसे कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे हुए हैं और प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। मुंबई से नेता पहुंच रहे हैं, कार्यकर्ता पहुंच रहे हैं और प्रदर्शन शुरू है जी।
Well, that was Satya Prakash getting us the latest information as far as these protests are concerned. Just remember, viewers, earlier today, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis had also said that permission was not granted because a protest of this magnitude, of this scale, could lead to a stampede-like situation. And that's why there was no permission given to these MNS workers. But going against the law, Raj Thackeray's party workers have mobilized on the streets in large numbers, and they're continuing with their protests. Some of the leaders have been detained. And in fact, Satya Prakash will get us more details of what's happening in Ground Zero.
डिमांड है कि जिस तरह से मराठी भाषा का अपमान किया जा रहा है वो सहन नहीं होगा। इसी के लिए मनसे कार्यकर्ता नेता यहाँ पहुंचे हुए हैं। मुंबई से नेता आए हैं और सुबह जिस तरह से अविनाश यादव के अलावा कई ऐसे नेता को मीरा रोड पुलिस ने डिटेन किया था, उसके बाद कहीं कहीं लोगों में और काफ़ी गुस्सा हुआ, क्योंकि अगर इनका कहना है कि अगर हिंदी भाषी व्यापारी और जो राजस्थानी लोग हैं उनको परमिशन दिया जाता है तो हमें क्यों नहीं दिया जाता। यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र में मुंबई में रहना है तो हिंदी भाषा सबको आनी चाहिए, हिंदी बोलना पड़ेगा। इसी को लेकर यहाँ प्रदर्शन हो रहा है। और जिस तरह से मीरा रोड पुलिस ने कार्रवाई किया है उसके खिलाफ कहीं कहीं यहाँ मनसे कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे हुए प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। सामने तस्वीरें देखिए, मीरा रोड रेलवे स्टेशन के बाहर यहाँ प्रदर्शन हो रहा है। सैकड़ों की तादाद में यहाँ पे मनसे कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे हुए हैं, नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं, प्रदर्शन शुरू है। नेता हैं यहाँ पे जो मनसे के पहुंचे हुए हैं और एक ही डिमांड है, सुबह से यही एक ही डिमांड है कि जिस तरह से और लोगों को परमिशन मिलता है मोर्चे के लिए तो आखिर हमें क्यों नहीं मिलता। फिलहाल कहीं कहीं ये प्रदर्शन शुरू है, मराठी भाषा को लेकर है कि मुंबई और महाराष्ट्र में रहना तो मराठी भाषा सबको आनी चाहिए, हिंदी भाषा थोपना नहीं चाहिए, किसी को जबरदस्ती थोपना नहीं चाहिए। ये बात इनका कहना है कि यही मांग है कि जिस तरह से हिंदी बनाम मराठी मुद्दा चल रहा है महाराष्ट्र में, उसके बाद कहीं कहीं लगातार ये विवाद बढ़ता जा रहा है। और फिलहाल कहीं कहीं तस्वीरें जो देख रहे हैं कि मीरा रोड स्टेशन के बाहर यहाँ पे राज ठाकरे की पार्टी मनसे के कार्यकर्ताओं का प्रोटेस्ट शुरू है जी।
That's right. Satya Prakash is getting us more details, and it all started when the MNS workers slapped one of these traders on Mira Road, and after that the traders carried out a protest. The protest was given permission, and now MNS workers are questioning why isn't the permission being given to us when you have given the permission to all these traders to protest. And despite no approval, despite no permission, the MNS workers, there you can see, have rolled out a massive protest gathering in Mira Road, right near the railway station, like Satya Prakash was mentioning. And Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis had also warned all these protesters of taking law into their own hands. And he also said that the reason why the protest was not given permission is because of the risks it carries. And he also highlighted that a protest of this scale could lead to a stampede-like situation lead to loss of lives, and that's why no permission was given to MNS workers. And despite that, these MNS workers have hit the streets. Akanksha is joining me live from the newsroom. Akanksha, tell me what's happening, Akanksha. The latest flashpoint seems to be near the railway station on Mira Road, and without permission, MNS workers have gathered in huge numbers.
Well, absolutely. This is the second leg of their protest today. Remember, Deepak, earlier today, we saw the protest on the streets near Mira Road. That was when the MNS leaders and workers took to the streets, but they had no...
Right, Akanksha, stay on with me. Let's now cut across to those visuals coming in from Kerala University. These are SFI activists, the left activists, left-wing activists raising slogans at the Kerala University premises against the governor, and they have alleged that there is a saffronization bid of the state education system, and they are now raising their voice against this. The police tried to push them back, but the SFI activists are unrelenting and they're staging a protest. They barged into the Kerala University campus, but the Vice Chancellor was not there. But despite that, the SFI activists are now raising slogans, and these slogans are being raised against the governor. Right, Ashwin is also live with us from Thiruvananthapuram. Ashwin, we can see sloganeering by the SFI activists. If you could help us understand what their slogans are, and also the current status about the police crackdown on these protesters. In fact, we'll get Ashwin back with us in just a few seconds, but let's go back to Akanksha, who's joining me live from the newsroom. Akanksha, this is the latest flashpoint between the SFI and the governor. Now, the SFI activists have barged into the university campus, which was shut. They forcibly opened the doors of the university. They barged into it. They stormed the university, and now they're staging a protest. Tell us more about this agitation, Akanksha.
Well, absolutely. In the visuals, Deepak, we can see massive turmoil in Karnataka, in fact, Kerala University right there. And this is happening after on Bharat Mata image. And also, as our colleague Ashwin also pointed out, registrar's suspension as well. What we're learning is that the student outfit, SFI, which is affiliated to the ruling CPM, it barged inside the university campus, and the police tried to disperse them with water cannon and lathi charge. But the efforts were in vain, as the activists barged into the administrative block of the university, and they tried to get inside the room of the Vice Chancellor. So this protest is against the governor and the Vice Chancellor, as a reporter has been mentioning. The first reason is regarding the Bharat Mata images. What we're learning is that during the event, the governor paid tribute. He offered flowers to that image of Bharat Mata. And the second point of protest is related to the registrar's suspension. And that is why we are seeing massive turmoil in Kerala University right there.
Right, Akanksha, the latest flashpoint is the row over the Bharat Mata image and the registrar's suspension. Ashwin is joining us on the phone line. Ashwin, we can hear a lot of sloganeering by the SFI students and the activists. Tell us more about what's happening at the Kerala University.
Well, the Kerala University, we have seen yet another protest in a span of just 2 weeks. Earlier, the last time the protest was when the governor had come to attend a program in the Senate Hall of the same campus, where he had honored Bharat Mata's image and offered flowers to it. And it was during this time that the registrar of the university, in fact, without telling the Raj Bhavan, had officially cancelled this event. This had irked the Raj Bhavan of Kerala, and they had asked the Vice Chancellor to suspend the registrar, Registrar K.S. Anil Kumar. Now, this entire protest is the repercussion of this suspension of the Registrar K.S. Anil Kumar, who obviously is affiliated to the ruling left party. And the Student Federation of India, which is the left-leaning, which is a student wing of the CPM, though the activists of this SFI have barged into the Vice Chancellor's office against this suspension that was given to the registrar. Certainly, the entire conundrum has been caused because there is a kind of resistance to any kind of alternate ideas to be propagated in the campus. And that is what essentially has come forward. We see there is on one side, we have seen how the left thesis to keep the universities within their prey and do not allow any other ideas to propagate. At the same time, the governor has been trying to say that the image of Bharat Mata has been veneered even before the RSS has been formed. In fact, this is an image which a lot of people took prestige during the independence struggle, and it was not just a part of the RSS. And certainly this is where the entire conundrum started. Now what we see is that after the suspension, large number of students have barged into the campus, and which police had to use water cannons and lathi charge, and many of them have been detained. But some of the students even managed to enter the chamber of the administration block and also the office of Caesar Thomas. Caesar Thomas is a vice chancellor who was appointed just last week, and in the absence of a vice chancellor over there. So certainly we see this entire fiasco that is unfurled, and the SFI taking a very violent route to register their protest in the university campus.
Ashwini, the flashpoint is over. As you also mentioned, the suspension of the registrar. Tell us why he was suspended and what are the students there demanding?
The registrar had in fact gone ahead to cancel the program, the very program which governor was attending. And the Raj Bhavan was irked by this mismanagement that it has caused. It had stated that it is an insult to the constitutional position of the governor, who is the first citizen of the state. So this had the governor has raised an issue over this, followed by which there was a suspension that was issued by the Vice Chancellor Caesar Thomas to the registrar. And this is the result of that. What we see today is that the activists barging into the campus, raising slogans against Caesar Thomas, the Vice Chancellor, and demanding that the protest, also registering the protest against the suspension of the registrar, K.S. Anil Kumar.
That's right, Ashwin. Just to give a quick recap of what exactly happened, the student outfit affiliated with the ruling dispensation in Kerala, viewers, has staged a massive protest march to the university headquarters questioning the suspension of the registrar K.S. Anil Kumar. And though the police used water cannons to disperse these protesters, their efforts went in vain as the activists barged into the administrative block of the universities. And in the videos that we showed you just a few moments back, you could see the protesters attempting to open the door of the office. And minutes later, the protesters were also seen marching into the office and raising slogans against the VC. Some activists even snatched the lathis from the cops and charged at them. And a large contingent of police was also deployed at the Vice Chancellor's office. Ashwin, coming back to you. Ashwin, tell us if the police have detained any activists, and is the police force that is deployed there, is the contingent that is deployed there enough, or is it outnumbered?
The police are able to manage the situation in the early stage. They were not able to. It had gone out of control, but large number of police forces were brought in to contain the unrest that unfurled in the campus. In fact, the situation is being brought under control. Large number of SFI students have already been detained and they've been arrested. They've been taken away from the campus, and law and order is being controlled over there right now by the police. But certainly there has been a lapse from the police side for not seeing what was coming, because this kind of large-scale protest certainly was planned, and there has been an intelligence failure to understand this kind of a large-scale protest. Certainly, when the left government, it's a left affiliate union which has taken this protest, and therefore it needs to be seen whether there were overarching support was in fact given by the state government for this protest, and its left ministry has given support for this protest to take place in an unauthorized manner.
Right, Ashwin, thank you for getting us the latest from the Kerala University. The showdown continues. There's high drama unfolding. We'll keep our focus on that, but it's time for us to switch to what's happening in Maharashtra, because there's complete mayhem on the streets of Thane and Mumbai. Mira Road is witnessing a massive MNS protest rally, and this after they had slapped one of these traders for refusing to speak in Marathi. And Satya Prakash is with us. Satya Prakash, tell us about what's happening, Satya Prakash, near the railway station on Mira Road. There's massive mobilization of MNS workers. Tell us more about the ground situation. देखिए दीपक, लगातार प्रदर्शन शुरू है। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से मनसे के कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन शुरू है, प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। लगातार यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं कि मनसे के नेता कार्यकर्ता यहाँ प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं और इनका कहना है कि मराठी भाषा का अपमान कोई भी करेगा तो सहन नहीं किया जाएगा। जिस तरह से सुबह पुलिस ने डिटेन किया है मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं का, उसके कहीं कहीं लोगों में काफ़ी रोष है, काफ़ी गुस्सा है। बीती रात को अविनाश यादव जो कि मनसे के नेता है, जिला अध्यक्ष है, उनको डिटेन किया गया था और कई ऐसे मनसे के नेता कार्यकर्ताओं को डिटेन किया था पुलिस ने कहना कि हमने परमिशन इसलिए नहीं दिया था कि यहाँ पे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का सिचुएशन खराब हो सकता है, कानून व्यवस्था बिगड़ सकता है, इसीलिए हमने परमिशन नहीं दिया था। लेकिन कहीं कहीं जो सुबह यहाँ पे पुलिस कार्रवाई हुई उसके बाद कहीं कहीं लोगों में और गुस्सा हुआ मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं में। और फिलहाल तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन शुरू है, लगातार यहाँ पे प्रोटेस्ट शुरू है। लगातार यहाँ पे एक ही डिमांड है कि मराठी भाषा सबको यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र में आना चाहिए। मराठी का कोई अपमान करेगा तो सहन नहीं किया जाएगा। कहीं कहीं इस तरह से लेकर प्रोटेस्ट शुरू है यहाँ पर। और जिस तरह से यहाँ पर 3-4 दिन पहले जिस तरह से यहाँ पे हिंदी भाषी जो व्यापारी है उसके मारने के विरोध में यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन हुआ था, प्रोटेस्ट हुआ था, उसके खिलाफ कहीं ये प्रदर्शन था। और आज जो है मीरा रोड पुलिस ने इनको परमिशन नहीं दिया था, कई लोगों को डिटेन किया था, उसके खिलाफ मनसे के जो कार्यकर्ता नेता यहाँ पहुँचे हुए प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। इनका कहना है कि हमारा प्रदर्शन तब तक चलता रहेगा जिस तरह से पुलिस कार्रवाई किया है, कहीं कहीं वो गलत किया है, और जिस तरह से सरकार ने कार्रवाई करने का निर्देश दिया है कहीं कहीं पूरी तरह से गलत किया है। जी
Satya Prakash, you know, the thuggery is so much so that even a Maharashtra minister was not spared. Sarnaik was heckled by the MNS workers. Tell us about that episode.
देखिए, ये मनसे के प्रोटेस्ट में जो है प्रताप सरनाईक जो कि शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के नेता है, मंत्री है, परिवहन मंत्री है, वो पहुंचे हुए थे प्रदर्शन में। और प्रदर्शन में इसलिए पहुंचे हुए थे, उनका कहना था कि मराठी भाषा को लेकर, मराठी हित को लेकर यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन हो रहा है, इसीलिए पहुंचे हुए थे। लेकिन कहीं न कहीं यहाँ पे जो प्रदर्शन करने वाले लोग हैं उनको यहाँ से जाने के लिए बोला, उनके खिलाफ नारेबाजी किया गया। इसके बाद प्रताप सरनाईक यहाँ से चले गए। यहाँ के लोग कहना है था कि यहाँ पे जो आए थे प्रताप सरनाईक जो मंत्री हैं, उनके कहने पर जिस तरह से पुलिस ने कार्रवाई किया है, पुलिस कार्रवाई इसीलिए किया है कि प्रताप सरनाईक कहने से यहाँ सुबह सुबह मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं को डिटेन किया गया। यहाँ पे क्रेडिट लेने के लिए आए हैं, इसीलिए हम उनको यहाँ पे रुकने नहीं दिए, जाने को कहा। इसके बाद प्रताप सरनाईक जा चुके हैं। लेकिन सामने तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से मनसे के नेता और कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, नारेबाजी चल रही है। सुबह से ही मीरा रोड स्टेशन के बाहर और अलग अलग जगह पे प्रदर्शन चल रहा है। और जिस तरह से प्रदर्शन शुरू है, लोगों का कहना है कि यहाँ जो प्रदर्शन करने आए लोग हैं उनका कहना है कि मराठी भाषा का अपमान कोई करेगा तो उसको सहन नहीं किया जाएगा, मराठी सबको आनी चाहिए। और जिस तरह से पुलिस ने परमिशन दूसरे लोगों को दिया, लेकिन कहीं कहीं मराठी लोगों को नहीं दिया, मराठी लोगों को डिटेन किया गया। कहीं कहीं सरकार के कहने के बाद ये किया गया, तो कहीं कहीं इसके खिलाफ कहीं यहाँ पे सड़क पे स्टेशन के बाहर प्रदर्शन शुरू है। मुंबई से कई नेता कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे हुए हैं मीरा रोड। जी
Right, Satya Prakash, stay on with us. It's time for us to slip into a very, very short break. But on the other side, we'll get you all these pictures from Mira Road in Mumbai, where MNS workers have gathered in large numbers without permission. The drama is unfolding. Stay tuned for more.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research. to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Welcome, you're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuri. A massive drama is all unfolding on the streets of Maharashtra. We'll get you those dramatic pictures in just some time. First, as always, the headlines. SFI members barged into Kerala University, clashed with the police, claiming that there is saffronization of the universities. Marathi language row blows up in Maharashtra. Maharashtra Cabinet Minister and Shiv Sena MLA has joined the protest. Yogi government's bulldoze of justice on mastermind of the conversion racket is underway. There's a big update in Ajit custodial death case in Tamil Nadu. Custodial death confirmed in judicial probe. CBI may arrest beyond 5 officials. Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau has submitted the initial report on Air India 171 plane crash to the Civil Aviation Ministry. Cricketer Yash Dayal has been booked as far as the harassment case is concerned. Well, massive drama is unfolding on the streets of Maharashtra. MNS leaders, the workers are there on the streets launching protests. As far as the Marathi and non-Marathi language row is concerned, let's show you the dramatic visuals coming in from Mira Road in Mumbai, where these protests are happening. In fact, there on the screens you can see that is one of the areas where the protest rally is taking place. In fact, just a while back, Shiv Sena MLA and the cabinet minister visited the spot, but he was also heckled by the MNS leaders there. But that is the rally area where in fact hundreds of MNS workers and leaders have gathered to protest, but earlier today, in fact, they were not allowed to do their protest as they did not have the permission to do so, and several workers were detained. Let me go across to my colleague Satya Prakash, who joins us live on the broadcast. Satya Prakash, आप ये पूरी स्टोरी सुबह से ट्रैक कर रहे हो. सुबह प्रोटेस्ट हुआ, डिटेंशन हुई, या फिर से प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है, क्या कुछ हो रहा है ग्राउंड पे?
देखिए मीरा रोड स्टेशन के बाहर की तस्वीरें मैं पहले आपको दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से प्रदर्शन शुरू है। यहाँ पे मनसे कार्यकर्ता नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं, यहाँ प्रदर्शन शुरू है। संदीप देशपांडे जो कि मनसे के नेता है वो अपना भाषण दे रहे हैं, कार्यकर्ताओं को यहाँ पे भाषण शुरू है। सुबह से यहाँ पे हंगामा हो रहा है। सुबह जो हो रहा था 10 बजे यहाँ पे पुलिस से परमिशन मांगा था मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने कि यहाँ पे हमें प्रोटेस्ट करने दिया जाए, परमिशन दिया जाए मोर्चा निकालने के लिए। लेकिन मीरा रोड पुलिस ने ये कहते हुए इनकार कर दिया था कि अगर मोर्चा निकालते हैं तो यहाँ लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का सिचुएशन खराब हो सकता है, इसलिए हम आपको परमिशन नहीं दे सकते। सुबह जो लोग यहाँ पहुंचे थे उनको डिटेन कर लिया पुलिस ने और उनको पुलिस स्टेशन लेके गई और वहां पर रखा। इसके बाद लोगों को पता चलता गया और मनसे कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पहुंचे और नारेबाजी धीरे धीरे इकट्ठा होने शुरू हो गए। बीती रात भी मनसे के कई कार्यकर्ता और नेता को डिटेन पुलिस ने किया था क्योंकि परमिशन नहीं था और यहाँ पे कानून व्यवस्था बिगड़ सकता है, इसीलिए परमिशन नहीं दिया गया था। लेकिन उसके बाद कहीं कहीं यहाँ पे मनसे कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे हुए। सामने जो तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं किस तरह से प्रदर्शन शुरू है। संदीप देशपांडे यहाँ पे जो मनसे के नेता है वो यहाँ पे भाषण दे रहे हैं अपना, और सबका एक ही यहाँ पे जो लोग पहुंचे उनका कहना है कि मराठी भाषा का सम्मान करना चाहिए। यहाँ पे जो है लोगों को मराठी आना चाहिए और मराठी भाषा का जो अपमान करेगा वो सहन नहीं किया जाएगा। ये सामने तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन शुरू है। सुबह जो है कई ऐसे मनसे के नेता कार्यकर्ताओं को डिटेन किया था पुलिस ने और इसके बाद यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन शुरू हुआ। धीरे धीरे जो मनसे कार्यकर्ता मुंबई के अलग अलग इलाकों से, थाने, बहंदर, अलग अलग इलाकों से पहुंचे और मीरा रोड स्टेशन के बाहर यहाँ प्रदर्शन शुरू है। हालांकि ये भी प्रदर्शन जो है इसका परमिशन नहीं मिला है, लेकिन इकट्ठा हुए हैं। सुबह भी परमिशन नहीं था, यहाँ पर प्रदर्शन शुरू है। सामने तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पे किस तरह से सैकड़ों से ज़्यादा यहाँ पे पुलिसकर्मी तैनात किया गया है मीरा रोड द्वारा। अलग अलग पुलिस स्टेशनों से मंगाया गया क्योंकि अगर कानून व्यवस्था बिगड़ता है तो यहाँ पे पुलिस यहाँ पे बंदोबस्त इसीलिए किया गया है, कोई कानून व्यवस्था बिगड़े ना, इसके लिए हालात खराब ना हो, इसके लिए सुरक्षा व्यवस्था कड़ा किया गया। फिलहाल यहाँ पे प्रदर्शन शुरू है। सुबह से ही मीरा रोड में प्रदर्शन अलग अलग जगह पे चालू रहा, लेकिन अभी जो है मीरा रोड स्टेशन के बाहर प्रदर्शन चल रहा है। यहाँ पे सैकड़ों की तादाद में मनसे कार्यकर्ता पहुंचे हुए हैं, प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं और सबका एक ही मांग है कि मराठी भाषा का अपमान हम सहन नहीं करेंगे। मराठी भाषा सबको आनी चाहिए और मराठी को लेकर जो हिंदी को जो लेकर थोपा जा रहा है वो हम सहन नहीं करेंगे। जी
Absolutely, there on the streets of Maharashtra, massive protests are there. Thank you so much, Satya Prakash, for tracking all those details. We will keep our eye on the dramatic visuals and the massive rally there in Maharashtra. Now shifting our focus to the state of Uttar Pradesh, massive crackdown in Uttar Pradesh's Balrampur, where the government has launched a bulldozer action against the foreign-funded conversion racket. The ATS has arrested a man who's known as Changur Baba in a suspected case of love jihad. And this racket, in fact, is said to be estimated around 100 crore rupees, with gang members reportedly visiting an Islamic country nearly 40 times. Here are all the details.
ताबीज बेचने के नाम पर और एक ताबीज मिली है। मैं सहयोगी से कहूँगा थोड़ा सा इसको दिखाएं जूम करके। आप अगर देख पा रहे हो, समझ पा रहे हो तो देखिए, ये शायद उर्दू में है, फारसी में है, लेकिन ये कुछ और है। ये भारत की संस्कृति नहीं है। ये आप देखिए यहाँ पर, तो इस तरह की बहुत सारी चीज़ें आपको यहाँ देखने को मिलेंगी। साथ ही ये देखिए ड्रोन, चारों तरफ ड्रोन उड़ाया जा रहा है, चारों तरफ सुरक्षा को देखा जा रहा है। कहाँ क्या कुछ चीज़ें निकल सकती हैं, कुछ चीज़ें मिल सकती हैं, क्या कहीं कोई और भी कुछ चीज़ें यहाँ बरामद हो सकती हैं, उस पर बाकायदे पूरी तरह से निगरानी की जा रही है, पूरी नज़र है। और यहाँ पर ड्रोन से चारों तरफ पैनी नज़र रखा जा रहा है। साथ ही बुलडोजर चल रहा है। और मैं आपको और बता दूँ कि बुलडोजर की संख्या बढ़ा दी गई है। बुलडोजर की संख्या बढ़कर के 5 हो गई है। 3 बुलडोजर, 2 बुलडोजर इस तरफ, 3 बुलडोजर हैं तो 2 बुलडोजर पीछे के साइड में, यानी कि 2 से 3 तरफ से यहाँ पर मकान गिराने का काम चल रहा है। ये ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई चल रही है और 5-5 बुलडोजर इस पर काम कर रहे हैं। अभी मेरी यहाँ जो बलरामपुर के जो कप्तान हैं उनसे मेरी बात हुई। उन्होंने कहा बाकायदे पूरे प्रोसेस के बाद यह जगह गलत पाई गई है और आदेश के बाद इस पर कार्रवाई हो रही है और यहाँ पर पूरी तरह से सुरक्षा व्यवस्था दिया गया है। अन्य जो मकान हैं अगर उस पर भी निर्देश आता है, जांच में वो चीज़ें बढ़कर आती हैं तो उस पर भी कार्रवाई होगी। तो खुद ग्राउंड जीरो पर पहुँचे थे जो जिले के कप्तान हैं, बलरामपुर के जो कप्तान हैं, वह यहाँ पर आए हुए थे। उनसे रिपब्लिक भारत ने बातचीत की और उन्होंने खुद रिपब्लिक भारत को जानकारी दी है कि यह पूरी तरह से जो निर्माण है अवैध पाया गया है, यह जांच में अवैध पाया गया है, जिसके बाद यहां पर कानून के तहत इस पर बुलडोजर की प्रक्रिया जारी है, बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई जारी है, ध्वस्तीकरण का काम यहां पर जारी है और वह पूरी तरह से कानूनी तौर तरीके से हो रहा है।
गया था उसको ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है।
और पूरी प्रक्रिया विधिक रूप से विधिक रूप से चल रही है और पूरा निस्तारण जो विधिक रूप से कराया गया उसके बाद ही कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
मैं देख रहा था क्रॉस के निशान लगाए थे, नोटिस भी चस्पा हुआ था, उसके बाद ही ये कार्रवाई
उसके बाद ही कार्रवाई चल रही है।
सर ये वाला जो मकान दिख रहा है जहाँ पे पुलिस फोर्स है उस पर भी कार्रवाई होगी?
अभी फिलहाल इस पे कार्रवाई चल रही है और इसको आज हम लोग पूरा करेंगे।
आज इसको पूरा करेंगे, उसके बाद आगे अगर चार्ज मिलता है जिसको भी काम
उसके अलावा जो भी जहाँ भी मिलेगा उस पर कार्रवाई होगी।
जी उस पर कार्रवाई होगी।
जी।
Now shifting our focus to the state of Tamil Nadu, the judicial probe is in fact underway in the custodial death of Ajit Kumar. Last month, remember, he was allegedly murdered in the custody of the police, and in the second hearing today, it has been confirmed that the act was indeed a custody death and that the CBI will soon decide if, apart from the 5 officials who have been arrested so far, there will be more arrests or not. As far as the judicial probe is concerned, that continues in this case. And now in the second hearing today, it was confirmed that the act was a custodial death and CBI will soon decide whether more arrests should be made as far as other officers are also concerned. Let me go across to my colleague Sada, who joins us with more details. Sada, tell us about the judicial probe in this case, because what we are learning is that the probe is underway. The second hearing was today, and it was confirmed that the act was indeed a custodial death. Give us more details.
Well, following the Ajit's custodial death, which the CBI inquiry was moved in last week, and today is the second hearing. So, following the probe, the Madras High Court bench of the Madurai has said that the CBI inquiry has proven this is indeed a custodial death and that Ajit was tortured while during the inquiry and his questionings were not right. Now, the CBI is also asked to submit a complete report on the 20th of August, stating if it was only these 5 police officials involved, the one who was arrested, or are there any more officials who's involved in this particular case. The judges also mentioned that this probe will continue until there are more information given by the CBI. So earlier, the police inquiry did not satisfy the people, and there was many questions later on which the DMK, the ruling government, moved it to CBCID. However, the opposition claimed that the DMK is trying to hide in because there were 25 other custodial deaths in the last 4 years, and now it's been moved to CBI. Following which, this judicial probe has revealed that Ajit's case was completely under the custodial torture.
Absolutely, Sada. Keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus to the state of Kerala, as far as the turmoil in the university is concerned, what we're learning is that SFI activists have entered the premises of the Kerala University as they protest against the governor saffronization of the university. In fact, you can see heavy deployment there on the ground, and police is trying to bring the situation under control. Amid the row over Bharat Mata image and registrar's suspension, Kerala University witnessed turmoil today. As you can see in the visuals right there, those are the SFI protesters there inside the university. Just a while back, they barged into the administrative block of the university, and they also attempted to open the door of the office of the Vice Chancellor. Very dramatic visuals coming to the fore from Kerala University. SFI protesters there in the university, barging inside the university, running around, and heavy police deployment there as well. Police is trying to control the situation, but look at the visuals right there. They're trying to scale the wall of the university and trying to get in. Who are these people is something remains to be seen, but what we're learning is that these are the students and the SFI members. Remember, SFI is a student outfit affiliated with the ruling CPM that is staging the protest, trying to scale the wall there to get inside the university. Let me go across to my colleague Ashwin, who's been tracking these details very closely. Ashwin, as you've been telling us, this is over a controversy related to Bharat Mata image and also registrar's suspension. But what we can see on the screen right now are SFI members, the protesters trying to scale the wall and once again trying to barge into the university. Very shocking visuals coming to the fore, Ashwini.
Yes, Ashwin this side. So essentially what has happened is the protest over the suspension of Registrar K.S. Anil Kumar. In fact, Anil Kumar was suspended allegedly after there was after the governor felt that they showed disrespect to the governor's office when an event which he was supposed to attend was cancelled by the registrar. Now, the issue happened when in the Senate hall there was this program where governor was attending, and in that governor had to pay homage to Bharat Mata, the image of Bharat Mata. Now, following this, when the registrar saw this arrangements being made, he ordered this event to be cancelled. And that is the time when the governor himself had started from Raj Bhavan and was arriving in the Senate hall. And officially the event was cancelled, and yet the governor came and attended the program. So this was seen as an insult to the governor's office because of lack of communication that was done. And then what you see today is a fiasco over the suspension that was given to K.S. Anil Kumar, the registrar. In fact, Anil Kumar also even went to the Kerala High Court petitioning against this suspension that was given by the present Vice Chancellor Caesar Thomas. And the SFI protest, what you see right now is on our screens, is against the suspension, and with the protesters stating that there is an alleged saffronization of the institution. Kerala, being all the universities in Kerala are a stronghold of the left and its students' organization, the SFI. So any deviation from this path is seen as a threat by the SFI union, and there are in fact several colleges in Kerala which do not have any other union or any other union is not even allowed to function, and this is the same group which is now protesting against the governor for using Bharat Mata as an image and paying homage to Bharat Mata. This has become a central ground of dispute between the current governor Rajnath Vishwanath Arlekar and the left government. In fact, what we see is has been a large-scale protest even from ministers and the cabinet members of Kerala government, stating that this is unconstitutional and governor should not saffronize the institute or do not bring in RSS ideologies. There were several war of words that was exchanged. But now what we see is this massive protest, and the police unable to control it initially. In fact, there is seen as intelligence failure from the police that such an atrocious act of barging into the administrative office, getting into the Vice Chancellor's office when Vice Chancellor herself is not there. Certainly, it is a very, very shocking incident that has turned out in Kerala University.
Absolutely, Ashwin, and do tell us about in fact, the people who are protesting. We are learning these are the SFI protesters there on the ground. They are affiliated to the ruling CPM. What has any reaction come in from the ruling CPM?
In fact, the ruling, the MV Govindan, the secretary of the CPM is already there. In fact, there has been an overarching support that has been given to the SFI. In fact, they have been speaking in the same vocal tone, stating that against the governor and stating that the governor is trying to saffronize the institution, and these same institutions which the SFI and the left parties have been holding on for a very long time, not even allowing any other political ideology to function over there or allow any other political ideology to come up. So certainly this is seen as a threat. The governor's move of paying homage to Bharat Mata and bringing in a nationalist idea within the college campus is seen as a threat to the SFI, and that is what this protest is all about. The registrar was suspended owing to his mismanagement of this entire program that happened in the Senate hall a week ago, and now we see that this protest is unfolding before our eyes, and the police are unable to control it initially, but now things have certainly come under control, and a large number of activists have been detained, and this is seen as a massive victory for the left. Interestingly, They are celebrating it, that this is a protest that they see as an act of defiance against the governor, who they allege is trying to saffronize the institutions of Kerala.
Absolutely, Ashwin. We are getting in these visuals from the Kerala University. As you can see, the S5 members trying to scale the walls of the university there. Ashwin, what is the situation on the ground as of now? Because just a while back, we saw that police was not able to control the crowd there. What is the situation now?
Well, things have largely come under control. There are a large number of police forces have been deployed. Remember, there was water cannons used. Some round of lathi charge was also done on some of these students. The police had tried to maintain restraint, but due to the large number of people who came for the protest, it certainly was beyond their control. And the second group of people who had to be additional deployment had to be done by the police in this regard. But right now, what I'm seeing right now is that largely the campus situation is under control. They have been able to secure the administrative block from these hooligan students trying to barge in and destroy the properties of the university as well. So certainly what we see is that although the police was unable to control it initially, they have managed it okay after a few hours of this protest that went around in the campus.
Absolutely. In the visuals, we can see dramatic visuals coming in from the Kerala University there of the protesters trying to scale the wall. Ashwin, do also explain to us the controversy over Bharat Mata image and the suspension of the registrar as well. What happened at that event where Governor was present? We are learning that he offered flowers to the image of Bharat Mata, and that is what the SFI members objected to. Give us more details on that event.
In fact, the imagery of Bharat Mata, as seen by the SFI and the Communist Party of India, is a threat to their secular fabric. This is the essential argument that has been put forward. They do not see Bharat Mata as a constitutional figure. In fact, when Republic had interviewed one of the ministers, or in fact the law minister, when Republic did ask him whether it is okay if this lady holding, instead of a saffron flag, if it was holding the national flag, would that be okay? To which he had very clearly replied, if the lady is holding a national flag, that is an insult to the national flag. So this is a stance which the communists have taken, the Communist Party members have taken, and certainly they see Bharat Mata as a threat to their political ideology.
Absolutely, Ashwin. Keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now we're shifting our focus to the state of Karnataka. What we're learning is that IPL cricket team Royal Challengers Bengaluru RCB has approached the Karnataka High Court against the CAT order, blaming it for the stampede near the Chinnaswamy Stadium, the stampede in which 11 people lost their life. Remember, the stampede took place last month, and now RCB has approached the Karnataka High Court against the order of the Central Administrative Tribunal, blaming the team for the stampede, which claimed 11 lives. Now, as per the CAT, which is the Central Administrative Tribunal, the announcement was sudden, giving no time to the police whatsoever to prepare for the crowd of 3 to 5 lakh people. And the CAT, which is the Service Law Tribunal, had stated in the order that it appears that the RCB is responsible for the stampede. The RCB did not take the appropriate permission or consent from the police, and suddenly they posted on social media platform. And as a result of the information the public gathered, suddenly the RCB created in fact, a nuisance without any prior permission. So this is what CAT had mentioned in the order, and against this order, now RCB has approached the Karnataka High Court, challenging this specific order of the Central Administrative Tribunal. As we told you, CAT mentioned in the order that it appears that RCB is responsible for the stampede that led to loss of life of 11 people. And now in Karnataka High Court, RCB has claimed that CAT did not adhere to the principle of the natural justice as it made observation against the team without even giving it an opportunity to be heard in the proceeding. And this is what they have said in their plea that they filed in Karnataka High Court. It remains to be seen when this matter will be taken up, but as far as the stampede case is concerned, now the RCB has approached the Karnataka High Court. In fact, we have another breaking news coming in amid all the speculations of the political shake-up in Karnataka. Another Karnataka MLA is backing DK Shivkumar, who's the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, as the Chief Minister. His name is CP Yogeshwar. He has batted for DK Shivkumar as the Chief Minister. Remember, in the last 1 week, there's been, in fact, escalation as far as who's going to be the next Chief Minister is concerned. Another MLA last week had said that DK Shivkumar should be made the Chief Minister next. And now another, in fact, MLA from his party that has come to the fore to claim to in fact say and demand that DK Shivkumar should be made the Chief Minister of Karnataka next.
ಹೌದ್ರಿ, ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಶಾಸಕರು ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಿನಿಂದ ಅವರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಡಿ ಕೆ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ನಮಗೇನು ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಭಿನ್ನವಾದಂಥ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಜನಾಭಿಪ್ರಾಯನೂ ಹಾಗೆ ಇದೆ. ನಾವು ಶಾಸಕರೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಮುಂದುವರೆದು ಒಂದು ಮಾತು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಸರ್.
Now shifting our focus to the state of Karnataka, clashes have erupted between the police and a group of youth there in Karnataka's Hisar, and reports claim that those people were celebrating a birthday party and playing loud music on the street, and when police tried to intervene, the situation turned violent. There was stone pelting which resulted in injuries to both the police officers and those young people who were there in Hisar. Here's more on that incident.
A violent clash broke out between police and a group of youths in Hisar's Bharatnagar area during a birthday celebration. The youths were reportedly playing loud music and singing on the street. When police arrived and asked them to stop, the youths reacted aggressively. In retaliation, several youths climbed onto the roof and began pelting stones at the police. During the commotion, two youths jumped from the roof in an attempt to escape. Both sustained serious injuries. Two police personnel, including the chowki in charge, were also injured during the stone pelting.
Breaking news coming in. Eviction drive is underway in Dhubri in Assam. Administration is carrying out an eviction drive on the government land in this district, and it is being carried out at Bilasipara and Chapar as well. The land and a few other area of this district is being cleared by the administration, and though some of the landholders are encroachers on the government land, not all the landholders are encroachers, as few were compensated as they hold the records and the documents as well. And this particular eviction drive has gathered mixed response from the locals there, as it is being carried out for a power plant that will be built here. Now, it is not related to the eviction being carried out on the forest land and the government land under the encroachment. So as you can see on the screen, this is the eviction drive that is being carried out in Dhubri in Assam. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, there's massive turmoil in Kerala University, and we will show you those visuals that are coming in from their SFI protest in Kerala University on your screens that will tell you about this very short break. Also on the other side, we'll tell you how Marathi language row has blown up. In fact, on the streets in Maharashtra as well, there's been a massive uproar and a massive protest by MNS. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 3 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and our focus remains on the showdown in Kerala as well as Mumbai, where MNS workers have hit the streets in protest. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines. SFI members barge into Kerala University, stage a protest against Kerala governor. Marathi language row escalates. MNS workers stage a protest on Mira Road in Mumbai without permission. Zero tolerance against illegal conversion. Yogi's bulldozers roll on Jalaluddin's conversion den in Balrampur. Big update in Ajit custodial death case. Custodial death has been confirmed in the judicial probe. CBI may arrest beyond 5 officials. Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau submits preliminary report on Air India 171 plane crash to Civil Aviation Ministry. FIR registered against RCB's fast bowler Yash Dayal on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence, mental harassment and cheating. First up, viewers, let's cut across to those visuals coming in from Kerala University, where SFI members have stormed into the Kerala University as they are in protest against the governor, alleging saffronization of universities. The police are trying to bring the situation under control, but their efforts have gone in vain. Water cannons have failed to contain these protests, where the SFI members have breached the security, have also tried to forcibly open the Kerala University door. And now we also have pictures of some of these students, some of these activists even jumping the compound. The police over there have been deployed, but they are unable to bring the situation
to control. These are the pictures of SFI activists. They're jumping compounds and breaching the periphery of the Kerala University. There you can see these are the activists who have now tried to storm into the Kerala University by breaching the compounds. These are the pictures, live pictures that we are tracking from Kerala University. And this is a showdown between the left and the right in Kerala. We have Ashwin joining us live. Ashwin, we have pictures coming in of these SFI activists jumping the compound of the Kerala University campus. Tell us more about what's happening, the police crackdown and the protest.
Well, right now, I'm in the campus. I just want our VJ Mani to show what is the situation on the ground right now. You can see large number of students, the SFI activists are sitting over here, continuing their protest. And you can see a deployment of large number of police force also. Around 200 policemen have been deployed over here. There are additional forces which have been kept all in the ground floor as well as on the top floor as well. And this incident has largely come under control. We can see many of these activists are continuing to sitting over here. We will probably speak to some of them and ask them what they have to speak. We will be getting to speak to some of them as well. Plan? How long are you planning to sit here? Anybody who speaks English over here? Anybody who speaks English? Okay, this is a campus. I don't know anybody who can speak English. Okay, but can you at least share why are you sitting over here?
We're protesting against the VC and the chancellor, that is the governor. He'll talk to you. Yes,
what is the reason for this protest?
We have explained it many times and we have no hesitation in explaining it. It's against the saffronization of higher education system. Okay. We are fighting hard since last few years against the saffronization. All over India, RSS is dealing with saffronization of higher education system. They are censoring textbooks. They are appointing RSS persons as chancellors and vice chancellors. They are appointing RSS personnel as academicians in universities. And we are fighting against this in all over India. In Kerala, the specific thing is that Kerala have completely rejected the RSS ideology. In last election, we have seen not even a single member of RSS or BJP have won in Kerala legislature. They are trying to have a back.
Another question that the critics of the SFI is asking is that the SFI party do not allow any other political party, any other political ideology within the campus to start their union. We have seen so many colleges, whether it is Kottayam, when a recent ragging incident happened, one student was mercilessly beaten, and many even in the veterinary college in Wayanad. We have seen all these places. There's just one ideology. So you are saying that saffronization should not happen, but at the same time, are you not implementing your own ideology and no other ideology is being allowed to express itself in the campus?
This is a very good joke. You are the reporter of which channel?
No, don't look at the label. I'm asking a very legitimate question.
I am not.
I'm asking a very legitimate question.
I am not trying to have a conflict with you. I am asking you just which news channel.
I'm from Republic TV, but that doesn't matter. I'm asking a question.
I am calling you. Are you in Kerala? Are you native of Kerala?
Yeah, please tell me.
Yes, I am calling you. I asked the SFI state president. I am calling you. I am welcoming you to Kerala's campuses. You come with me.
What happened in Wayanad? In the veterinary college. We went.
Which campus?
That was Ashwin bringing us the live reactions from the Kerala University, where SFI workers were staging a protest, and the demand is very clear. They want to meet the chancellor and the vice chancellor, and the protest is against the appointments. They claim that RSS individuals, the right-wing individuals, are being appointed to key posts, and education system is being saffronized. Let's move on to more breaking news coming in. Fact-finding committee has submitted the report on South Calcutta Law College rape case to JP Nadda, the national president, BJP national president. So the BJP fact-finding committee has now submitted a report to JP Nadda. Remember, after the incident came to light, the BJP national president JP Nadda constituted a special team. It was the fact-finding team that was constituted, and it was also dispatched to the Calcutta Law College, where the heinous crime took place. And after gathering all the evidence, after speaking to the students there, after speaking to the survivor and her friends, and also to the eyewitnesses, The fact-finding committee has compiled all these details into a document and they have submitted it to BJP National President JP Nadda. So this is the fact-finding team. There you can see that is the team there submitting the details of this heinous crime and also the aftermath and what exactly happened to JP Nadda. Moving on, viewers, an FIR has been registered against Royal Challengers Bengaluru's fast bowler Yash Dayal for alleged sexual exploitation under the pretext of marriage. And this came days after a woman from Ghaziabad in Uttar Pradesh who claimed to have been in a 5-year relationship with the cricketer filed a complaint alleging emotional, mental and physical abuse. In fact, these are the charges against Yash Dayal, a very, very prominent fast bowler of the Royal Challengers Bengaluru. He has been accused of physical violence, emotional, mental and physical abuse of this particular woman who is from Ghaziabad in Uttar Pradesh. We also have the responses coming in. Let's listen in.
A shocking incident has come to light from Ghaziabad, where a woman has alleged that a person who has been identified as a cricketer has sexually assaulted her. Right now, I'm joined by one of the senior officers in Ghaziabad Police Commissionerate, Mr. Abhishek Srivastava. क्या है पूरा मामला?
थाना क्षेत्र इंदिरापुरम पर एक युवती के द्वारा ये सूचना दी गई कि एक क्रिकेटर के द्वारा उनके साथ शादी का झांसा देते हुए शारीरिक संबंध बनाए गए। उक्त संबंध में तत्काल ही उनकी तहरीर के आधार पर सुसंगत धाराओं में अभियोग पंजीकृत किया गया। पूरे प्रकरण में तथ्यों तथा साक्ष्यों के आधार पर अग्रिम वैधानिक कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित की जा रही है।
इस मामले में जो है वो किस किस सेक्शंस के अगेंस्ट जो है वो एफआईआर दर्ज की गई है?
पीड़िता की तहरीर के आधार पर 69 BNS के अंतर्गत एफआईआर पंजीकृत की गई है। अग्रिम वैधानिक कार्रवाई प्रचलित है।
अच्छा, इस मामले में जो क्रिकेटर है उनसे कुछ बात हुई है, उनका स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड किया गया है क्या अभी तक?
अभी एफआईआर पंजीकृत की गई है। जो भी अग्रिम वैधानिक कार्रवाई होगी वो प्रचलन में लाई जाएगी।
जो विक्टिम है उसका मेडिकल एग्जामिनेशन हो गया है?
जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि अग्रिम वैधानिक कार्रवाई चल रही है। अभी कल ही एफआईआर हुई है। सभी जो सुसंगत धाराओं में एफआईआर दर्ज की गई है और अग्रिम वैधानिक कार्रवाई प्रचलित की जाएगी।
विक्टिम जो है वो क्रिकेटर को तकरीबन पिछले 5 साल से डेट कर रही थी। हमने बात करने की कोशिश की, रिपब्लिक टीवी की जो टीम है उसने बात की उस विक्टिम से। उसका कहना है कि 2020 से वो उसके टच में थी और शुरू से वो उसको झांसा दे रहा था शादी के लिए और अब उसने मना कर दिया है और दोनों फैमिली एक दूसरे को जानती थी। इस मामले में विक्टिम ने अब तक चुप्पी क्यों साध रखी थी और अब वो क्यों सामने आई है?
अभियोग पंजीकृत किया गया है। ये सारे जो तथ्य हैं विवेचना के क्रम में इनका परीक्षण किया जाएगा। विवेचना के आधार पर ही स्थिति स्पष्ट हो पाएगी।
Moving on, viewers, massive crackdown in Uttar Pradesh's Balrampur, where the government has launched bulldozer action against a foreign-funded conversion racket, and the ATS has arrested a man known as Changur Baba, alias Jalaluddin, in a suspected case of forcible conversion, and the racket is estimated to be worth at least 100 crore rupees, with gang members reportedly visiting an Islamic country nearly 40 times. Here are the details.
अतिरिक्त
किया जा रहा है और पूरी प्रक्रिया विधिक रूप से चल रही है और पूरा निस्तारण जो विधिक रूप से कराया गया उसके बाद ही कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
मैं देख रहा था क्रॉस के निशान लगाए थे, नोटिस भी चस्पा हुआ था, उसके बाद ही ये कार्रवाई
चल रही है।
सर, ये वाला जो मकान दिख रहा है जहाँ पे पुलिस फोर्स है उस पर भी कार्रवाई होगी?
अभी फिलहाल इस पे कार्रवाई चल रही है और इसको आज हम लोग पूरा करेंगे।
आज इसको पूरा करेंगे, उसके बाद आगे अगर चार्ज मिलता है
उसके अलावा जो भी जहाँ भी मिलेगा उस पर कार्रवाई होगी।
जी, उस पर भी कार्रवाई होगी।
जी, आया गया था उसको ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है और पूरी प्रक्रिया विधिक रूप से चल रही है और पूरा निस्तारण जो विधिक रूप से कराया गया उसके बाद ही कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
मैं देख रहा था क्रॉस के निशान लगाए थे, नोटिस भी चस्पा हुआ था, उसके बाद ही
कार्रवाई चल रही है।
सर, ये वाला जो मकान दिख रहा है जहाँ पे पुलिस फोर्स है उस पर भी कार्रवाई होगी?
अभी फिलहाल इस पे कार्रवाई चल रही है और इसको आज हम लोग पूरा करेंगे।
आज इसको पूरा करेंगे, उसके बाद आगे अगर चार्ज मिलता है
उसके अलावा जो भी जहाँ भी मिलेगा उस पर कार्रवाई होगी।
जी, उस पर भी कार्रवाई होगी।
जी।
We also have Raghvendra joining us live on this broadcast. Raghvendra, tell us what happened today and also about the conversion racket, because if you look at the campus, and like you were mentioning in the details there, it's a sprawling campus that has witnessed bulldozer action today. Tell us about the operations that were happening there by, Jalaluddin.
बिल्कुल देखिए, मैं ग्राउंड जीरो पर हूं, जहां पर इस समय बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई जारी है। आप देख सकते हैं कि जो आलीशान जो मकान बनाया गया है व्हाइट कलर से, अभी इसमें काम चल ही रहा था और बहुत ही मजबूत कंक्रीट से मकान अवैध पैसों से, हवाला के पैसों से बनाया गया। ये छांगुर पीर बाबा का ये पूरा नया आवास है, बहुत बड़ा ये प्रांगण है, यानी कि ये जो एरिया है काफी बड़ा है। इस एरिया के अंदर छोटे छोटे और बड़े बड़े कई मकान हैं और यहाँ पर लग्जरी सुविधा देखा जाए तो उसके टॉप पर देखिए सोलर लाइट की पूरी व्यवस्था की गई है और नीचे लगातार कम से कम 100 सीलिंग फैन लगे हुए हैं नीचे वाले फर्स्ट फ्लोर यानी कि जो ग्राउंड फ्लोर है। तो कहीं न कहीं पूरी व्यवस्था यहाँ पर दी गई थी। अब ये जो मकान है ये टूट रहा है, चूंकि अवैध जमीन पर बना हुआ है, अवैध निर्माण है, इसमें हवाला का पैसा लगा है। छांगुर बाबा की अगर मैं हिस्ट्री बताऊं तो आज से 30 साल पहले वो महाराष्ट्र में अंगूठी के लिए पत्थर बेचने के लिए जाता था, तो हाजी के दरगाह पर जाता था जहां पर उसकी मुलाकात नसरीन से होती है, नवीन से होती है। उन लोगों को ये बरगलाता फुसलाता है, बताता है, फिर वो लाता है उतरौला में, उनका धर्मांतरण करा के अपने साथ रखता है। नीतू का नाम नहीं बदलता है, नीतू नसरीन ही रहता है। लेकिन चूंकि नीतू पढ़ी लिखी लड़की थी और उसको आगे करके उसने विदेशों से संपर्क साधा, विदेशों में आना जाना रहा। 40 से ज्यादा अकाउंट में ट्रांजैक्शन की बात आई है। जो छांगुर बाबा का जो फंड मैनेजमेंट करता था मौलाना मोहम्मद अहमद, उसके अकाउंट में आरटीजीएस 50 लाख रुपए एक बार में हुए हैं। उसका जो सलाहकार था छांगुर बाबा, उसके अकाउंट में 40 लाख रुपए आए हैं और बहुत सारे पैसे नवीन अरोड़ा के पास आए हैं, नीतू के पास आए हैं। तो ये पूरा एक नेटवर्क था। अभी लखनऊ जेल में छांगुर है, उसके 3-4 सहयोगी लखनऊ जेल में है, लेकिन जो उसका फंड मैनेजर है वो अभी फरार है, उसके खिलाफ नोटिस है यानी कि वारंट जारी है। साथ ही जो उसका सलाहकार है वह भी फरार है। तो कहीं न कहीं जो जांच है वो तेज हो चुकी है। मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ का ट्वीट आता है, उन्होंने कहा कि माताओं बहनों बेटियों के सम्मान से हम खेलने नहीं देंगे, अगर कोई इनके खिलाफ काम करेगा तो उसके ऊपर सख्त कार्रवाई होगी। साथ ही उन्होंने कहा कि इस नेटवर्क में, चूंकि यह नेटवर्क देश ही नहीं यह राष्ट्रद्रोह का इसमें मामला दिखता है, तो ऐसे में जो भी लोग इसमें संलिप्त हैं, जहां जहां भी अवैध पैसा लगा है उन सब जगहों पर कार्रवाई होगी। तो मुख्यमंत्री ने मंशा जाहिर कर दी है कि इस नेटवर्क से जुड़े हुए सभी लोगों पर कार्रवाई होगी और यहां के डीएम और एसपी यानी जिलाधिकारी और खुद यहां के जो कप्तान है वो मौके पर कई बार यहां पर आ चुके हैं, मुआयना कर चुके हैं। लगातार 6 से 7 जेसीबी, यानी आप देख रहे हैं फ्रंट पे तो जेसीबी का काम चल ही रहा है, बैक साइड में भी काम चल रहा है और ये 2 से 3-4 घंटे से ये कार्रवाई चल रही है। लेकिन अभी मकान पूरी तरह
I'm not singling out Air India, but few incidents here and there concerning some flights. Obviously, when a crash happens, everything then becomes, sensitivity and it gets highlighted more. So I just pointed out to the DGCA and to ABM that they should take safety as paramount. And I can still tell you, as a person knowledgeable in this subject, that Indian aviation is safe. There's no need to be panicking about it. All airlines, including Air India, follow all safety protocols. DGCA is well equipped and does a very good job. DGCA, I have also highlighted that needs to have more people because they are facing shortage of the top level skilled people. So a lot of the retired senior people can be brought back for short tenure so that DGCA, the understaffing and at the higher level to ensure the safety standards are fully compliant to go do maybe an audit of the entire sector or all the aircraft. They should do all these things at the earliest so that passenger confidence is restored. But aviation in India is definitely safe and there is no reason. And I am traveling in a few days on an Air India flight myself.
Sir, what did the airlines say to the members' concerns about the air safety, particularly Air India?
No, I appreciate members as a general mood. As I said, people always are concerned when such a major tragedy happens, and it is also imperative that they ask questions and they get reasonably satisfactory answers. I think everybody did endeavor. Air India also did endeavor to give satisfactory answers. And I did not find reason, we are here to assist in the process of restoring confidence. We are not here to, unnecessarily speculate about whether this is right or that is wrong. But I can tell you, Indian aviation is in good hands. We should not worry.
And on the price surge thing, sir, the sudden price surge that happened.
Pricing and all those issues were raised by members, and some of the concerns are definitely very valid, and especially we saw during post-Pahalgam or Mahakumbh or some such events, airfares surge very, very high. And it is also within the jurisdiction of the Ministry and the DGCA to control predatory pricing. That is also, we have a provision. So they should invoke it, and at the time of such exigencies, they should also call the airlines and have a dialogue with them and ensure that prices are maintained at reasonable levels. It is a fact that there is a demand-supply mismatch on some of the days, leading to higher fares, but that can be controlled with, I think, a little bit of dialogue between airlines and the ministry.
Did the airlines assure on that, sir? On prices?
Airlines are by and large also aware that if there are concerns, they have to be addressed.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Harsha is joining us live. Harsha, tell us about what exactly happened during the parliamentary committee meeting. We just heard Praful Patel. Tell us more, Harsha.
The meeting which commenced at 11 o'clock has finally now has concluded. The meeting we saw the presence of all the members of the Public Accounts Committee, saw the presence of the Secretary of Civil Aviation, DGCA, BCAS, Airport Authority of India, AERA, the Air India CEO Campbell Wilson. The other officials were also present in the meeting, but so far we know that it was not a meeting which went on smooth, because several questions were raised by Member of Parliament to the Air India, to the regulatory body and to the Aviation Secretary as well. We have got to know that several MPs like Sukhendu Shekhar and also Praful Patel, the former Civil Aviation Minister, stated that there should be a proper audit, not only of regulatory body BCAS and DGCA, but there should be a proper audit of MOCA as well. It's the high time that the responsibility is set on the ministry and on the regulatory body. And there were issues of the air safety, concerns about the infrastructure, about the price surge of the airline during the peak seasons and festivals as well. We have got to know that it was discussed that what's the investigation report and how far, where the inquiry by the ministry has reached regarding the AI-171 crash, and what does the black box details further state. And these all questions were raised by MPs in the meeting. We have got to know the final detailing, and 1 minute of the meeting today will be added in the Parliamentary Committee meeting of Public Accounts, and simultaneously one inquiry and investigation report. Till now, what has been done and initiated in the AI-171 crash will be submitted to the Public Accounts Committee as well. This was a meeting which generally emphasized on the aftermath of AI-171 crash, and from that time to till now, how serious are the airlines and especially Air India, because technical snags has been seen and reported in Air India flights simultaneously, and these are the questions which were raised by Member of Parliament to Air India CEO Campbell Wilson as well. His deposition was the most important deposition today in the Parliament in front of the committee. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, thank you for joining me with those details. Now let's move on, viewers, to the war of words that erupted between AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi and Union Minister of Minority Affairs. But before that, let's continue to track what exactly happened in that parliamentary committee meeting. Harsha is staying with us live to get us more details. Harsha, tell us about what the MPs discussed in that particular meeting, whether there was any aspersions that were raised, because Praful Patel said that the meeting also discussed confidence building among passengers as well after the Air India crash. Here's the latest is that the MPs who were present in that parliamentary committee meeting demanded the audit of BCAS, Bureau of Civil Aviation Safety, and this is the latest that we are tracking as far as the parliamentary committee meeting is concerned. In fact, Harsha is with us. Well, the MPs, viewers of several parties who were present there, demanded for the audit of BCAS. BCAS is Bureau of Civil Aviation Safety, and this is the body that is concerned as far as this particular discussion was, was happening behind closed doors. Air India CEO was also present. He was also grilled by all party members. And now Harsha is joining us live to give us more details about what exactly the MPs demanded apart from the audit of BCAS. Harsha, if you could hear me, tell us about this latest demand coming in from the MPs, and they claim that the audit of BCAS must be done. Tell us more, Harsha. Well, we'll get Harsha back with us, but let's tell you what exactly happened. Viewers, earlier today, this meeting was called on by the Civil Aviation Secretary, and in that particular meeting, there were members of the Parliament cutting across party lines who also attended this particular meeting, and the Air India CEO was also there, and Air India CEO was questioned by these MPs about Air India's safety and also about how there have been several lapses in the aftermath of the AI-171 crash. And furthermore, what we understand is that Praful Patel just recently said that confidence-building measures were also discussed, that is to boost the confidence of the passengers and the consumers who use Air India on a daily basis. And especially after the crash of AI-171, a lot of commuters are holding back, are now a little bit afraid to board an Air India flight. So measures to boost their confidence and also to discuss and also rectify the technical glitches that were witnessed in several Air India flights were also discussed. Harsha is back with us. Harsha, the MPs have demanded the audit of BCAS. Tell us about that, as well as Praful Patel's statement that just came in, where he said that confidence-building measure among commuters and passengers was also discussed.
Deepak, two most important things, not only the audit of BCAS, but audit of DGCA and MOCA. You will be surprised, and this is very important for our viewers also to know, because the opposition MP, basically the TMC MP, demanded that there should be audit of the regulatory body, BCAS, because it's the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security. It's the body which is majorly responsible for the air safety. And how come a Boeing, which reported several technical snags in the month of May to June, how the Boeing was operating and it was not grounded. Anything was not reported to the regulatory body, and therefore not only BCAS but the audit of DGCA and Ministry of Civil Aviation is also equally responsible. This was stated by TMC Member of Parliament in the Parliamentary Committee meeting, to which former Civil Aviation Minister Praful Patel also responded that yes, responsibility needs to be set and there should be audit because this is a serious matter of concern, because today there's a Boeing 787 which has crashed, and there could be many fleets of Boeing which would be reporting the similar technical snags, and it has to be grounded or taken to the isolation bay and not to be operating with huge number of passengers traveling every day, taking international routes in the Boeing 787 fleet, and therefore responsibility of Air India needs to be set. So this was a meeting. This was a meeting where we saw that there was a huge chaos also in the meeting, because continuously Member of Parliament was raising question, and in the answer it was to be given by Air India CEO Campbell Wilson and Air India officials as well, and also the issue regarding black box inquiry timing, who are the experts who have volunteered to be in the part of the investigation and the inquiry, which independently DGCA is also doing and Ministry of Civil Aviation is also doing, and one investigation set of report which the AAIB has today submitted to the Civil Aviation Ministry. All these are very important questions which were posed to the officials of the Civil Aviation by the members of the committee. There were several opposition MPs which were not happy with the responses of Air India, and therefore several MPs stated that introspection should be done by Air India, by DGCA and by MOCA. It's the high time that passengers feel safe when they are traveling in a flight. We need to assure them that there's no sense of scare or fear when they board a flight. That surety can only be given if this responsibility is set and some stringent action is taken against those responsible for flying a flight, aircraft carrier with a technical snag or the technically faulty equipment. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, thank you for joining me with those details, Harsha. With that, it's time for a quick break, viewers. On the other side, we'll tell you about the Marathi language row, which continues to blow up in Maharashtra because Maharashtra Cabinet Minister and Shiv Sena MLAs have joined MNS's protest. It's dramatic. The showdown continues. Along with that, we'll also tell you about the big update in Ajit custodial death. Because the judicial probe has confirmed custodial death, the CBI may arrest over 5 officials. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
SFI members barge into Kerala University, clash with police alleging saffronization of universities. Marathi language row blows up in Maharashtra. Cabinet Minister and Shiv Sena MLAs join MNS protest. Yogi government bulldozer justice on mastermind of conversion bracket. Jalaluddin's conversion den completely reduced to dust. Big update in Ajit custodial death case. Judicial probe has confirmed custodial death. CBI may arrest over 5 officials. Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau submits preliminary report on Air India 171 crash to Civil Aviation Ministry. FIR registered against cricketer Yash Dayal on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence, mental harassment and cheating. We have some big breaking news coming in. Air India CEO Campbell Wilson has told the committee that Dreamliner is a safe aircraft to fly, no issue in the Dreamliner, and we should not jump the gun before investigation report. Nothing can be said. We're equally concerned about the matter. This is the Air India CEO's statement to the committee that was present there. The aviation secretary was also there, and as turbulence hits public confidence over Boeing's Dreamliner aircraft, Air India's top boss has broken his silence, facing tough questions from the parliamentary panel. Air India CEO Campbell Wilson has assured that Dreamliner is a safe aircraft to fly, no issues in the Dreamliner. And he has said that we should not jump to conclusions before the investigation report is out. Nothing can be said. And he has also said that Air India is equally concerned. But even as reports and concerns continue to swirl over Dreamliner's operability, the CEO is urging caution, saying that we must not jump the gun before the investigation is complete. And he said, we are equally concerned. And it is a statement that is meant to reassure, but one raises more questions than it answers. In fact, Harsha is joining us live. Harsha, the Air India CEO has assured that there's nothing wrong with the Dreamliner, but over the last few weeks, we've seen how the similar model of the Boeing aircraft has run into several technical glitches. Does Air India's top boss have to say anything about those glitches?
No, Deepak, nothing. Just tight-lipped in front of the committee members, just assuring everyone in the committee, to all the member of parliament, that the Dreamliner is the safest aircraft to fly. And also, it reiterating his statement by again and again saying that there's no issue with the Dreamliner. So far, Dreamliner has been thoroughly checked now and then, and that's the reason why Boeing 787, the Dreamliner, which has yet not reported any such incident before, it's the safest aircraft to fly. That's what Campbell Wilson told the committee members and the member of parliament. And also he stated that we should wait for the investigation report. As we all know, Deepak, everyone is waiting for the investigation report. Everyone is waiting that what are the initial details which has been gathered from the black box, from the CVR and from the DFDR. So the crux of the crash could be known, exactly what has happened during the last minute, what transpired into the crash. And Wilson also stated that the investigation report is yet to come, and after that thorough investigation report, something concrete could be stated. He stated that in Air India, everyone is deeply concerned about the safety of the passengers, and also is concerned about that there should be no aircraft with such technical snacks which fly. But yes, everything which is being reported now and then is now being thoroughly informed to the regulatory body, and it is also being sent for the maintenance to the MRO, and at the isolation bay, the aircraft goes for AOG, that is aircraft on ground, till it is not fit to fly. That is all Campbell Wilson had to say. But the crux is that Dreamliner is fit to fly. That's what Wilson is stating. But we are not going by Wilson's statement, because we have reported our breakings, and we have reported with numerous snacks and technical faults, which the Dreamliner has earlier also reported and still is continuously reporting in most of their routes to international and to domestic. Back to you.
Well, Asha, this is nothing but a templated response coming in from Air India CEO once again. How did the committee members respond? Did they challenge Campbell's statement?
So, Deepak, most of the committee members were not happy. They were not satisfied with the kind of response the Wilson was giving continuously, and that is the reason again and again several MPs in their own way were asking about the passenger safety. They also asked about the cockpit issue, which earlier Republic also reported, the cockpit safety issue. Also, they spoke about the Vietnam flight, which Republic earlier reported as well, that how emergency landing was done in the Vietnam aircraft, and all these instances were spoken by the member of parliament, because they were clearly not satisfied by Wilson's answer. To all these queries, Wilson only stated that each and every technical snack, each and every faulty aircraft has been grounded. Almost 50% domestically has been grounded. 30% overall aircraft of Air India has been grounded. Most of the aircrafts are going through the maintenance repairing work, and they are not flying until the DGCA orders. That's all Campbell Wilson had to respond to the committee members' questions. But yes, the bigger question here lies that what will he respond when the investigation report comes? Everyone is yet to wait for the investigation report. The report of initial findings, which has now been submitted to Ministry of Civil Aviation today morning by the AAI. Back to you.
Right, Asha, thank you for joining us with those details. Air India CEO there essentially not even detailing the specific safety measures that have been introduced in the Dreamliner after the AI-171 crash, but assuring that the Dreamliner aircraft is allegedly very, very safe to fly, and there is nothing to feel scared about. But in reality, there are a lot of doubts about this aircraft. Now, moving on, viewers. Souvik Ray, the state vice president of TMCP and ex-student of Narsinga Datta College in Central Howrah, has been accused of sexual harassment. A video showing TMCP leader asking male students to unzip their pants. Accused TMCP leader was also seen with local MLA and Minister Arup Roy. Trinamool Chatta Parishad, known as TMCP, is the student wing of the All India Trinamool Congress. Another shocking incident coming to light, another case of sexual harassment, and it's another TMC leader who is facing these allegations. TMCP's Souvik Roy has been accused of sexual harassment. He has been accused of asking male members to unzip their pants, and this is not just disturbing, viewers, it's also absolutely shameful. Souvik Ray, the state vice president of TMCP, the student wing of the ruling Trinamool Congress, is again at the center of a storm. A former student of the Narsinga Datta College in Howrah, Souvik is seen in a viral video allegedly instructing male students to unzip their pants. Yes, that's exactly what he has done. It's a display of humiliation that reeks of power abuse, intimidation, and also sickening entitlement, because an MLA and a minister was also present there. And what's even more damning is the fact that he was seen in close company with none other than the local MLA and a senior minister, Arup Roy. So this is another case of sexual harassment coming to light. And the big question is this just the depravity of one rogue leader, or is this the dark face of student wings backed by the TMC? These are the questions that the TMC must answer, but with each passing day, a new case is coming to light, again with the TMC link surfacing in this one too, and this time in the student wing of the ruling TMC is at the center of a storm. We have Pinky joining us live from Kolkata. Pinky, this is another shocking case coming to light. Souvik Ray was seen with MLA and a minister, senior minister Arup Roy, carrying out these shameful acts with students. Tell us more about this particular incident, Pinky.
देखिए, कौशबा केस के बाद, कौशबा के मनोजित मिश्रा केस के बाद ही फिर एक कोलकाता का नाम उभर के आ रहा है, जिसका नाम है, जिस कॉलेज का नाम है नरसिंहा कॉलेज हावड़ा में। इस कॉलेज में शोभिक रॉय, जो कि टीएमसीपी का ही लीडर था, इस शोभिक के साथ बहुत सारे ऐसे लीडर्स हैं, जिसमें सीनियर पॉलिटिशियन अरूप राय का नाम है, जिसमें त्रिरंकुर भट्टाचार्य टीएमसीपी का प्रेसिडेंट का साथ पिक्चर है। ऐसा शोभिक रॉय, ये 2024 में एक वायरल वीडियो हुआ था, एक वायरल हो गया था एक वीडियो, जहां पर दिखाया जा रहा था कि एक स्टूडेंट को, इसी कॉलेज का एक स्टूडेंट को इस शोभिक रॉय ने फोर्सफुली उसको अनजिप करने के लिए फोर्स कर रहा है, और उसका जो गोपनांग है वो ऐसा कुछ मॉलेस्ट कर रहा है। मॉलेस्टेशन का केस के ऊपर रिटर्न कंप्लेंट भी दिया था प्रिंसिपल के पास। जो स्टूडेंट और विक्टिम स्टूडेंट थी वो स्टूडेंट ने एक कंप्लेंट लेटर भी दिया था, मगर उसके बाद प्रिंसिपल ने वो कंप्लेंट लेटर पुलिस के पास भी नहीं दिया, और ये कंप्लेंट पुलिस के पास ना जाने की वजह से एफआईआर भी नहीं हुआ, ये शोभिक रॉय अरेस्ट भी नहीं हुआ। इसके बाद एक साल बीत गया, जब मनोजीत केस सामने आ रहा है, फिर इस केस के ऊपर फिर से चर्चा शुरू होने लगा है। कॉलेज का प्रिंसिपल का कहना है कि उसी टाइम उसको बर्खास्त किया गया था, सस्पेंड किया गया था, और उसको कहा गया था कॉलेज में ना आने के लिए। मगर क्वेश्चन ये था कि ये शोभिक रॉय कॉलेज में आता कैसे था, क्योंकि ये तो पास आउट हो चुका था, कॉलेज में एंट्री कैसे मिलता था, और कैंपस के अंदर यूनियन रूम जो है, टीएमसीपी का जो यूनियन रूम है, उस यूनियन रूम में ये सब हरकतें चल रहा था। शोभिक रॉय, जो कि एक स्टूडेंट्स को बुलाकर इस यूनियन रूम के अंदर मॉलेस्ट कर रहा था, और प्रिंसिपल प्रिंसिपल एक कंप्लेंट लेटर जाने के बाद उसको सस्पेंड कर रहा है। और सिर्फ यही नहीं, यहाँ पर ही रुका हुआ था सिचुएशन, जब पोजीशन जब ऐसा हुआ कि ये सब बाहर आ गया, वायरल हो गया, तब जाके सस्पेंड किया गया था। मगर पुलिस के पास वो कंप्लेंट लेटर जो कि स्टूडेंट ने दिया था, कॉलेज की तरफ से ऐसा कोई कंप्लेंट दिया नहीं है। आपको ये भी बता दूं, ये है कॉलेज के सामने का पोजीशन। अभी कॉलेज के बाहर बहुत सारे पुलिस पोस्टेड है। कॉलेज के सामने आप देख ही सकते हैं कि कॉलेज का यूनियन रूम इस कॉलेज के अंदर है। बहुत सारे प्रोटेस्ट भी चल रहा है। अभी एसएफआई की तरफ से प्रोटेस्ट चल रहा है कॉलेज के गेट के बाहर, और आप देख सकते हैं कि पुलिस भी पोस्टिंग किया गया है इस कॉलेज के बाहर।
So now after the law college gang rape case in West Bengal, another incident has come to the fore as far as the ragging and sexual harassment is concerned. On the visuals you can see that is Souvik Ray. He is connected to the Trinamool student wing TMCP. तो पिंकी मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगी, हम क्योंकि वीडियो दिखा रहे हैं यूनियन रूम की, जैसे आपने भी मेंशन किया जहाँ पे ये सब कुछ होता था, तो वहाँ पे आप बता सकते हैं क्या कुछ कंप्लेंट में सामने आए? जितने भी कंप्लेनेंट हैं उनका क्या कहना है, किस तरह से सौविक रे उनको अंदर ले जाता था और क्या कुछ वहां होता था? कंप्लेंट में सामने आए, जितने भी कंप्लेनेंट है उनका क्या कहना है, किस तरह से सौविक रे उनको अंदर ले जाता था और क्या कुछ वहां होता था? गोली का ढुकेगा, गोली से। Well, after the law college shocker, now another shocker has come from the state of West Bengal. There on the visuals you can see that is Souvik Ray, who is under the scanner now for harassment and ragging of the students in this college. In fact, what we're learning is that he's the state president of TMCP, which is the student wing of the Trinamool Congress, and he also was a part of Narsinga Datta College in Central Hora. Now he has been accused of ragging. Local MLA and minister has said that police will probe the matter. But as far as the complaint is concerned, several students have said that Souvik used to call all the students to the union room and used to ask them to unzip their pants, remove the trousers, and used to derive pleasure from such action. Now in 2023, a letter detailing the charges was sent to the president of the district as well, which is the TMCP, with copies to the state president as well, but no action was taken as far as this case is concerned. A letter was also sent to the Anti-Ragging Commission as well, but in the last 2 years, no action against Souvik Ray whatsoever. But let me go across to my colleague Pinky, who's been tracking this story very closely from outside this college. Pinky, जैसे आप बता रहे थे, यूनियन रूम में बुलाकर सौविक रे ये रैगिंग करता था, सेक्सुअल हरासमेंट करता था लड़कों की, जो कॉलेज में लड़के पढ़ते, क्या कुछ वहाँ पे सौविक रे के द्वारा किया जाता था? पुलिस क्या कह रही है इस मैटर में?
देखिए, आप देख ही सकते हैं कि अभी जो कोलकाता का सिचुएशन है, कोलकाता के बाहर, इस कॉलेज के बाहर एसएफआई की तरफ से, लेफ्ट की तरफ से ऐसा प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है, अभी रैली किया जा रहा है, और कहना है कि ये टीएमसीपी की तरफ से बहुत ऐसे कोलकाता का कॉलेजेस है जिस कॉलेज में ऐसा केसेस हो रहा है। ये वीडियो, ये पिक्चर्स आप देख सकते हैं।
Pinky, thank you for joining us with those details. Now let's move on, viewers. Massive crackdown in Uttar Pradesh's Balrampur, viewers, where the government has launched bulldozer action against a foreign-funded conversion racket. The ATS has arrested a man known as Changur Baba alias Jalaluddin in a suspected case of love jihad, and the racket is also estimated to be worth at least 100 crore rupees, with gang members reportedly visiting Islamic country nearly 40 times. And according to the details, this particular campus, it's a sprawling campus that was built by Jalaluddin with the help of Hawala money and foreign funding. Here are the details. Well, we'll get you the details in just a few seconds, but let me tell you what happened today. Today, Yogi Adityanath's administration's bulldozers rolled on this illegal conversion den in Balrampur. In fact, we have Raghvendra also joining us. Raghvendra, tell us about the foreign funding, the Hawala transactions, and also how Jalaluddin could erect such a huge campus for illegal conversion.
आ रही तो देखिए, आप देख सकते हैं मैं ग्राउंड जीरो पर हूं। जिस तरह से अवैध पैसों से, हवाला के पैसों से जो एक साम्राज्य खड़ा था, वह साम्राज्य देखिए अब अपने अस्तित्व के लिए लड़ रहा है। आप देखिए, जो सोलर की लाइटें इस घर को रोशन की हुई थी, आज वह सोलर की लाइटें अपने अस्तित्व के लिए देखिए किस तरह से गिरती हुई दिख रही हैं। तो कहीं न कहीं ये जो बुलडोजर, यहाँ पर आधा दर्जन से ज़्यादा जो बुलडोजर हैं, जो जिससे कार्रवाई तेज हो रही है, ध्वस्तीकरण का काम हो रहा है, मिट्टी में मिलाने का काम हो रहा है, वह इसलिए हो रहा है क्योंकि उत्तर प्रदेश में बहुत दिनों से धर्मांतरण का काला खेल खेला जा रहा था। धर्मांतरण के नाम पर और इस प्रॉपर्टी को बनाने के नाम पर विदेशों से यहाँ पर फंडिंग की जाती थी। अरब देशों से पैसा आता था, नेपाल के रास्ते से पैसा आता था। ट्रांजैक्शन की बात हुई है, 50-50 लाख रुपए एक बार में आरटीजीएस हुए हैं, 40 लाख रुपए आरटीजीएस हुए हैं, लाखों करोड़ों रुपए आरटीजीएस हुए हैं। कहा जा रहा है कि 100 से लेकर 500 करोड़ तक का पूरा खेल हुआ है छांगुर बाबा के द्वारा। छांगुर बाबा जेल में जा चुके हैं, उनके सहयोगी जेल में जा चुके हैं, कुछ उनके और मास्टरमाइंड राइट हैंड हैं जो अभी बाहर हैं। उनके खिलाफ कहीं न कहीं नोटिस जारी की गई है, समन जारी, उनके खिलाफ वारंट जारी है, पुलिस उनकी तलाश कर रही है। लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने ट्वीट करके बता दिया है कि हमारी बहन बेटियों के सम्मान से जो खेलेगा उसको बर्बाद कर दिया जाएगा, छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा। साथ ही यह जो मामला है छांगुर बाबा का, यह सिर्फ धर्मांतरण का ही मामला नहीं है, यह देश विरोधी मामला है और ऐसे देश विरोधी तत्वों को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा। इसके नेटवर्क को खंगाला जाएगा। जहां जहां भी अवैध संपत्ति इसे कोई भी चीज बनी होगी उसको ध्वस्त किया जाएगा। तो मुख्यमंत्री ने साफ कह दिया है। उसी क्रम के निर्देश में यहाँ पर जो डीएम हैं वो यहाँ आ चुके हैं, कप्तान जिले के यहाँ आ चुके हैं और सब ने कहा कि जांच जारी है। जांच के बाद जो भी चीजें मिलती हैं उस पर भी सख्त कार्रवाई होगी। आप देख सकते हैं कि लगातार यहाँ पर बुलडोजर जो है ध्वस्तीकरण का कार्यक्रम जारी रखा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो योगी आदित्यनाथ का जो बुलडोजर है वह कार्रवाई करता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। दिख रहा है आपको कि किस तरह से यूपी में जो धर्मांतरण का खेल खेला जा रहा था, जिस तरह से यहाँ पर हिंदुओं को मुस्लिम बनाने का खेल खेला जा रहा था। साथ ही जातियों को इसमें वरीयता दी जा रही थी। अगर आप सवर्ण हैं तो उसका रेट अलग है, ओबीसी हैं तो उसका रेट अलग है, दलित है तो उसका रेट अलग है। इस तरह का चेहरा था। तो छांगुर बाबा का जो चेहरा है वो सामने आ गया। यहाँ के लोग जानते थे कि छांगुर बाबा एक पीर बाबा है जो गरीब लोगों की मदद कर देता है, उनको गाड़ी घोड़ा भी दे देता है मौके पर। लेकिन ये पैसा आता कहां से था? आज जाके खुलासा हुआ है कि विदेशी फंडिंग आती थी। आखिर क्यों आती थी, किस लिए आती थी, ये पैसे आखिर इन घरों में क्यों लगे हैं? तो ये सारी चीजें पुलिस इसको जानना चाहती है और हर नेटवर्क को तलाशना चाहती है, चाहे वो देश में हो चाहे वो विदेश में हो। कहा जा रहा है कि पुणे में 18 करोड़ रुपए की रजिस्ट्री हुई है, उसमें छांगुर बाबा के रजिस्ट्री में उसके फोटोज हैं, उसका जो राइट हैंड है मोहम्मद अहमद, उसकी भी फोटो है। आखिर 18 करोड़ की प्रॉपर्टी, आरोप लगा है वहां पे धर्मांतरण के साथ साथ आतंकी गतिविधि, आतंकी वहां पर एक्टिविटीज होती थी। तो इस तरह की चीजें आ रही हैं। तो कहीं न कहीं जो नेटवर्क है वो बड़ा है। उत्तर प्रदेश की जो पुलिस है, एटीएस है, एसटीएफ है, सभी लगे हुए हैं इस पूरे मामले में, जांच कर रहे हैं। जल्द ही इसके हर नेटवर्क तक यूपी पुलिस पहुंचेगी और कार्रवाई भी करेगी।
Absolutely, a major crackdown and conversion racket has been busted. राघवेंद्र, हमें और बताइए फाइनेंशियल एंगल पे, क्योंकि हमें पता चल रहा है कि 100 करोड़ रुपए 40 अकाउंट्स के थ्रू रूट किए गए थे और उसके बाद पता चला है फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शन के बारे में। 100 करोड़ बहुत ही एक बड़ा अमाउंट है। हमें फाइनेंशियल एंगल के बारे में बताइए।
बिल्कुल, देखिए फाइनेंशियल एंगल के बारे में मैं ये बता रहा हूं कि 40 से 41 अकाउंट्स हैं जिसमें पैसों का ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ है। एक बार में 50 लाख रुपए का ट्रांजैक्शन मोहम्मद अहमद के अकाउंट्स में हुआ है, 50 लाख। फिर जो छांगुर बाबा का जो सलाहकार है उसके अकाउंट में 40 लाख का ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ है। जो नीतू नवीन जो बोहरा है उसके अकाउंट्स में लाखों रुपए हुए हैं, नवीन के अकाउंट में लाखों हुए हैं। तो कुल मिलाकर ये जो पैसा है कई बार हुआ है और इसमें जब पूरा अगर हम कैलकुलेट इसको करेंगे तो वो करोड़ों में जाता है। तो 100 करोड़ से लेके 500 करोड़ के बीच में यह ट्रांजैक्शन है। लगभग 3 दशक से खेल चल रहा है। चूंकि छांगुर बाबा एक सामान्य सा अंगूठी का पत्थर बेचने वाला व्यक्ति था। ये जो अंगुलियों में जो रिंग होती है उसका पत्थर वो बेचने जाता था महाराष्ट्र में, हाजी के दरगाह पर जाता था और वहीं से इसका खेल चालू हुआ। और आज देखते देखते जहां वो साइकिल से चलता था, मोटरसाइकिल से चलता था, पैदल चलता था, लेकिन आज लग्जरी गाड़ियों से चलता है। आज इतना बड़ा साम्राज्य खड़ा कर लिया है जिस पर बुलडोजर चल रहा है। एक साम्राज्य आपको इधर दिख रहा है, देखिए ये यहीं बगल में खड़ा है, इस पर भी कहीं न कहीं कार्रवाई होगी। साथ ही देखिए वहां पर एक मस्जिद, मैं कहूंगा अपने पीछे से दिखाने के लिए, देखिए वहां पर मस्जिद नहीं बन रही, काफी बड़ी मस्जिद बन रही और उसके पीछे एक मदरसा है। उस मदरसा में हिंदी नहीं पढ़ाई जाती, उर्दू नहीं पढ़ाई जाती, सीधा फारसी पढ़ाई जाती है। तो वहाँ पे जो विदेशी भाषा पढ़ाई जा रही है वह क्यों पढ़ाई जा रही है? क्या उर्दू से काम नहीं चल पा रहा था? तो बहुत सारी चीजें निकल रही हैं। आप देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से कार्रवाई हो रही है। आखिर यह सारा नेटवर्क कैसे निकल कर आया? अभी 3 से 4 दिन पहले मैंने दिखाया कि वो जो पीड़ित थे उनके ऊपर बहुत यातनाएं हो रही थी, उनके ऊपर बहुत जुर्म हुए हैं, उनका जबरन निकाह हुआ है, उनका लोगों ने शोषण किया है कई बार। ऐसी महिलाएं जो खुद हिंदू रीति रिवाज से, पूजा पाठ के माध्यम से लखनऊ में वो घर वापसी उनकी हुई है। मैं खुद वहाँ पे था जब मंत्रोच्चारण के साथ घर वापसी हुई। मैंने उन पीड़ितों से बात किया, उनकी पीड़ितों का दर्द सुनकर तो आदमी रो देगा। उनको किस तरह से उनके ऊपर उनको बरगलाया गया, मुस्लिम बनाया गया और फिर उनको मारा पीटा गया। उसके बाद 1 से ज़्यादा लोगों ने शोषण तक किया। इस तरह की चीज़ें सामने आई, तभी मुख्यमंत्री ने ट्वीट करके बताया कि बहन बेटियों के सम्मान से जिन्होंने खेल खेला है उनको छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि चीज़ें क्या हो रही हैं। यूपी में ये पूरा जो धर्मांतरण का खेल है वो इसमें ख़त्म हो चुका है, सामने आ चुका है। कुछ और जो इसके नेटवर्क हैं वहाँ तक भी पुलिस जाने के लिए जांच कर रही है। जल्द ही सब कुछ सामने आएगा। जी,
Absolutely. Conversion racket has been busted. The bulldozer action that we can see on the screen is currently underway. Thank you so much, Raghavendra, for all the details. In fact, we have reaction coming in from the police in Uttar Pradesh. Have a look.
गया था उसको ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है और पूरी प्रक्रिया विधिक रूप से चल रही है और पूरा निस्तारण जो विधिक रूप से कराया गया उसके बाद ही कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
मैं देख रहा था क्रॉस के निशान लगाए थे, नोटिस भी चस्पा हुआ था, उसके बाद ही ये कार्रवाई,
उसके बाद ही कार्रवाई चल रही है।
सर ये वाला जो मकान दिख रहा है जहाँ पे पुलिस फोर्स है उस पर भी कार्रवाई हो?
अभी फिलहाल इस पे कार्रवाई चल रही है और इसको आज हम लोग पूरा करेंगे।
आज इसको पूरा करेंगे, उसके बाद आगे का चार्ज मिलता है
उसके अलावा जो भी जहाँ भी मिलेगा उस पर कार्रवाई होगी।
जी, उस पर भी कार्रवाई होगी। जी।
And now let's have a look at the top national stories in under 1 minute. Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Counter-intelligence unit of Jalandhar in Punjab has foiled a target-killing plot orchestrated by Lawrence Bishnoi gang and apprehended a key operative, Himanshu Sood from Fagwara of Kapurthala. Investigation reveals that the arrested accused was acting on the directions of Dubai-based Namit Sharma, who's the close aide of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. Waterlogging has been witnessed in several parts of West Bengal's Calcutta. Heavy rainfall has caused waterlogging in the city and this has occurred in several places. On MNS worker protest as Meera Bhayandar, additional CP Datta Shinde has stated that there was a reason to not give permission to the protest. The reason that it was not permitted was due to an incident which occurred earlier there. He stated that the police was fully alert and taking lawful actions to maintain the law and order situation there. He also went on to share that the situation is peaceful now and people are being told not to gather at the location. And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll give you the update in the Ajit Kumar custodial death case. Now, the custodial death has been confirmed in the judicial probe. CBI may arrest more people. Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau has submitted the initial report on Air India plane crash to the Civil Aviation Street. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन
बनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome to Republic. I'm Rhythm. Viewers, the top focus is going to be on the Maratha language row that's blowing up in Maharashtra. Maharashtra cabinet ministers and Shiv Sena MLAs now join the MNS protest. First, a look at our top headlines. SFI members barge into Kerala University, clash with police alleging saffronization of universities. Marathi language row blows up in Maharashtra. Maharashtra cabinet minister Shiv Sena MLAs join the MNS protest. Yogi government's bulldozer justice on mastermind of the conversion racket. Two cases of sexual harassment on Bengal's college campuses, one in Sonarpur, another in Howrah. Accused are linked to TMC in both cases. Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau submits preliminary report on Air India 171 plane crash to Civil Aviation Ministry. And FIR is registered against cricketer Yash Dayal on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence, mental harassment and cheating. Viewers, our top focus: two leaders associated with the TMC student wing TMCP have been accused in two different sexual assault cases. First is the Kolkata Law College gang rape case, in which Manadeep Mishra is a student wing leader, is the prime accused in the case. Another case which has now come to light from Howrah, where another student wing leader, Sauvik Ray, has been accused of sexual exploitation of male students. These are the visuals that are now coming in, which we've been looking at. Sauvik Ray, the state vice president of TMCP, alumni of a certain central Howrah University, has been accused of sexual harassment and ragging. We've been told the police is probing the matter. These charges have been there. These have been showing multiple students are there, accusing Ray of forcing them to remove trousers and deriving pleasure from such actions. These are videos that have been shown in the videos. There are also complaints that have been filed. In 2023, a letter was also sent detailing the charges to the president of the Howrah District Trinamool Chhatra Parishad. The initial complaint was sent for sexual harassment. It said we were asked to come to the room after 8 p.m. When everyone left, we were asked to stay in the union room. He would tell a few of us to remove our trousers, look at our genitals, record videos, give burns and pour water into our trousers. We informed this to the seniors. These are proper complaints and very serious ones coming against Sauvik Ray also, who was the state vice president of the TMCP. These are two leaders associated with the TMC student wing, the TMCP, both accused in two different sexual assault cases. This is a big, big shocker and very big news coming in for the TMC that will have to explain how their leaders are going across campuses and have been accused in two different cases. These are horrific charges that have been put against leaders of the TMC. No action has been taken against them. Complaints have been filed, and these are not just one complaint, but several complaints that have been filed in both these cases. I also want to go across on this case and the story that's coming of the this student Neta, and the details of which I was giving you, Sauvik Ray, the state vice president of the TMCP, who has now been accused in these charges. There are reports and videos that have come out of this violence and this sexual assault that has been there. And we're also getting more breaking news coming in, viewers, and this is on the Kolkata rape case. The fact-finding committee has submitted the report on the South Calcutta Law College rape case to JP Nadda, the national president of the BJP. There are pictures that have also come in of that fact-finding committee that was there earlier in Kolkata to collect evidence, and that committee that also had Meenakshi Lekhi, senior BJP leader, Manan Mishra, RS member of the BJP, and all others who were in that fact-finding committee. There was who were there. They submitted that report. They headed to Kolkata. They were in Kolkata for some time, and now that report has been submitted to JP Nadda. Those pictures on our screen soon of the fact-finding committee that had arrived and had submitted that report. They were earlier barred from going inside. Now this committee has submitted its report, the fact-finding committee that had gone there. They had tried to meet all the concerned people in this case to get more details out of them. A 4-member committee to probe this matter had gone to Kolkata. The June 25th violence, the rape that triggered public outrage, there was legal intervention. This committee that comprised of, that's the picture that I was talking about that met JP Nadda. That's the picture that's comprising of Union Minister Satpal Singh, Meenakshi Lekhi, who's not present in that picture. She's also a part of the fact-finding committee, along with members of Parliament. Biplab Kumar Dev and Manan Kumar Mishra arrived to meet JP Nadda and submit that report. It's crucial to see what could be in that fact-finding committee that had also held a press conference and stated they're going to understand what really happened. And we're getting breaking news right now. SFI activists have entered the premises of the Kerala University as they protest against the governor, alleging saffronization of universities. The police have tried to bring the situation under control, but we're going to try and play out more pictures. These are pictures coming in from Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala, where the SFI has gone into the universities and is trying to protest the alleged saffronization. These are live pictures that are coming in as the SFI protest against the governor and the so-called saffronization of Kerala universities. Scores of Student Federation of India activists, so-called activists, have marched towards major universities in Kerala. They protest what they are calling the saffronization of the Hindu education, of the higher education institutions, they are saying. These are slogans also being raised against Governor Rajendra Vishwanath Arlekar, who served as the Chancellor of the universities. Protesters are also breaking through the police barricades. Tensions have also arisen now. Police have also responded to the SFI members who managed to reach the Vice Chancellor's office. Viewers, we're also going to go and get more details on that story, but also permanent representative of India to the UN in New York, Ambassador Parvathaneni Harish, has now spoken regarding the UNGA resolution on the situation in Afghanistan at the UN General Assembly meeting. The meeting was held in Germany yesterday. He mentioned the efforts that India has made to provide humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity building initiatives for the Afghan people.
The permanent representative of India to the UN in New York, Ambassador Parvathaneni Harish, spoke at the UN General Assembly meeting, which was held in Germany yesterday. He spoke at the meeting on the UNGA resolution on the situation in Afghanistan. He stated that India's immediate priorities in Afghanistan include the provision of humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity building initiatives for the Afghan people.
India's immediate priorities in Afghanistan include the provision of humanitarian assistance and the implementation of capacity building initiatives for the Afghan people. We have been working closely with UN agencies to support the Afghan people in critical areas such as health, food security, education and sports. India's commitment to Afghanistan's reconstruction is demonstrated through more than 500 development partnerships across all provinces. Since August 2021, India has supplied around 50,000 metric tons of wheat, over 330 metric tons of medicines and vaccines, 40,000 liters of the pesticide malathion, and 58.6 metric tons of other essential items, supporting millions of Afghans in dire need of humanitarian assistance. In partnership with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, we have provided 84 metric tons of assistance and medicines and 32 metric tons of social support items for drug rehabilitation programs.
Ambassador Parvathaneni Harish also stated that India has provided scholarships to Afghani students.
India also continues to offer scholarships and fellowships to Afghan students. Since 2023, we have provided scholarships for undergraduate and postgraduate courses to 2,000 Afghan students, including nearly 600 girls.
दिल्ली से बाहर हैं इसलिए यहाँ पर नहीं आ पाई। आज सवेरे हम लोगों ने हमारी जांच कमेटी की जो रिपोर्ट है वो माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी को सौंपी है। मैं संक्षेप में इस घटना के बारे में आप लोगों को बताना चाहता हूं और हमारी जांच कमेटी ने वहां पर क्या देखा ये थोड़ा बताना चाह रहा हूं। 25 जून को जो घटना घटी, आप लोगों को मालूम है कि लगभग पिछले वर्ष वहां पर जो कलकत्ता के मेडिकल कॉलेज में इस प्रकार की घटना घटी थी और सारे देश के अंदर एक बहुत ही गुस्से का और चिंता का विषय बना था। और जिस लॉ कॉलेज से एडवोकेट लोग तैयार होते हों, जिस लॉ कॉलेज से जजेस बनाए जाते हों, उस लॉ कॉलेज के अंदर एक लॉ स्टूडेंट के ऊपर सामूहिक दुष्कर्म किया जाए, इससे बड़ी दूसरी दुर्घटना नहीं हो सकती। और वह भी एक ऐसे राज्य में जाके माननीय मुख्यमंत्री एक महिला हो। हम लोगों ने पश्चिम बंगाल में जाकर के देखा कि महिलाओं के ऊपर अत्याचार और अपराध बढ़ रहे हैं। बहुत सी ऐसी घटनाएं हमारे सामने आई कि पुलिस एफआईआर रजिस्टर नहीं करती। जो लोग एफआईआर देना चाहते हैं, शिकायत करना चाहते हैं, उनकी सुनाई नहीं जाती, उनको भगाया जाता है। और अगर एफआईआर रजिस्टर भी होगी किसी कारण से, उसका ईमानदारी से पुलिस के द्वारा उसका इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं होता। और इसलिए बहुत से केसेस ऐसे हैं उसमें न्याय नहीं मिला है। हम लोग जब वहां पर गए और हमें इस बात का विश्वास नहीं था कि हमें घटनास्थल पर जाने दिया जाएगा, जो लड़की जो पीड़िता है उसके परिवार से मिलने दिया जाएगा। इसलिए हम लोगों ने इस बात का पहले से, दिल्ली से जब ये हमारी जांच समिति बनी, मैंने इस बात को बहुत मुखर रूप से कहा था कि हमें उम्मीद है कि ममता दीदी हमको वहां जाने देगी। हम लोग वहां गए। सबसे पहले हमारी कमेटी कलकत्ता के पुलिस कमिश्नर से मिली। वो भी मिलने के लिए पहले तैयार नहीं थे, लेकिन खैर मिले, उनका हम धन्यवाद करते हैं। जो भी बातें उन्होंने बताई, कुछ बातें मैं कह सकता हूं कि 45 साल के पुलिस जीवन में, एक प्रकार से मैं 34-35 साल पुलिस में रहा हूं, उसके बाद भी पुलिस से संबंध तो आता ही है। मैंने जिंदगी में पहली बार एक ऐसा केस देखा, एफआईआर रजिस्टर हुई, लड़की के हाथ की कंप्लेंट है, शिकायत है, और उसमें उन्होंने एक्यूज के बारे में, आरोपियों के बारे में जो नाम लिखे और पुलिस ने इरेज कर दिए। पुलिस ने इरेज करने के बाद उसकी जगह कहीं जे लिख दिया, कहीं एम लिख दिया, कहीं एम लिख दिया। और जैसे पुलिस कमिश्नर ने भी हमको बताया, मीडिया में तो आई थी बातें, नाम भी आए, आप लोगों को मालूम होगा कि कौन कौन एक्यूज है, कौन कौन आरोपी हैं, मुख्य आरोपी कौन है। मुख्य आरोपी का नाम आपको मालूम है। पहली बार मैंने देखा, देखो कोई पीड़िता है, कोई महिला है, उसका नाम तो ये डायरेक्शन कोर्ट की है कि उसका नाम किसी को नहीं बताया जाए, लेकिन पहली बार आरोपियों के नाम किसी को मालूम न चले, वो कंप्लेंट से निकाल दी जाए, और मुख्य आरोपी की जगह जिसका नाम जो है मान ली एम से शुरू होता, उसके जगह जे लिख दिया गया, दूसरे के नाम के सामने एम लिख दिया गया। ये मैंने पहली बार 45 साल के पहले कैरियर में मैंने पहली बार सुना है। ये बिना पुलिस के नहीं हो सकता है। जो एफआईआर को बदल दें, मूल दस्तावेज को बदल दें, क्या उन लोगों से हम उम्मीद कर सकते हैं कि पीड़िता को न्याय मिलेगा, या बंगाल की बहन और बेटियों को न्याय मिलेगा, इस पीड़ित परिवार को न्याय मिलेगा? दूसरा, आप लोगों ने पढ़ा भी होगा, यह पुलिस कमिश्नर ने खुद स्वीकार किया, जो मुख्य आरोपी है, मुख्य आरोपी के खिलाफ 2013 से लेकर के 2025 11 गुनाह हैं, 11 केसेस, 11 cases have been registered against him, and earlier also he was arrested 4 times as per the say of the police commissioner. Even then, इतना होने के बाद भी उस लॉ कॉलेज के अंदर, जहां पर पहले कभी वो स्टूडेंट रहा, उसी लॉ कॉलेज के अंदर वहां पर उसको भर्ती किया जाता है, स्टाफ में भर्ती किया जाता है। कैजुअल कह लीजिए, एमटीएस कह लीजिए, कुछ भी कह लीजिए, वहां उसको क्यों भर्ती हुआ? मनोज कुमार जी हमारे साथ थे। पुलिस कमिश्नर ने कहा कि आप लोग जो है लॉ कॉलेज में नहीं जा सकते। हमसे पहले भी कोई टीम गई थी, उसको आपको मालूम है, विमेन कमीशन की टीम गई थी, अलाउ नहीं किया। हमारे साथ एडवांटेज ये था कि मनोज कुमार मिश्रा जी, ही बीइंग द चेयरमैन ऑफ द बार काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया, इनको ये अधिकार है कि देश के किसी भी लॉ कॉलेज में वो जा सकते हैं। इनके जरिए इन्होंने जब वहाँ पे जो प्रिंसिपल थे और वाइस प्रिंसिपल होल्डिंग द चार्ज ऑफ प्रिंसिपल्स को फ़ोन किया कि हम लोग आना चाहते हैं। बड़ी मुश्किल से, तब भी हम बड़ी मुश्किल से लोगों, हम आधा घंटा तक गेट पर खड़े रहे बड़ी मुश्किल से, लेकिन हम लोग स्पोर्ट पर नहीं गए जहाँ ये हुआ। हम चाहते भी नहीं थे कल को हमारे खिलाफ कोई एलिगेशन करें कि हम लोग उसमें जा कर के जहाँ पर ये घटना घटी है वहाँ पर हमने कोई टेम्परी किया, मैंने उसको कोई डैमेज किया। तो हम लोग वहीं गेट के पास बैठ करके वाइस प्रिंसिपल से बात किया। हमको मालूम चला कि लॉ कॉलेज की जो गवर्निंग बॉडी है, साउथ कैलकाटा लॉ कॉलेज कस्बा में ही, उसकी गवर्निंग बॉडी का जो चेयरमैन है वो वहाँ का एक लोकल एमएलए, लोकल विधायक है। उसका नाम अशोक देव है, हम नाम से बोल रहे हैं। उसके कहने से, उसके प्रेशर में, उसके दबाव में इस मुख्य आरोपी को वहां पर भर्ती किया गया और ये घटना घटी। इस प्रकार का जो है, जो कैरेक्टर, इस प्रकार का चरित्र जिस आदमी का हो, जिस प्रकार से गुंडागर्दी, और वो टीएमसी के स्टूडेंट विंग का रेगुलर मेंबर, कॉलेज का वहां का अध्यक्ष रहा, उसका टीएमसी का, उसके साथ 2 और स्टूडेंट हैं, हमको मालूम नहीं ये केवल 3 ही लोग थे क्या, क्योंकि स्टाफ भी इन्वॉल्व है, वहां का गार्ड भी जो वहां का अरेस्ट हुआ है, स्टाफ का ये खुद जो मुख्य आरोपी है वो स्टाफ में वहां था, 2 वहां के स्टूडेंट हैं, 4 लोगों को कैलकाटा पुलिस ने अरेस्ट किया है। हमको नहीं मालूम जिस प्रकार से छेड़छाड़ की गई, एफआईआर के अंदर मुख्य जो कंप्लेंट थी लड़की की, उसके साथ इस प्रकार छेड़छाड़ की गई, हमको नहीं मालूम। हो सकता है कि और कोई आदमी टीएमसी का और कोई हो सकता है, और कोई नेता भी उसके अंदर इन्वॉल्व हो सकता है। हम लोगों ने कोशिश किया कि लड़की के परिजनों से मुलाकात की जाए। हमको धन्यवाद करना चाहिए, हमको नहीं मालूम हमको नंबर सही दिया कि क्या दिया। हमको जो नंबर पुलिस से मिला, हम लोगों ने कोशिश किया, मैंने भी कोशिश किया, मनन कुमार जी ने किया, हमारे साथियों ने वो किया, किसी ने फ़ोन का जवाब नहीं दिया। मैसेज भी किया गया, मैसेज को कोई जवाब नहीं दिया गया। हमको इतना बताया गया कि वो पुलिस की देखभाल में है, पुलिस की सिक्योरिटी में, कहाँ है नोबडी नोज। ऐसी हालत के अंदर हमारी कमेटी के जो रिकमेंडेशंस हैं, आपको तो मैं उसको पढ़ भी देता हूं। The fact that it was due to failure of police and West Bengal administration, हम कहते हैं कि लॉ ऑर्डर इज टोटली कोलेप्स्ड, कानून व्यवस्था पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त है, प्रशासन एकदम से पस्त है और बंगाल की जनता एकदम से त्रस्त है। अगर मूल रूप से मैं इसको बोलूं, जिस्ट अगर इसको बताऊं, that resulted in this gruesome incident is well established, and such incidents, serious crimes like murder, gang rape, loot, riots have become very common phenomenon in the state of West Bengal. There is complete failure and collapse of law and order in the state. In most of the cases, the criminals and the anti-social elements having close nexus with the TMC, with the ruling party.
The BJP clearly says there was an attempt to cover up the Kolkata rape case. Much more on that. We're also going to now tell you the information, viewers, on the other big story on what transpired during the meeting of Parliamentary Committee on Air India probe. The big breaking news coming in. Sources are now telling us the committee questioned Air India CEO Campbell on safety issues. Senior BJP MP had asked Air India to ground the airplanes which are facing snags. An NCP leader asked the DGCA to revise the approvals that were given, the MEL approvals. Chairman of the committee strictly told Secretary MOCA not to mislead the committee by giving doubtful responses. Air India CEO has been questioned on the safety issues. I also want to go across to my colleague Harsha, joining us live on the story. And Harsha is going to tell us more details on what really happened during the Parliamentary Committee meeting on the Air India probe, where senior BJP MP asked Air India to ground the airplanes which are facing snags. Harsha will also be giving us details, viewers, of what really happened, because the NCP leader has also asked the DGCA to revisit the MEL approvals. Chairman of the committee strictly told Secretary MOCA not to mislead the committee by giving doubtful responses. This is the big breaking news coming in on what really transpired during the meeting of Parliamentary Committee on the Air India probe. The sources are now telling us the committee questioned the Air India CEO Campbell on the safety issues. The parliamentary committee meeting had also met. Senior BJP leaders had also spoken on whether Air India is asked to ground the planes. Let me go across to Harsha joining us live. Harsha, what happened at the meeting of the parliamentary committee on the Air India probe?
Yes, Rhythm, there's a very important meeting which took place today. It's a parliamentary committee meeting on public accounts where all these stakeholders were called, not only the Air India CEO Campbell Wilson, but DGCA, AI, AERA and civil aviation authorities were also there. Secretary was himself present there, and the meeting didn't went smooth. There was a lot of pulling up by the chairman of the committee and the other MPs to the Air India and the secretary as well, and some stringent questions were posed by the committee members to the Air India. One senior BJP MP clearly stated and told Air India why all the planes of the Air India should not be grounded, who have reported technical snag till now. And written, we also showed that how many flights and aircraft of Air India are faulty, have the issue of the MEL, and also they are not grounded. After Republic reported only the aircraft were AOG, that means aircraft were grounded and were taken to the MRO and the isolation bay. But yes, these questions were posed by senior BJP MP, and some opposition MPs also asked DGCA to revisit the MEL, which is a minimum equipment list, with which the aircrafts were flying. There were not proper equipment and it should be revisited. And also the chairman of the committee directly stated to the Secretary of the Civil Aviation that anything misleading should not be told in front of the committee. The Secretary of Aviation should not mislead the committee members by responding in favor of other stakeholders. Important to note is that the Air India, which has been in the scrutiny after the AI-171 crash, has been posed stringent question, a stricter question by the committee members. Now the inquiry report and the investigation report, the committee members will also be needing to further report in the minute-to-minute meeting of the committee exactly what transpired into the AI-171 crash, and also how public safety should be ensured by the aircraft carriers, by the airlines, to ensure that people and passengers are not scared to fly in Air India or any other airline. Back to you.
Thank you, Harsha, for giving us those details. This is the top focus we're going to continue tracking and demanding answers on. Meanwhile, the other top focus, MNS leaders and workers hit the streets of Maharashtra to counter a protest that has been staged by traders against the thrashing of a shop owner for refusing to speak Marathi, although the rally turned chaotic following which the leaders had been detained.
High voltage drama on the streets. Tensions thick in the air and MNS back on the spotlight. Amid the escalating language war in Maharashtra, several workers of Raj Thakre's party stormed the area to counter the protest by traders over the assault of food stall owners. Earlier, MNS had planned a march to Mumbai. However, the swift detention of MNS Thane and Palghar head Avinash Jadhav and other leaders derailed the party's plans. Soon, the protests escalated, leading to the detention of MNS workers and leaders. As the political tempers flared, the state government asserted that no official permission was granted for MNS protest. Maharashtra Chief Minister Fadnavis backed police action, defending the ban on protest march, saying the route chosen by MNS was not appropriate.
महाराष्ट्र में किसी भी मोर्चे को इजाजत है, ये लोकतांत्रिक राज्य है, कोई भी मोर्चा निकालना चाहे तो परमिशन लेकर निकाल सकता है, लेकिन जब कोई परमिशन लेता है तो उसका रूट किस प्रकार से होना चाहिए। अगर रूट में कई ट्रैफिक के प्रॉब्लम्स है, अगर रूट में कोई ऐसी जगह है कि जहां पर स्टैम्पिड जैसी अवस्था हो सकती है, कुछ ऐसी चीजें होगी तो पुलिस रूट चेंज करने को कहती है। तो मैंने जब पुलिस कमिश्नर से पूछा तो पुलिस कमिश्नर ने मुझे कहा कि हमने उनको रूट चेंज करने के लिए कहा था, लेकिन वो एडामेंट थे कि हमको यही रूट लेना है, इसलिए पुलिस ने उसको नकारा है.
Taking a wheeled attack on opposition and critics, Fadnavis added that in democracy, law is the parliament.
मैं महाराष्ट्र के मिजाज को जानता हूं. महाराष्ट्र का मिजाज ऐसा है कि इस प्रकार के प्रयोग यहाँ चलेंगे नहीं. जो मराठी आदमी है वो बड़े दिल का है.
Meanwhile, Maharashtra police justified their actions against MNS leaders.
इसी चौराहे पे कुछ दिन पहले एक घटना हुई थी, जिस घटना के कारण अपराध दर्ज है और कानूनी कार्रवाई की जा रही है. उसके बावजूद यहीं से मोर्चा निकालना ये सही नहीं था. उसके लिए उन्होंने यदि कोई दूसरी जगह से और सही रूट से कोई उनका आंदोलन होता था तो उसके बारे में हम लोग सोच विचार कर सकते हैं.
While Maharashtra minister said that MNS is unnecessarily trying to politicize the situation. Listen in.
नहीं, ये बिल्कुल राजनीति नहीं है. उन्होंने जिस जगह पे परमिशन मांगी है वहाँ पे शायद कायदा और सुव्यवस्था का प्रश्न निर्माण हो सकता है, इसलिए हमने उनसे कहा है कि आप जगह बदलिए, आपको परमिशन दी जाएगी, लेकिन वो जगह बदलने के लिए तैयार नहीं है.
This comes just a day after MNS leader Rahil Sheikh was caught on camera abusing social media influencer Rajshri More on the streets of Mumbai. While the ongoing tussle continues between Mahayuti government and opposition, the language war in Maharashtra shows no sign of cooling down.
And coming up after a short break, big update in the Ajit custodial death. Custodial death has confirmed in judicial probe. CBI may now arrest more than 5 officials. The Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau submits a preliminary report on Air India 171 plane crash to the Civil Aviation Ministry. Much more on that after a short break. Stay on with us.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला. MDH.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
SFI members barged into Kerala University, clashed with police alleging saffronization of the universities. Marathi language row blows up in Maharashtra. Cabinet Minister and Shiv Sena MLA also went to the MNS protest. Yogi government's bulldozer justice on mastermind of the conversion racket is currently underway. Two cases of sexual harassment on Bengal's college campuses, one in Sonarpur, another in Howrah. Accused linked to TMCP in both the cases. FIR registered against cricketer Yash Dayal on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence, mental harassment and cheating. क्या? One crash probe report has been submitted to the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Coming in from the state of Maharashtra, the Committee of Official Language met Governor of Maharashtra today on the issue of Hindi Raj Bhasha. The Governor was present in this meeting. In fact, the Governor on present Marathi Rao in Maharashtra stated that it's a political issue and is being done because of the politics that is being placed ahead of the elections in the state of Maharashtra. So ahead of the corporation elections, this politics is being played is the claim that has come in from Governor, and the Committee on the Official Language met the Governor of Maharashtra today on the issue of Hindi Raj Bhasha. Let me go across to Rajesh Verma, member of Committee of Official Language. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. We are learning that the Committee on Official Language met today and met with the Governor of Maharashtra, and he has said that it is a political issue. Can you give us more details about what happened in this meeting?
Yes, thank you so much. Because this is an issue of the whole issue raised from the Hindi language by the MNS, so I really want to speak in Hindi only. जब हम लोगों ने आज मुलाकात की गवर्नर साहब से, और क्योंकि ऑफिशियल लैंग्वेज हिंदी ऑफिशियल लैंग्वेज को लेकर हम लोग आज इस कमेटी के सारे लोग हम लोग बॉम्बे आए हुए थे, हम लोगों ने मुलाकात के दरमियान ये बात गवर्नर साहब से भी कही कि जिस तरीके से हिंदी भाषी लोगों के साथ दुर्व्यवहार हो रहा है, उन्होंने इस बात को लेकर आश्वस्त भी किया कि ये सारी चीज़ें पॉलिटिकली है और जल्द ही सारी चीज़ें बेहतर होंगी। और मैंने इस विषय को
प्लीज गो ऑन प्लीज गो ऑन सर
मैंने इस विषय को पार्लियामेंट में भी उस वक्त उठाया था, तब बहुत सारे एमएनएस के लोग सोशल मीडिया और बाकी जगहों पर आकर मुझे अभद्र गालियां और टिप्पणियां भी कर रहे थे। मैं फिर से आज मिलने के बाद और आज जिस तरीके से हम लोग महाराष्ट्र में ही हैं, मुंबई में ही हैं, और मुंबई में एमएनएस के लोग फिर से आज जिस तरीके से सड़कों पर उतर के ये कर रहे हैं, ये अपने आप में स्पष्ट करता है हम लोगों ने महाराष्ट्र में और एमएनएस को, एक बाला साहब ठाकरे साहब थे जिन्होंने हिंदू के लिए सत्ता को लात मारी, और आज हम लोग उसी बाला साहब ठाकरे के परिवार के लोग जो पार्टी को चला रहे हैं उसमें हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि ये लोग सत्ता के लिए हिंदुओं को लात मार रहे हैं, और बाला साहब ने हिंदुओं के लिए सत्ता को लात मारी थी। ये दोनों के सोच में जमीन और आसमान का अंतर स्पष्ट देखने को मिल सकता है। ये तमाम चीजें जो मारा पीटी ये लोग हिंदी भाषियों के साथ कर रहे हैं सिर्फ और सिर्फ सत्ता में वापसी के लिए, लेकिन ये तरीका बिल्कुल ही गिरा हुआ है, इससे गिरी भी कोई हरकत हो ही नहीं सकती है।
Absolutely. Mr. Rajesh, I want to ask you, this is happening at a time when we are seeing protests in the state of Maharashtra, the shopkeepers being trashed. As far as businessmen are concerned, they are also being targeted, and today we saw protests on the streets of Maharashtra as well. How do you see this, the war of words and the escalation as far as Marathi language is concerned?
लैंग्वेज लोगों को जोड़ता है, लैंग्वेज कभी भी लोगों के बीच में मतभेद और इस तरीके की हिंसा पैदा नहीं करता है। इन लोगों के पॉलिटिकल अस्तित्व का ये अंतिम दौर चल रहा है और इसीलिए जब कोई नहीं पूछे तो किस तरीके से चर्चा में रहें, तो चंद अपने लोगों को, गरीब लोगों को, ये किसी बड़े आदमी को जाके मारने की इनकी हिम्मत नहीं है। ये सड़क पर जो लोग कोई रिक्शा वाले को, कभी किसी कमजोर 10 लोग झुंड बनाकर जाकर कभी किसी दुकानदार को, कभी किसी रिक्शा वाले को ये मार के अपनी मर्दानगी की नुमाइश करते फिर रहे हैं एमएनएस के लोग, सिर्फ अपने पॉलिटिकल अस्तित्व को बचाने के लिए। ये सबसे ओछी हरकत है और आने वाले समय में इनको इसका भी रिजल्ट मिल जाएगा। इस देश का 10% लोग भी ऐसे नहीं है जो वायलेंस को पसंद करे। इसलिए अगर इनको लगता है कि इनके वायलेंस से दे विल बी बैक in the coming municipal corporation elections, so this is one of the very big mistake which they are doing by doing all this bullshit.
Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now back to the studios.
All right, moving on, the Enforcement Directorate has challenged the Gandhis' lawyers' assertion that they had no control over National Herald's late assets, calling it misleading and false and deceptive. In the court, ED's Additional Solicitor General contended that the Gandhis, as majority shareholders of Young Indian, effectively controlled AJL properties, now under scrutiny, establishing a prima facie case of money laundering. This assertion directly contradicts the claim that shareholders lack ownership rights over the assets. The next hearing in this case is scheduled for July 12. For more on this, we have Shambhavi joining us live from New Delhi. Shambhavi, what more can you share? In which direction you think the case is going? ED responding. What is expected to happen on July 12?
Well, we heard Senior Advocate Raju clearly denying the fact that the shareholders of the company had absolutely zero control over the assets of the AGL. Because if we come back to what the respondents were actually claiming, there were 3 points in their argument, where first was the maintainability, where this entire case is based on a private complaint by Dr. Subramaniam Swamy, and there has to be a legal procedure which needs to be followed. And in that case, there was no authorized legal authority. This was a private complaint, so maintainability was a question. Second, the fact that they are actually accusing PMLA. Now, PMLA, there are 2 key points we need to understand. It's very important to understand that there should be a criminal activity and there should be proceeds from a criminal activity. And the respondent in this case is denying both. The third being the corporate restructuring, which is on which Senior Advocate Raju actually commented about the corporate restructuring. What the respondent was claiming that yes, the Young India company did acquire AGL and they did have 100% of the shareholding rights, but the assets were still under AGL's control, which means that they have zero control over the assets. Which is where the current claim comes from, that there were the shareholders, the accused in this case, have any right on the assets, or there was any movement of the money or liquidation of the assets.
All right. Thank you so much, Shambhavi, with those details. Moving on, clashes have erupted between police and a group of youth in Haryana's Hisar. A report suggests that the youth were celebrating a birthday party and playing loud music on the streets. When the police tried to intervene, the situation turned violent. Take a look at the details.
A violent clash broke out between police and a group of youths in Hisar's Bharat Nagar area during a birthday celebration. The youths were reportedly playing loud music and singing on the street. When police arrived and asked them to stop, the youths reacted aggressively. In retaliation, several youths climbed onto the roof and began pelting stones at the police. During the commotion, 2 youths jumped from the roof in an attempt to escape. Both sustained serious injuries. 2 police personnel, including the chowki in charge, were also injured during the stone pelting.
All right, a Kerala minister has now justified the move to name Pak spy Jyoti Malhotra as a state guest. Minister P.A. Mohammed has said that bringing influencers from outside the state to Kerala was not started today or yesterday. It has been there for a very long time. He also said that the tourism minister cannot interfere in such matters, effectively expressing helplessness also, which means that he is indicating, the Kerala minister, that he was not consulted and somebody above him in the government perhaps took this call. Akanksha joins us live from the newsroom on this in a bit, but Kerala had a fantastic brand ambassador in the Royal Air Force aircraft F-35B, which was stuck in Kerala, and the Kerala Tourism Department really turned it around into a meme fest as also a branding exercise. But to have Jyoti Malhotra as a state guest for promoting tourism is a different ballgame altogether. We have Akanksha. All right, we're moving on for now. Moving on to the next story, which is from Uttar Pradesh, where in Balrampur, it was witness to Yogi's bulldozer action. And what was being razed to the ground was a sprawling conversion racket, a den. The conversion kingpin, Jalaluddin, alias Changur Baba, has been arrested, and his sinister conversion network has been completely reduced to dust. Here are the details.
Bulldozers thundered through Balrampur in UP today, tearing down the heart of a sprawling conversion den. No structure spared, no mercy shown. What was once the epicenter of a sinister network has now been reduced to dust. From an illegal conversion hub to a heap of rubble, this is the Yogi government's zero tolerance in motion. This is a crackdown that stunned Balrampur. The UP administration brought down every illegal structure linked to Jalaluddin alias Changur Baba. He is the alleged mastermind behind a large-scale religious conversion racket.
यहाँ पर जो कार्रवाई हो रही है वो पहले कागजों की जांच हुई है, नोटिस दिया गया है, उसके बाद जवाब न मिलने पे प्रक्रिया पूरी करने के बाद यह कार्रवाई जारी है। तो कोई ये कहे कि यहाँ जबरदस्ती काम हो रहा है, ऐसा नहीं है। इसके पीछे पूरे उतरौला के लोग सड़कों पे उतरे थे। उतरौला से कई शिकायतें गई थी कि छांगुर पीर बाबा ने अपना नेटवर्क अवैध रूप से यहाँ खड़ा किया हुआ है।
Acting on a non-bailable warrant and a 50,000 rupees reward on his head, the anti-terrorism squad arrested Jalaluddin and his close aide Neetu alias Nasreen. Both have now been remanded and sent to Lucknow district jail. According to the Uttar Pradesh police, Jalaluddin and his gang specifically targeted the vulnerable.
छांगुर बाबा यहाँ पर लोगों को अरबी भाषा की पढ़ाई कराता था उन मदरसों में। वहाँ पर उर्दू भी नहीं पढ़ाई जाती थी, हिंदी भी नहीं पढ़ाई जाती थी, सीधा मजहबी उनको शिक्षा दी जाती थी। साथ ही उन मस्जिदों में भी वह धर्मांतरण का काम करता था।
Poor laborers, widows and members of weaker sections were their key targets. Victims were lured with financial aid, marriage promises and threatened into conversion. This isn't the first arrest in the case. Jalaluddin's son Mehboob and another accused Naveen alias Jamaluddin were arrested in April and remain behind bars. As the rubble settles, the message from Lucknow is loud and clear. Unlawful conversions will be met with unflinching force.
All right, cricketer Yash Dayal, the fast bowler with the Royal Challengers Bengaluru team, faces an FIR by a woman who alleges that she was sexually exploited on the promise of marriage. We have a conversation with the police in Ghaziabad where the complaint has been filed. Listen in.
A shocking incident has come to light from Ghaziabad, where a woman has alleged that a person who has been identified as a cricketer has sexually assaulted her. Right now I'm joined by one of the senior officers in Ghaziabad Police Commissionerate, Mr. Abhishek Srivastava. क्या है पूरा मामला?
थाना क्षेत्र इंदिरापुरम पर एक युवती के द्वारा ये सूचना दी गई कि एक क्रिकेटर के द्वारा उनके साथ शादी का झांसा देते हुए शारीरिक संबंध बनाए गए। उक्त संबंध में तत्काल ही उनकी तहरीर के आधार पर सुसंगत धाराओं में अभियोग पंजीकृत किया गया। पूरे प्रकरण में तथ्यों तथा साक्ष्यों के आधार पर अग्रिम वैधानिक कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित की जा रही है।
इस मामले में जो है वो किस किस सेक्शंस के अगेंस्ट जो है वो एफआईआर दर्ज की गई है?
पीड़िता की तहरीर के आधार पर 69 BNS के अंतर्गत एफआईआर पंजीकृत की गई है। अग्रिम वैधानिक कार्रवाई प्रचलित है।
अच्छा, इस मामले में जो क्रिकेटर है उनसे कुछ बात हुई है, उनका स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड किया गया है क्या अभी तक?
अभी एफआईआर पंजीकृत की गई है। जो भी अग्रिम वैधानिक कार्रवाई होगी वो प्रचलन में लाई जाएगी।
जो विक्टिम है उसका मेडिकल एग्जामिनेशन हो गया है?
जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि अग्रिम वैधानिक कार्रवाई चल रही है। अभी कल ही एफआईआर हुई है। सभी जो सुसंगत धाराओं में एफआईआर दर्ज की गई है और अग्रिम वैधानिक कार्रवाई प्रचलित की जाएगी।
विक्टिम जो है वो क्रिकेटर को तकरीबन पिछले 5 साल से डेट कर रही थी। हमने बात करने की कोशिश की, रिपब्लिक टीवी की टीम है उसने बात की उस विक्टिम से। उसका कहना है कि 2020 से वो उसके टच में थी और शुरू से वो उसको झांसा दे रहा था शादी के लिए, और अब उसने मना कर दिया है और दोनों फैमिली एक दूसरे को जानती थी। इस मामले में विक्टिम ने अब तक चुप्पी क्यों साध रखी थी और अब वो क्यों सामने आई है?
अभियोग पंजीकृत किया गया है। ये सारे जो तथ्य हैं विवेचना के क्रम में इनका परीक्षण किया जाएगा। विवेचना के आधार पर ही स्थिति स्पष्ट हो पाएगी।
All right, let's look at some other stories of what's happening across the country in Bharat in 5 minutes. A wall collapse incident has occurred at a local eatery near Bageshwar Dham in the Gadaha village in Chhatarpur of Madhya Pradesh. The wall collapsed following heavy rainfall in the area. As per reports, 1 person has died and 10 have been injured in the incident. Chief Medical and Health Officer of the Chhatarpur, R.P. Gupta, has stated that the 10 injured individuals are being treated at a hospital. One death has occurred due to a cloudburst in the Loran area of Punch. The deceased has been identified as Ghulam Muhammad, a resident of Khoriwala area of Loran. The incident occurred last evening after intense rainfall triggered the cloudburst, which has caused a rise in water levels and landslide-like conditions in the area. The body of the deceased was recovered around 400 meters away and handed over to the family. Ramghat has submerged as the water level of river Ganga rises at Uttar Pradesh's Prayagraj. A local has stated that the water level in the river has risen and said that he believes that the situation will remain the same for the next 2 months. He shared that this happens every year.
जैसे कि शाम को हम गए थे तो वहाँ हमारे छप्पर से बाहर जल था 2 हाथ। अब सुबह आए तो सब डूबा हुआ था। हम लोग चौकी फाटा घटा रहे हैं। अब 2 महीना यही निरंतर रहेगा। अभी वो बहुत तेज़ी सुबह से लगभग देखते देखते 1 हाथ से ज़्यादा जो है जल आया। लगभग 1.5 फीट पानी ऊपर आया है सुबह से। इतनी तेज़ स्पीड है। अगर ऐसी स्पीड रहेगी तो 2-4 दिन में हनुमान जी नहा लेंगे, ऐसे ऐसा है। हम लोग को दिक्कत होती है। अभी चौकी छप्पर से हटाना पड़ेगा, सीधे तो वहाँ पे ले जाना पड़ेगा। मुसीबत तकलीफ तो है ही है, क्या करें। गंगा मैया है भाई, बाहर का जल है वो आता ही रहेगा। हर साल का कोई आज का तो है नहीं।
Bodies of 2 minors, a boy and a girl, were found in suspicious circumstances from the room of the girl's house in Delhi's Nagli area of Dwarka, Najafgarh. Both of them were said to be in a relationship, but families did not agree. And the family of the deceased boy has alleged that the girl's uncle had threatened to kill the boy. The girl's family, they are avoiding saying anything on this matter. At present, the police is considering this case as a case of suicide prima facie, but the possibility of honor killing not being ruled out. Student Pankuri Tripathi, who met Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath at the Janata Darbar, got admission back in school after assurance of the Chief Minister. Her father, Rajiv Kumar Tripathi, stated that his daughter wasn't able to go to school for 4 months and said that she went to the Janata Darbar and met the Chief Minister, after which she was able to go back to the school, and he thanked the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath for his efforts.
सर, मेरी बच्ची 4 महीने से स्कूल नहीं जा रही थी। आर्थिक तंगी की वजह से स्कूल नहीं भेज पा रहे थे। मेरी बच्ची जनता दरबार में गई, मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी से मिली। योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के ही मेहरबानी से, उनकी कृपा से आज मेरी बच्ची पुनः स्कूल गई है। हम माँ बाप तहे दिल से उनका शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं और बहुत खुश हैं।
कौन से क्लास में पढ़ती है?
7th B में उसका एडमिशन हुआ है। 6th क्लास पास की थी सर इसी स्कूल से।
ASP Crime Gwalior Krishna Lal Chandani shared that a robbery took place in the Pichor police station area in Madhya Pradesh. The suspected accused has been identified as Kaushal Gurjar. At the time, an attempt was made to apprehend him. Kaushal opened fire on the police, injuring 1 constable. Kaushal escaped from the scene An encounter with the crime branch in Kampu police station area. He was again shot and this time injured in the leg and has now been arrested. 3 children lost their lives and 10 people were injured after an express train rammed into a school bus. The tragedy took place near Kudalur of Tamil Nadu at around 7:40 a.m. this morning. The driver has also been injured in the accident and has been admitted to a hospital. The cause of the accident has been identified to be that the railway crossing gate did not close when the train was passing. According to reports, the gatekeeper was sleeping when the accident occurred. Eyewitnesses stated that the train dragged the bus about 50 meters. All right, moving on to that big possible development that's been hanging fire. Tensions are soaring on the global trade front. President Trump has unveiled a sweeping new round of tariffs targeting 14 countries with rates as high as 40% in some cases. From Japan to South Africa, key U.S. trade partners are now in the crosshairs. What about India? When that announcement is going to happen? Is it likely tonight? Here's a full detail report on what's up with President Trump and the trade deals.
President Trump has turned up the heat on global trade, issuing warnings to 14 countries, including Japan,
of the United States first. That's how he views his job as president. So he's going to ensure that America is fairly treated on the world stage, and he'll take any action necessary to prevent countries from taking advantage of the United States and our people.
all 14 countries, many of which have highly export-reliant economies, had previously been subject to a baseline tariff of just 10%. While the Trump administration has ramped up pressure on its trade partners to reach deals to avoid higher tariffs, only 3 countries so far, China, Vietnam, and the United Kingdom, have announced agreements to de-escalate trade tensions.
2 cases of sexual harassment on Bengal's college campuses, one in Sonarpur, another in Howrah. Accused linked to TMCP again in both cases. And Marathi language row blows up in Maharashtra. Maharashtra cabinet minister and Shiv Sena MLAs join MNS protests on the other side.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome back, friends, to this 5 p.m. live and breaking, and a lot happening from Bengaluru, where politics again heating up between DKS and Siddaramaiah, and then of course the bulldozer action in Uttar Pradesh. That's also our prime time debate. Let's begin with the headlines. SFI members barge into Kerala University, clash with police alleging saffronization of universities. Marathi language row blows up in Maharashtra. Cabinet Minister and Shiv Sena MLAs join MNS protests. Yogi government's bulldozer justice on mastermind of the conversion racket. 2 cases of sexual harassment on Bengal's college campuses, one in Sonarpur, another in Howrah. Accused linked to TMCP in both cases. Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau submits preliminary report on Air India 171 plane crash to the Civil Aviation Ministry. FIR registered against cricketer Yash Dayal on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence, mental harassment and cheating. All right, 2 leaders associated with the Trinamool Congress student wing, the TMCP, have been accused in 2 different sexual assault cases. First is a viral video in which the TMCP Neta forces female student to give him a massage. And another case has come up to light from Howrah, where another student wing leader, Shovik Ray, has been accused of sexual exploitation of male students. We'll try and connect with our Kolkata Bureau. In fact, Pinky is joining us live from Kolkata. And Pinky, what's this? Has there been any action taken by the police? Have there been complaints by those exploited? And what's the police doing about this?
देखिए, कौशबा केस के बाद फिर एक नाम उभर के आ रहा है। कोलकाता के हावड़ा का ही एक कॉलेज है, नरसिंहा कॉलेज। इस कॉलेज में यूनियन रूम के अंदर टीएमसीपी का जो रूम है, और आपको ये भी बता दूं, ये टीएमसीपी का यूनियन रूम कॉलेज कैंपस के अंदर है। इस कॉलेज कैंपस के अंदर टीएमसीपी का जो यूनियन रूम है, उस यूनियन रूम में ले जाके एक लड़की का मॉलेस्टेशन होता है, सेक्सुअल मॉलेस्टेशन। और ये जब रिटन कंप्लेन वो स्टूडेंट देता है 2024 में, रिटन कंप्लेंट प्रिंसिपल को देता है। प्रिंसिपल वो लेटर पुलिस को फॉरवर्ड ना करके, कोई कमिटी फॉर्म ना करके, सिर्फ ये शोभिक रॉय टीएमसीपी लीडर को बता देता है कि कॉलेज में मत आना। इसके बाद कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया गया। उस रिटन कंप्लेंट को कॉलेज की तरफ से पुलिस के पास भी फॉरवर्ड नहीं किया गया, जो कि उसके बाद ये एफआईआर में भी कन्वर्ट नहीं हुआ और शोभिक रॉय आज तक अरेस्ट नहीं हुआ। मनोजित मिश्रा का जब बात आया, मनोजित मिश्रा के ऊपर जब इतना सारा एलिगेशंस आने के बाद आप जानते हैं कि मनोजित मिश्रा के पर गैंग रेप का भी कार्रवाई चल रहा है, गैंग रेप का एलिगेशंस है। इसके बाद मनोजित के ऊपर बहुत सारे ऐसे केसेस, ऐसा एलिगेशंस था जो कि बहुत ही गंभीर था। इसके बाद सामने आ रहा है बहुत सारे कोलकाता के ऐसा कॉलेज है जो कि सोनारपुर का कॉलेज हो गया, हावड़ा का कॉलेज हो गया, बहुत सारे ऐसे कॉलेज से नाम उठ के आ रहा है टीएमसीपी लीडर का, टीएमसीपी का मेंबर का, जो कि कॉलेज यूनियन में सो कॉल्ड दादा होके बैठा हुआ था और सिर्फ यही नहीं, वहां पर अपनी मनमर्जी चलाता था, गुंडा राज चलाता था। सिर्फ यही नहीं, इस यूनियन रूम में, जो यूनियन रूम अभी कोलकाता का सब यूनियन रूम कॉलेज में बंद किया गया है, आपको ये भी बता दूं, क्योंकि हाई कोर्ट का ऑर्डर है जब तक वोट नहीं होगा, स्टूडेंट वोट नहीं हुआ, तब तक ये कॉलेज का यूनियन नहीं चलेगा, यूनियन का रूम नहीं खोल सकते। मगर बात ये है कि ये शोभिक रॉय जो कि एक स्टूडेंट है, जो कि कैजुअल स्टूडेंट भी नहीं है, रेगुलर स्टूडेंट भी नहीं है इस कॉलेज का, वो कैसे इस कॉलेज के अंदर क्लास का यूनियन रूम में बैठा हुआ था। हम लोग प्रिंसिपल से बात किए थे, प्रिंसिपल से डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन किए थे कि कैसे शोभिक रॉय एक स्टूडेंट होने के नाते कॉलेज आ रहा था, कॉलेज आके यूनियन रूम में रोज बैठ रहा था, यूनियन रूम में स्टूडेंट्स को हैरेस कर रहा था और कॉलेज को कुछ भी पता नहीं था। इसके बाद ये प्रिंसिपल का कहना यह है कि 2024 में फर्स्ट कंप्लेन आता है, उस कंप्लेन आने के बाद उसको सस्पेंड नहीं, उसको आने के लिए कॉलेज में मना किया जाता है। मगर क्या एक्शन लिया गया था? एक्शन क्या था? कोई इतना बड़ा एलिगेशंस आने के बाद कोई क्या इन्वेस्टिगेशन कमेटी फॉर्म हुआ? कॉलेज की तरफ से भी कोई क्या कमेटी फॉर्म हुआ था? एंटी रैगिंग कमेटी का काम क्या है? एंटी रैगिंग कमेटी भी फॉर्म हुआ था। कोलकाता में इतना बड़ा कॉलेज है ये, मगर इस कॉलेज में एंटी रैगिंग कमेटी और या इन्वेस्टिगेशन कमेटी, इंटरनल कमेटी जिसको कहता है, वो भी फॉर्म करके इसका इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं हुआ, पुलिस के पास भी कंप्लेन नहीं किया। क्वेश्चन होता है इस टीएमसीपी लीडर का क्या ऐसा हाथ था, कौन कौन लीडर के साथ ऊपर हाथ था? क्योंकि अभी तक अरूप रॉय, सीनियर पॉलिटिशियन अरूप रॉय, टीएमसीपी लीडर, टीएमसीपी का प्रेसिडेंट श्रीराम भट्टाचार्य के साथ बहुत सारे पिक्चर्स अभी भी वायरल हुआ है, एक वीडियो क्लिपिंग्स भी, जहां पर इस शोभिक रॉय एक स्टूडेंट को अनजिप करके, उसका पैंट का अनजिप करके उसका जो प्राइवेट पार्ट है वो दिखाने के लिए फोर्स कर रहा है। ये सारे सामने आने के बाद भी अभी भी कोई ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट टीएमसीपी की तरफ से नहीं आया है।
All right, thank you for giving us those details. It's a top focus and something the TMC has to pinky be accountable for and giving a statement. Thank you for giving us those details. Moving on now, there's also news coming in. The UPSTF has busted illegal arms factory in Aligarh. 3 have been arrested. Action has been taken in the police station in the Aligarh district of Kwarsi. STF Bareilly unit raided and exposed the illegal arms that have been manufactured in the army. Local quantity of equipment and unfinished arms have been recovered. Those are the pictures on our screens of the UPSTF. They have busted the illegal arms factory. They have arrested the accused Arshad, son of Hasmid, and another person who has also been arrested. I'm going to go across to Ajay, who's joining us live on the story. Ajay, this is a big break for the UPSTF. They've busted the illegal arms factory. Give us more details.
Definitely, it's a big catch from the UPSTF, the way they were making illegal weapons. They have arrested more than 3 individuals, Arshad, Bablu and Manoj. They are arrested by the STF, and STF have recovered a weapon factory in Aligarh. So we have visuals also where we can see various equipments are being used to create weapons, are being used to create bullets. So this is a big catch by the STF in Uttar Pradesh. STF arrested 3 individuals also and various equipments which are being used to create weapons, including guns, including rifles, and various kind of other equipments also. So it's a big catch done by STF and Amitabh Yash, ADG. STF informed this to media that this activity is being happening in Aligarh, and after the intelligence information given to STF, they have completed this arrest and the process.
All right, thank you for giving us those details, Ajay. It's a top focus. We'll continue tracking. Meanwhile, viewers, we're also getting news. The MNS leaders and workers hit the streets of Maharashtra to counter a protest that had been staged by traders against the thrashing of a shop owner for refusing to speak Marathi. The rally turned chaotic, following which the leaders were detained.
High voltage drama on the streets. Tensions thick in the air and MNS back on the spotlight. Amid the escalating language war in Maharashtra, several workers of Raj Thakre's party stormed the area to counter the protest by traders over the assault of food stall owners. Earlier, MNS had planned a march to Mumbai. However, the swift detention of MNS Thane and Palghar head Avinash Jadhav and other leaders derailed the party's plans. Soon, the protests escalated, leading to the detention of MNS workers and leaders. As the political tempers flared, the state government asserted that no official permission was granted for MNS protest. Maharashtra Chief Minister Fadnavis backed police action, defending the ban on protest march, saying the route chosen by MNS was not appropriate.
महाराष्ट्र में किसी भी मोर्चे को इजाजत है, ये लोकतांत्रिक राज्य है, कोई भी मोर्चा निकालना चाहे तो परमिशन लेकर निकाल सकता है, लेकिन जब कोई परमिशन लेता है तो उसका रूट किस प्रकार से होना चाहिए। अगर रूट में कई ट्रैफिक के प्रॉब्लम्स है, अगर रूट में कोई ऐसी जगह है कि जहां पर स्टैम्पिड जैसी अवस्था हो सकती है, कुछ ऐसी चीजें होगी तो पुलिस रूट चेंज करने को कहती है। तो मैंने जब पुलिस कमिश्नर से पूछा तो पुलिस कमिश्नर ने मुझे कहा कि हमने उनको रूट चेंज करने के लिए कहा था, लेकिन वो एडमेंट थे कि हमको यही रूट लेना है, इसलिए पुलिस ने उसको नकारा है।
Taking a wheeled attack on opposition and critics, Fadnavis added that in democracy, law is the parliament.
मैं महाराष्ट्र के मिजाज को जानता हूं। महाराष्ट्र का मिजाज ऐसा है कि इस प्रकार के प्रयोग यहाँ चलेंगे नहीं। जो मराठी आदमी है वो बड़े दिल का है।
Meanwhile, Maharashtra police justified their actions against MNS leaders.
इसी चौराहे पे कुछ दिन पहले एक घटना हुई थी, जिस घटना के कारण अपराध दर्ज है और कानूनी कार्रवाई की जा रही है। उसके बावजूद यहीं से मोर्चा निकालना ये सही नहीं था। उसके लिए उन्होंने यदि कोई दूसरी जगह से और सही रूट से कोई उनका आंदोलन होता था तो उसके बारे में हम लोग सोच विचार कर सकते हैं।
While Maharashtra minister said that MNS is unnecessarily trying to politicize the situation. Listen in.
नहीं, ये बिल्कुल राजनीति नहीं है। उन्होंने जिस जगह पे परमिशन मांगी है वहाँ पे शायद कायदा और सुव्यवस्था का प्रश्न निर्माण हो सकता है, इसलिए हमने उनसे कहा है कि आप जगह बदलिए, आपको परमिशन दी जाएगी, लेकिन वो जगह बदलने के लिए तैयार नहीं है।
This comes just a day after MNS leader Rahil Sheikh was caught on camera abusing social media influencer Rajshri More on the streets of Mumbai. While the ongoing tussle continues between Mahayuti government and opposition, the language war in Maharashtra shows no sign of cooling down.
And we're going to breaking news that's coming in. A case of double murder in broad daylight has come to light in Manju Ka Tila area of Delhi. The Delhi police got the information around 1:30 p.m. after which the police reached the spot. They have seen the dead body of a 22-year-old girl and a 6-month-old baby lying on the second floor of the house. Both were murdered. After committing the murder, the accused absconded. We're going to try and go across to Akhil to give us more details. Akhil, this is a shocker coming in from Delhi. Give us more details.
Indeed, if you see, this afternoon, the Delhi police team received an input that there was a murder incident which took place in northwest district of Majnu Ka Tila. And after that, if you see, in that jurisdiction of civil lines police station, the police team, which include the crime team, and apart from that, the forensic team arrived at the various spot where they have found out that the two dead bodies, one is of a woman of 22-year-old and 6-year-old baby was found dead, lying inside the blood pool. So at that point in time, they were taken and the body has been sent for a post-mortem. Right now, as per the initial investigation report that we have gathered from the Delhi police team, it seems to be a case of personal animosity. And this point in time, the Delhi police team is saying that the accused who has committed this crime seemed to be boyfriend of the deceased. So right now, he has absconded from the various spot, and the Delhi police team is trying to nab the main accused in connection with the case.
Thank you, Akhil, for giving us those details. We're going to track that story closely. A war of words has erupted between the AIM chief Asauddin Owaisi and Union Minister for Minority Affairs Kiran Rijiju over the latter's assertion that minorities in India truly enjoy more benefits and protection than the majority community.
A fresh political row has broken out between Union Minister Kiran Rijiju and AIM chief Asauddin Owaisi over minority rights in India. This comes after Rijiju said that India is the only country where minorities enjoy more benefits than the majority, drawing sharp criticism from the AIM chief. Reacting to Union Minister's statement, Owaisi said that minority rights are constitutional rights and not government charity. He also reminded Rijiju that his position is a constitutional post, not a throne, and alleged that the minister was distorting the role of the Indian state. Owaisi also cited the removal of pre-matric scholarship for minorities and targeting of Muslim localities through bulldozer actions and surveillance.
जहाँ जब भी चुनाव आता है तो सांप्रदायिक सौदागरी के जो सौदागर हैं उनका संग्राम शुरू हो जाता है और सांप्रदायिक सौदागरी के इन सौदागरों का जो संग्राम है वो ये कभी इन्होंने जो है वो थोक में तो मुसलमानों का वोट लिया लेकिन फुटकर में भी उनका विकास कभी नहीं किया। और आज जो है ये वक्त आ गया है ख़ास तौर से अल्पसंख्यक और विशेष तौर से मुसलमानों को भी सोचना होगा कि ये जो सांप्रदायिक ध्रुवीकरण के छल वाले लोग हैं इनको छूमंतर करना होगा और जो है विकास के और विश्वास के रास्ते पे चलना।
Owaisi accused the government of slashing scholarship for Muslim students.
ओवैसी साहब खुद हॉस्टेज है वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स के और इसीलिए भड़काना, बहकाना और चिल्लाना ये बीबीसी बन चुके हैं ओवैसी। और ओवैसी साहब ने सीए के समय पर भी बोला था कि मुसलमानों की नागरिकता छीन जाएगी, कितनों की नागरिकता छीन। अब वक्फ का मामला आया है तो बोलते हैं मस्जिदें छीन जाएगी, कब्रिस्तान छीन जाएंगे। तो भड़काना और बहकाना और चिल्लाना ये ओवैसी साहब वोट बैंक के हॉस्टेज बनकर, वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स के हॉस्टेज बनकर इस प्रकार की बातें करते हैं।
As the verbal spat continues, the issue of minority protection remains politically sensitive, especially in the run-up to the key state elections.
आवाज नहीं आ रही है। नहीं आ रहा, नहीं आ रहा है। कॉर्डलेस में हुआ आगे आ जाइए। अरे नहीं अपने पास ले लीजिए। ये वाला कौन वाला? सारी इनके खुद की है। ये तो आ जाएगा, आ जाएगा। किसी में नहीं आ रहा है। सब में आ रहा है सर, सब में आ रहा है। एक हिला दिया सर। हाँ बोलिए सर। लगा वहाँ से बात देखो तो नीचे से बात देखो। हो गया। हाँ ये तो आ रहा है, ये आ रहा है, ये आ रहा है। तो पूर्ण रूप से वैज्ञानिक और तकनीकी अनुसंधान के आधार पर जो घटना स्थल से सूत्र प्राप्त हुए थे, जो वहां पर लगे कैमरे से जो सूत्र प्राप्त हुए थे, जो मोटरसाइकिल के संबंध में जो सूचनाएं दिखी थी, जो शूटर था उसका जो हुलिया मिला था, जो कपड़े पहने थे, इन सभी के आधार पे पूरे शहर के जो सीसीटीवी कैमरे थे उसे एक के बाद एक सबको लेकर के और उसको तकनीकी साक्ष्य संग्रहित किया गया। जहां तक ट्रेस मिला उस मोटरसाइकिल का, वहां तक तकनीकी जो एसआईटी की टीम है वो गई। उसके बाद मोटरसाइकिल की पहचान की गई, मोटरसाइकिल के पहचान के बाद उसके धारक, फिर उस व्यक्ति की पहचान की गई, उसकी गिरफ्तारी की गई। उससे पूछताछ के बाद अन्य आयामों को इसमें उद्घाटित किया गया है। इस संबंध में जो घटनाएं हुई है ये पूरे इस गोपाल खेमका जी की हत्या के परिप्रेक्ष्य में, इसके संबंध में पटना सीनियर एसपी आपको विस्तार से अभी बताएंगे कि किस प्रकार से इन्होंने किया है। और इसके बाद यदि कोई सवालात होंगे तो यहाँ पर एडीजी ऑपरेशन कुंदन कृष्णन जी, रेंज आईजी पटना जितेंद्र अडाना जी और पूरी पटना की टीम और एसटीएफ की टीम है। जो भी आपके प्रश्न होंगे उसका हम लोग उत्तर देने का प्रयास करेंगे। तो इस संबंध में जो बारीकी से अनुसंधान की जो बारीकी जो प्रक्रिया है उसके संबंध में पटना सीनियर एसपी आपको ब्रीफ करेंगे। थैंक यू। हैंड ओवर टू
का माइक है, हैंड।
All right, that's an important press briefing that's being held in Bihar on the Gopal Khemka murder, the promoter of a big company, and also how he had been murdered and how the main accused have been nabbed by the Bihar police.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Counterintelligence unit of Jalandhar has foiled a target-killing plot orchestrated by Lawrence Bishnoi gang, apprehended a key operative. Preliminary investigation reveals arrested accused was acting on the directions of a Dubai-based Namit Sharma, close aide of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. Severe waterlogging witnessed in several parts of West Bengal's Kolkata. Heavy rainfall caused waterlogging in the city. It's also occurred in many areas such as the Jodhpur Garden area and the Golf Green area. On MNS workers' protest at Mira Bhainder, additional CP Dutt Shinde has stated there was a reason to not give permission for the protest. The reason that it was not permitted was due to an incident which occurred earlier. He stated the police are fully alert and taking lawful action to maintain law and order. He shared the situation is peaceful. People are told not to gather at the location. The BJP accused Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge of insulting President Draupadi Murmu and her predecessor Ramnath Kovind by using certain objectionable words against them, and they have demanded a public apology from him and his party. This came a day after Kharge, while speaking at an event in Chhattisgarh, has mispronounced the names of President Murmu and her predecessor Kovind allegedly, but he quickly corrected himself.
जल रोकने के लिए हमने तो बड़े बोलेंगे, मुर्मा जी को हम प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया बनाए, कोविंद को हमने प्रेसिडेंट बनाया। हाँ भाई बनाए, कई के लिए बनाए? हमारी संपत्ति छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारे जंगल छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारा जल रोकने के लिए बनाए, हमारी जमीन खींचने के लिए कर रहे।
पार्टी के डीएनए में आदिवासी विरोध मानसिकता, पूर्व राष्ट्रपति रामनाथ कोविंद जी का अपमान किया है, दलित विरोधी मानसिकता, जो कांग्रेस पार्टी, राहुल गांधी संविधान को हाथ में लेके चलते हैं, उन्हीं के इशारे पर रिमोट कंट्रोल वाले अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी इस तरह की आपत्तिजनक टिप्पणी करते हैं कि पूरा भारत, हर नागरिक भारत का, आदिवासी समाज, दलित समाज, महिला, सब आज निंदा कर रही हैं मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे और कांग्रेस पार्टी की। मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी कहते हैं, बातें तो बड़ी बोलते हैं मुर्मा जी, ध्यान दीजिएगा, आदरणीय नहीं, द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी नहीं, बातें तो बड़ी बोलते हैं मुर्मा जी को हमने प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया बनाया। रामनाथ कोविंद जी नहीं, कहते हैं कोविड, रामनाथ कोविंद जी को कोविड बुला रहे हैं, हमने प्रेसिडेंट बनाया। हां, वही बनाए, काहे के लिए बनाए? हमारे लिए बनाए, हमारी संपत्ति छीनने के लिए बनाए, हमारे जंगल छीनने के लिए बनाए। मैं कुछ बड़े प्रश्न यहां से उठाना चाहता हूं। पहला प्रश्न राहुल गांधी जी के लिए है। मैं ये नहीं कहूंगा राउल, मैं नहीं कहूंगा। हमारे समाज की प्रथम जो मूल मंत्र है वो ये है कि आप अपने विरोधी को सम्मान देंगे, और हम तो यहां पे भारत के उच्च संवैधानिक पद की बात कर रहे हैं।
Clashes have erupted between police and a group of youth in Haryana's Hisar. Reports suggest the youth were celebrating a birthday party, playing loud music on the street. When police tried to intervene, the situation turned violent. Stone pelting followed, resulting in injuries to both police personnel and the youth involved.
A violent clash broke out between police and a group of youths in Hisar's Bharatnagar area during a birthday celebration. The youths were reportedly playing loud music and singing on the street. When police arrived and asked them to stop, the youths reacted aggressively. In retaliation, several youths climbed onto the roof and began pelting stones at the police. During the commotion, two youths jumped from the roof in an attempt to escape. Both sustained serious injuries. Two police personnel, including the chowki in charge, were also injured during the stone pelting.
Coming up after a short break, Yogi government's bulldozer justice on mastermind of the conversion racket. And Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau submits preliminary report on Air India 171 plane crash to the Civil Aviation Ministry.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Who is offended by Bharat Mata in Kerala? SFI says Bharat Mata image is saffron push. Is Bharat Mata unacceptable on university stage? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
SFI members barge into the Kerala University, clash with the police alleging saffronization of universities. Language controversy blows up in Maharashtra. Cabinet Minister Shiv Sena MLAs join MNS protest. Yogi government's bulldozer justice on the mastermind of the conversion racket. Two cases of sexual harassment on Bengal college campuses. One is Sonarpur, another in Howrah, accused linked to TMCP in both cases. AI 171 Accident Investigation Bureau submits preliminary report on the crash to the Civil Aviation Ministry. FIR registered against cricketer Yash Dayal on charges of sexual exploitation, physical violence, mental harassment and cheating. Leading with the big crackdown on in Uttar Pradesh, in Balrampur, in the state of Uttar Pradesh, where the government has launched bulldozer action against a foreign-funded conversion racket. Pictures that came in earlier today of the crackdown on Changur Baba. The ATS, the Anti-Terrorism Squad, has arrested a man known as Changur Baba in a suspected case of love jihad. Now, the racket is believed to have been backed by 100 crore in funding, with most of the money, according to investigators, being funneled in from other countries, with gang members reportedly visiting Islamic countries nearly 40 times. Here are some details of the bulldozer action in Uttar Pradesh.
ताबीज बेचने के नाम पर और एक ताबीज मिली है। मैं सहयोगी से कहूँगा थोड़ा सा इसको दिखाएं जूम करके। आप अगर देख पा रहे हो, समझ पा रहे हो तो देखिए, ये शायद उर्दू में है, फारसी में है, लेकिन ये कुछ और है। ये भारत की संस्कृति नहीं है। ये आप देखिए यहाँ पर, तो इस तरह की बहुत सारी चीज़ें आपको यहाँ देखने को मिलेंगी। साथ ही ये देखिए ड्रोन, चारों तरफ ड्रोन उड़ाया जा रहा है, चारों तरफ सुरक्षा को देखा जा रहा है। कहाँ क्या कुछ चीज़ें निकल सकती हैं, कुछ चीज़ें मिल सकती हैं, क्या कहीं कोई और भी कुछ चीज़ें यहाँ बरामद हो सकती हैं, उस पर बाकायदे पूरी तरह से निगरानी की जा रही है, पूरी नज़र है। और यहाँ पर ड्रोन से चारों तरफ पैनी नज़र रखा जा रहा है। साथ ही बुलडोजर चल रहा है। और मैं आपको और बता दूँ कि बुलडोजर की संख्या बढ़ा दी गई है। बुलडोजर की संख्या बढ़कर के 5 हो गई है। 3 बुलडोजर, 2 बुलडोजर इस तरफ, 3 बुलडोजर हैं तो 2 बुलडोजर पीछे के साइड में, यानी कि 2 से 3 तरफ से यहाँ पर मकान गिराने का काम चल रहा है। ये ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई चल रही है और 5-5 बुलडोजर इस पर काम कर रहे हैं। अभी मेरी यहाँ जो बलरामपुर के जो कप्तान हैं उनसे मेरी बात हुई। उन्होंने कहा बाकायदे पूरे प्रोसेस के बाद यह जगह गलत पाई गई है और आदेश के बाद इस पर कार्रवाई हो रही है और यहाँ पर पूरी तरह से सुरक्षा व्यवस्था दिया गया है। अन्य जो मकान है, अगर उस पर भी निर्देश आता है, जांच में वो चीज़ें बढ़कर आती हैं तो उस पर भी कार्रवाई होगी। तो खुद ग्राउंड जीरो पर पहुंचे थे जो जिले के कप्तान हैं, बलरामपुर के जो कप्तान हैं, वह यहाँ पर आए हुए थे। उनसे रिपब्लिक भारत ने बातचीत की और उन्होंने खुद रिपब्लिक भारत को जानकारी दी है कि यह पूरी तरह से जो निर्माण है अवैध पाया गया है, यह जांच में अवैध पाया गया है, जिसके बाद यहां पर कानून के तहत इस पर बुलडोजर की प्रक्रिया जारी है, बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई जारी है, ध्वस्तीकरण का काम यहां पर जारी है और वह पूरी तरह से कानूनी तौर तरीके से हो रहा है।
आया गया था उसको ध्वस्त किया जा रहा है और पूरी प्रक्रिया विधिक रूप से चल रही है और पूरा निस्तारण जो विधिक रूप से कराया गया उसके बाद ही कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
मैं देख रहा था क्रॉस के निशान लगाए थे, नोटिस भी चस्पा हुआ था, उसके बाद ही ये कार्रवाई,
उसके बाद ही कार्रवाई चल रही है।
सर ये वाला जो मकान दिख रहा है जहाँ पे पुलिस फोर्स है, उस पर भी कार्रवाई हो?
अभी फिलहाल इस पे कार्रवाई चल रही है और इसको आज हम लोग पूरा करेंगे।
आज इसको पूरा करेंगे, उसके बाद आगे का चार्ज मिलता है, उस पर भी
उसके अलावा जो भी जहाँ भी मिलेगा उस पर कार्रवाई होगी
जी, उस पर भी कार्रवाई होगी जी।
Joining us live. Raghavendra, the allegations are very serious that over 100 crore was funneled in from other countries. कौन सी देश से पैसा आया और ये पैसा कहाँ गया?
बिल्कुल, देखिए अभी जो ये कहा जा रहा है कि हवाला के थ्रू सारा पैसा आया है, धर्मांतरण के नाम पे पैसा आता था, धार्मिक शिक्षा के लिए इनको पैसा आता था, मदरसा और मस्जिद के लिए इनको पैसा आता था, लेकिन ये पैसा जो है उतरैला में अपने मकानों में इन्होंने पैसा लगाया और साथ ही धर्मांतरण में पैसा लगाया। और जो पैसे का ट्रांजैक्शन है लगभग 40 से 41 अकाउंट से हुआ है। इनका जो फंड मैनेजर है मोहम्मद अहमद, उसके अकाउंट्स में आरटीजीएस हुआ है एचडीएफसी बैंक में 50 लाख रुपए। इनका जो एक सलाहकार है उसके अकाउंट में 40 लाख रुपए ट्रांजैक्शन हुए। जिस हिंदू लड़की को इन्होंने अपने घर में रखा है नीतू को, उसके अकाउंट्स में लाखों रुपए के ट्रांजैक्शन है। और ये जो पैसा है अरब कंट्री से ज्यादा है, कुछ पैसे नेपाल के थ्रू आए हैं, जिसकी जांच लगातार पुलिस कर रही है। एटीएस भी शामिल है, एसटीएफ भी शामिल है। कहा जा रहा है कि अब इसमें ईडी इन्वॉल्व होगी और एनआईए भी जांच करेगी, चूंकि मामला देश से जुड़ा हुआ है और जिस तरह का इसमें पैसा आता था उस पैसे का दुरुपयोग होता था। यहां तक जो धर्मांतरण होता था उसमें जातियों को कैटेगरी में बनाया गया था। अगर हिंदुओं में सवर्ण जाति है तो उसका रेट अलग है, अगर वह ओबीसी जाति से है उसका रेट अलग है, अगर दलित है तो उसका रेट अलग है। तो इस तरह का जो पूरा उन्होंने एक कैटेगरी बनाया है, उसी कैटेगरी के तहत ये काम कर रहे थे। कुछ लोग लखनऊ में जाकर जिस तरह से अलग अलग इन्होंने जो धर्मांतरण कराया था वो किसी तरह से बच के निकले हैं। जब उनके ऊपर यातनाएं ज्यादा होने लगी, जुर्म ज्यादा होने लगे, तो वो लोग सब पुनः वो अपनी घर वापसी कर लिए और हिंदू रीति रिवाज मंत्रोच्चारण के थ्रू राजधानी लखनऊ में उन्होंने दर्जन भर लोगों ने, जिसमें महिला पुरुष दोनों थे, उन्होंने घर वापसी की है। उन्होंने अपनी आप बीती बताई कि किस तरह से उनके साथ जुर्म होता था और दबाव में पैसा के दबाव में बरगला करके उनका धर्मांतरण कराया गया था। बाद में उनके साथ बहुत कुछ हुआ, उनका शोषण भी हुआ। तो ऐसी सारी चीजें निकल आई। अब लखनऊ जेल में ये छांगुर बाबा, जिसको जो छांगुर पीर बाबा था, इसको जेल भेजा गया है। इसके कुछ सहयोगियों को जेल भेजा गया है। इसके नेटवर्क को खंगाला जा रहा है। साथ ही पुलिस इसको रिमांड में लेकर और भी पूछताछ करना चाहती है, जिससे तह तक पहुंचा जा सके कि आखिर किन किन देशों से पैसा आया है, कब कब पैसा आया है, वह पैसा कहां कहां लगा है, कहां कहां उसका इस्तेमाल हुआ है। इन सारी चीजों के लिए जांच बैठाई गई है। निश्चित तौर से आने वाले समय में यह सारा खुलासा होगा। साथ ही मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने आज ट्वीट करके इस मामले पर बहुत ही गंभीर बात कही। उन्होंने कहा कि जो बहन बेटियों के सम्मान से खेलेगा उसको छोड़ा नहीं।
Joining us with those inputs, those are details of Changur Baba, who's been raided, his racket bulldozed. Moving on to the other top story we've been tracking here on Republic TV, an FIR has been registered against an RCB, Royal Challengers Bengaluru player, a bowler called Yash Dayal. There's a case against him for alleged sexual exploitation under the pretext of marriage. And this comes days after a woman from Ghaziabad in Uttar Pradesh, who claimed to have been in a 5-year relationship with this cricketer, filed a complaint alleging emotional, mental and physical abuse.
Incident has come to light from Ghaziabad, where a woman has alleged that a person who has been identified as a cricketer has sexually assaulted her. Right now I'm joined by one of the senior officers in Ghaziabad Police Commissionerate, Mr. Abhishek Srivastava. क्या है पूरा मामला?
थाना क्षेत्र इंदिरापुरम पर एक युवती के द्वारा ये सूचना दी गई कि एक क्रिकेटर के द्वारा उनके साथ शादी का झांसा देते हुए शारीरिक संबंध बनाए गए। उक्त संबंध में तत्काल ही उनकी तहरीर के आधार पर सुसंगत धाराओं में अभियोग पंजीकृत किया गया। पूरे प्रकरण में तथ्यों तथा साक्ष्यों के आधार पर अग्रिम वैधानिक कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित की जा रही है।
इस मामले में जो है वो किस किस सेक्शंस के अगेंस्ट जो है वो एफआईआर दर्ज की गई है?
पीड़िता की तहरीर के आधार पर 69 BNS के अंतर्गत एफआईआर पंजीकृत की गई है। अग्रिम वैधानिक कार्रवाई प्रचलित है।
अच्छा, इस मामले में जो क्रिकेटर है उनसे कुछ बात हुई है, उनका स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड किया गया है क्या अभी तक?
अभी एफआईआर पंजीकृत की गई है। जो भी अग्रिम वैधानिक कार्रवाई होगी वो प्रचलन में लाई जाएगी।
जो विक्टिम है उसका मेडिकल एग्जामिनेशन हो गया है?
जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि अग्रिम वैधानिक कार्रवाई चल रही है। अभी कल ही एफआईआर हुई है। सभी जो सुसंगत धाराओं में एफआईआर दर्ज की गई है और अग्रिम वैधानिक कार्रवाई प्रचलित की जाएगी।
विक्टिम जो है वो क्रिकेटर को तकरीबन पिछले 5 साल से डेट कर रही थी। हमने बात करने की कोशिश की, रिपब्लिक टीवी की टीम है उसने बात की उस विक्टिम से। उसका कहना है कि 2020 से वो उसके टच में थी और शुरू से वो उसको झांसा दे रहा था शादी के लिए, और अब उसने मना कर दिया है। और दोनों फैमिली एक दूसरे को जानती थी। इस मामले में विक्टिम ने अब तक चुप्पी क्यों साध रखी थी और अब वो क्यों सामने आई है?
अभियोग पंजीकृत किया गया है। ये सारे जो तथ्य हैं विवेचना के क्रम में इनका परीक्षण किया जाएगा। विवेचना के आधार पर ही स्थिति स्पष्ट हो पाएगी।
There's a massive encroachment drive on, and this is in Assam, where the government has launched an eviction drive to clear encroachments in Dhubri district, to clear over 3,500 bighas of land from illegal encroachment. This is mostly encroachment by Bangladeshis, according to details that we have accessed. The eviction drive, described as the largest in Assam's history, has unfolded on the morning of the 8th of July in the Bilasipara area of the district, where nearly 20,000 people were living on government land. Aniruddha is joining us live with details of this encroachment drive, the largest ever. Aniruddha, how many people will be evicted, and roughly how many families are on this land?
Yes, Niranjan, if we talk about the overall eviction scenario in the state of Assam, then thousands and thousands bighas of land belonging to the government or those which have been earmarked as khas land were under occupation of illegal encroachers. And in most of the cases, these illegal encroachers are suspected illegal nationals. And the government has started clearing off this encroached land. And today, one such eviction drive was carried out in Bilasipara, where where government khas land were under occupation of illegal encroachers, and many of them are suspected Bangladeshi nationals. And in the eviction drive that we are talking about right now, which was carried out in Bilasipara, Niranjan, at least 3,000 bighas of land has been cleared from encroachment, and we are getting to know that almost most of the villages which were in that area has been cleared off. In fact, 85% of the people vacated their houses. They shifted their houses after receiving the notification about the encroachment. But some 15% were adamant they were not willing to leave the encroached land, and police had to use some light force in order to vacate those places. This entire eviction drive has been carried out as per the orders of the Guwahati High Court, which has clearly ordered the state government to carry out eviction drive on encroached land that belongs to the government, the government khas land or forest land under occupation. And a similar eviction drive is also taking place in Gwalpara district on the 11th of July.
Yeah.
Niranjan.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs. In fact, there have been some reports of people trying to block that drive as well, keeping a close track on that story. And the big story, and we're expecting that headline in a few hours from now, on the global trade front. United States of America President Donald Trump has unveiled a sweeping new round of tariffs targeting 14 countries with rates as high as 40%. From Japan to South Africa, key U.S. trade partners are now in the crosshairs. Here's a report on the administration, that is the Trump administration's latest move in the intensifying trade war and what India can expect.
President Trump has turned up the heat on global trade, issuing warnings to 14 countries including Japan, South Korea and South Africa, with new tariff rates effective from August 1st.
Oh, we've spoken to everybody. We know it's all done. I told you, we'll make some deals, but for the most part, we're going to send a letter. We're going to say, welcome to the United States. If you'd like to participate in the greatest, most successful country ever. I mean, we're doing better than ever. I don't think, and you're going to see these numbers soon. We've never had numbers like this. We've never had investment like this. We have more than 90. We're going to have much more than 90, but most of those are going to be sent to